Il est de mon devoir de faire
It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation.
Spadina by resignation effective Thursday, March 13th, 2013. Pursuant to subsection 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed my warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy. Comme il est 11 heures.
As it is 11:04 a.m., the House will now proceed with the consideration of private members' motions as listed on today's order paper.
Consideration of motion M455 on homelessness in the name of Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring, seconded by Mr. Payne, moves that, in the opinion of the House, one nationally standardized point in time should be recommended for use in all municipalities in carrying out homeless counts with A. Nationally recognized definitions of who is homeless, B. Nationally recognized methodology on how the count takes place, and C. The same agreed upon criteria and methodology in determining who is considered to be homeless. Debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton East.
Mr. Speaker, the wording of my motion is clear, that in the opinion of the House, one nationally standardized point in time should be recommended for use in all municipalities in carrying out homeless counts with A. Nationally recognized definitions of who is homeless, nationally recognized methodology on how the count takes place, and the same agreed upon criteria and methodology in determining who is considered to be homeless. The motion's objective is to get the right amount of social services resources support to the right people. For example, some might see this motion as an attempt to cut supports to those most in need, but the intent is exactly the opposite. As parliamentarians, we all have a social conscience and an undeniable responsibility to those most disadvantaged in dire straits and needs. If we parliamentarians are to be proper and worthy stewards of taxpayer dollars, we should make sure we're getting value for money by being fiscally responsible. We should also ensure that we're spending what is needed to address homelessness such that we maximize the number of persons in need that we help. We can only do that if we know with some level of precision how extensive the problem really is. Right now, there are multiple counts, multiple methodologies, multiple criteria, and not insignificantly, multiple agendas. The national point in time will remove confusion surrounding counts of Canadian homeless presently being done by municipalities by establishing common definitions, common methodology, and a common count date. It uses the best practices introduced in the United States by the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the U.S. Intergovernmental Agency on Homeless to ensure a national point in time. In order to maximize accuracy of the homeless count and statistical analysis so that both countries can collaborate to address concerns, it provides all levels of government with reasonably accurate data to allow more proper allocation of resources to solving the homeless problem. The point in time should be established as the last week in January, regardless of local climate factors. This date will minimize the chance of recording those who are merely transit and not truly homeless, those who may choose to live or camp outdoors in warmer weather while visiting the city or visiting friends and family. Major cities frequently have transient, warm weather populations who are not truly homeless, but rather just visiting in the warmer months and saving on accommodation. Many would stay in and pay for low-cost youth hostels if available or if allowed to. Many more would camp out and pay if there were any camping spaces in or near the downtown. Few are absolutely homeless. They have homes, but not in Edmonton or whichever city that it is that they're visiting. When counts are done other than in the coldest of weather, many of those counting are visiting, people who do have housing alternatives elsewhere, but for personal reasons are not accessing emergency shelters at that point in time. Counting these people serves to confuse efforts to try to help those that are truly homeless with absolute no means to attain housing alternatives and are in desperate need. Different Canadian cities do their homeless counts at different times, making a statistical accurate number problematic. At present, only the City of Calgary conducts its count in January, as does the entire United States, regardless of climate, with others in Canada being conducted variously in March, April, May, and October. There is a notable dramatic difference in count numbers of the absolute homeless, those literally on the street, in all of the Canadian cities counted. For example, Edmonton, which does its count in early October when it's still relatively mild, and Calgary, a city of similar size. It's hard to imagine that there are 64 truly homeless living outside in the cold in Calgary, while Edmonton has a count of 1,070 homeless living outside. When the count is done, it does make a difference. United States Housing Urban Development states that there must be a common national point in time for counts in the last 7 days of the month of January. Further, they state that defining the scope of homelessness has proven controversial since the issue first gained broad public attention during the 1980s. Public debate has revolved around how widely to view the scope of residential instability and how to target scarce resources to address it. In general, the residential stability can be divided into two broad categories of people: those who are literally homeless and those who are precariously housed. Literally homeless, these are people who for various reasons have found it necessary to live in emergency shelters or transitional housing for some period of time. This category also includes unsheltered homeless people who sleep in places not meant for human habitation. For example, streets, parks, abandoned buildings, and subway tunnels, and who may also use shelters on an intermittent basis. Precariously housed, these are people on the edge of becoming literally homeless who may be doubled up with friends or relatives or paying extremely high portions of their resources for rent. This group is often characterized as being at imminent risk of becoming homeless. HUD's assistance program specifically targets persons living in shelters or in places not meant for human habitation, but not people in precarious housing situations or couch surfing. It's important that the literally homeless situations are distinct and separately enumerated from couch surfers or other precariously housed persons and are not included as part of the Canadian homeless count, as the count is to determine the level of government services necessary to assist the truly homeless needs. Some may be at risk of becoming homeless, but while they are couch surfing with family or friends or precariously housed, they can be considered to have a home or have the means and wherewithal to access shelter and are not necessarily a draw on social services. Prisons, hospitals, and special care treatment centres should also not be included in homeless number counts in Canada. These people should not be considered homeless until they are discharged or voluntarily leave, and then may or may not be homeless depending on their financial means or their own housing alternatives at that specific time. We should not be postulating on who may be homeless in the future, but concentrating on those who are actually homeless at this present time. HUD's definition of chronic homelessness is an unaccompanied homeless individual with a disabling condition who has either been continuously homeless for a year or more or has had 4 episodes of homelessness in the past 3 years. To be considered chronically homeless, persons must have been sleeping in a place not meant for human habitation, living on the streets, and or in emergency shelter during that time. HUD's definition of an episode of homeless is a separate, distinct, and sustained stay on the streets and or in an emergency homeless shelter. Note, HUD's definition of chronic homelessness does not include families. Families are rarely entered the shelter system. They are given immediate accommodation by social services and funding towards more permanent housing rental accommodation. In addition, to be identified as chronically homeless, an individual must have a disabling condition defined as follows: a diagnosable substance use disorder, serious mental illness, developmental disability, or chronic physical illness or disability, including the co-occurrence of 2 or more of these conditions. A disabling condition limits an individual's ability to work or perform one of the more activities of daily living. As can be seen, the United States Intergovernmental Agency on Homelessness, while instituting a national point-in-time definition recognizes that the chronically homeless are a priority but need to be carefully defined so the maximum of homeless persons can be helped with the limited resources available. The easy part is to have Parliament approve the principle of point-in-time legislation. The Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness is calling for a national point-in-time counts and national standards. They are correct in that it is essential to align homeless criteria continent-wise. The more difficult part is to agree together on the definitions, including when, who, and how, and why the counts should be conducted throughout North America. Also difficult will be to convince Canadian municipalities to accept standardized definitions, fact-based definitions that would provide a common national and international perspective, regardless of local and regional Canadian social welfare variant present models. There are many contrary agendas afloat. Once an agreement on how to proceed is made, the cost to do so would be minimal or neutral, as presently the various cities are conducting government-funded counts now. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities, as well as all the individual municipal and provincial planning and priorities, homelessness groups are united behind a call for federal money. They claim the cost to Canada for homelessness is supposedly now to be $7 billion annually and rising. Great savings can be accomplished, they say, if the federal government would commit more money. In Edmonton alone, they say taxpayers will save $2 billion over 10 years if they spend only $1 billion. The numbers for the present costs are questionably high. Also questionably is the description of the homeless population need, both current and projected, by calculated variant count methodology and definitions. Today, it would be very difficult for anyone to argue against reform of the process to better and more accurately direct resources to needs. It's time for real numbers by national and international approved standards being employed to allow our government to continue its good work in helping the vulnerable population. There's a great need in Canada to step up to our collective awareness and intelligence of the true homeless situation and needs. Perhaps Canada should have an institution comparable to the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness to focus on resources needed and to bring about solutions that maximize effort in those in need. Mr. Speaker, in my time remaining, I would like to read from where some of the confusion comes in, and this is from a book that I had brought out in year 2000. And in 6 homeless reports that I reviewed and went through, there's some 36 different definitions of what a homeless person is. I think you may like to hear of some of them. People living in transitional accommodation, ready to be discharged. People expected to be on the street at the end of the stay. People expected to be on the street in the immediate future. People having low income. People having no permanent place to reside. People staying in temporary form of situation. People who have ended up staying with friends. People in housing that's extremely expensive.
Order. Je comprends que la trajectoire.
I understand that the interpretation is not working right now. Is it now working?
On the translation was not working for the
Oh,
okay.
All right.
The honourable member.
People living in housing that's extremely expensive. People living in overcrowded or inadequate housing. People living in substandard hotels and rooming houses. People living in housing not within easy reach of employment and costing more than 50% of income. People who lack privacy, security, and tenant document rights. People with problems of mental health or social disorganization. People that are not a member of a stable group. People paying more than 30% of their income for rent. People having no home or permanent place of residence. People who have the quality and state of being homeless. People suffering from the homeless disease. So as you can see, Mr. Speaker, the wide variant and opinions on who is homeless, and this manifests itself in one homeless count after another. And unfortunately, what it all comes down to at the end is, as I said, in Edmonton, the homeless plan that they developed there was to cost $1 billion over 10 years. It's doubtful that it will do as it claimed that it was intended to do, was to end homelessness. it will really be helping the homeless, but the $1 billion, in my opinion, would not be sufficient to end the homeless in Edmonton. We need to come up with proper definitions, how to approach it, a proper way to count it so that we can be together across from one end of the country to the other. And I think really that we can be aligned with what the United States is doing, because many of their northern border states are within 100, 200 miles of our cities on the southern part of Canada. So it's imperative that we too experience it and go hand in sync, and then hopefully we can work with Washington, Ottawa working with Washington, to come up with some progressive plans on to help this problem and to help the homeless. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member from Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know whether the motion's intent is to focus only on the enumeration of people who live in shelters or who are in the streets, or does the member think that we should do a more in-depth study that would find out about hidden homelessness, for example, women who do not often go to shelters? Because if we only count people who live in shelters, then there's only a very partial overview of what homelessness is. Whereas if we want a more thorough study, then that would help us to better target these services required and to conduct prevention, which is very important if we want to completely rid ourselves of this plague that is homelessness. The Honourable Member for Edmonton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is absolutely right. There's obviously more work that we can do on a broader scope to find other social problems that we do have. But the point-in-time count, the two sections to count those that are absolutely homeless out of the shelters and those that are in the shelters, that does not preclude or prevent the various counts that are taking place to add other documentation to the counts to be able to poll other constituencies as well, too. This has been done in many of the American cities, but the two common areas that they want to line up with HUD on are the ones who are absolutely without shelter whatsoever at all and the ones that are staying in the shelters. Other issues can be added to the counts.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the bill being brought forward by my colleague today. And obviously the essence, he identifies very clearly that this is just another tool that would help in addressing the problem of homelessness, and I see the merit in supporting this particular bill. And it doesn't come out and try to identify the definition or the definitions that are going to be required. So my question to my colleague is, does he see the need for the government, should this bill pass, should this bill be successful, does he see the need for the government to take it upon itself to go out and broadly consult with those that are, have been working in this field for many years and that have that expertise, rather than imparting a definition, by the government, imposed by the government? Does he see the necessity in trying to come up with something that works best for those groups impacted, to try to advance this, some solutions for this very important problem?
Honourable Member for Edmonton East.
Mr. Speaker, I do agree, and that's why I specifically left the definitions off, because I think they should really be done in concert with exploring the reasons why the entire United States have lined up with their definitions that they use. And as I mentioned to the other member, that there may be other things that we want to add as other investigation techniques that we could add to that to Canadianize the count. But the two most important ones, those that are living raw out of the shelters and those that are living in the shelters, are the two statistical numbers that I think should be common throughout North America.
We have time for one more short question. Questions and comments? Honourable Député de Charlebourg.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the member on this topic, because this is something that is very important for society. But I am wondering about the homelessness partnering strategy, because its budget is going to drop by $15 million per year between 2014 and 2018, and I'm wondering about what Statistics Canada said, because it said that it is very hard to do such a study, and it would be astronomically expensive to do so, and we know that Statistics Canada also had its budget cut. So could you tell me how you are going to succeed in funding that study?
Edmonton East.
Well, at present, there's homeless counts done across the country, some every year, most of them every 2 years. So they're already funded. And I can't see where there would be any difference in this type of methodology of doing a count that would cost any more money. So if the funding has already been there and has already been allowed for by the federal government, then I could see that this would cost very, very little to implement across the country, because the counts are being done now and they're being funded now.
Will I please the débat?
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to motion M455 as the official opposition NDP critic for housing and homelessness. This motion seeks to respond to a lack of data on homelessness in most communities of Canada, and to the problem caused by the different ways of enumerating the homeless. In its current form, the motion only talks about counting the number of homeless persons, instead of drawing an overall portrait of the homelessness situation in Canada, which could better contribute to understanding the reasons, the type, and the scope of the phenomenon, especially the less visible aspects of homelessness, and to help develop methods of intervention and prevention. Mr. Speaker, the NDP believes that the federal government has an important role to play in fighting homelessness, especially as concerns the funding that is required to this end. I have spoken many times in this House to call on the government to take the measures required to fight homelessness in this country. I have called upon the Conservatives to index the funding for the homelessness partnering strategy, which year after year became more and more underfunded because of the increase in costs of services and wages. Unfortunately, the government responded in Budget 2013-14 by only renewing partially the funding for the homelessness partnering strategy by cutting $15 million from a budget that was already insufficient. I also called upon the government to review the new approach that it unilaterally imposed on provinces and municipalities by stipulating that the majority of the funding for homelessness would have to give priority to housing. There again, radio silence. The ministers are well trained to repeat all kinds of things without actually answering our questions. But let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. Of course I want to give priority to providing housing to the homeless. I firmly believe that the elimination of poverty begins by ensuring that everyone has a roof over their heads. However, what I deplore and have done for many years is this government's hypocrisy with regard to issues of homelessness and housing. They boast that housing has become a priority for this government simply because they have changed the approach to fighting homelessness to focus it more on housing first, and then only $119 million are allocated per year to this issue. But what they forgot to tell us is that between 2011 and 2013 alone, the government saved $65.2 million by refusing to renew the long-term agreements on social housing, and that by 2030, it will have cut more than $1.7 billion at the expense of the underprivileged in our society. We'll see what the government's true colors are when we debate my motion M450 on federal funding for social housing. Mr. Speaker, the NDP recognizes the problems resulting from the lack of data on homelessness in most Canadian communities and the diversity of the methods used to collect this data. More accurate data with regard to homelessness in Canada would help us fashion better practices with regard to prevention and intervention. Therefore, this motion is a step in the right direction because it would give us a better idea of homelessness in Canada. My colleague, the sponsor for this motion, recently sent me a letter, and he also said so in his speech, that his intent is simply to count the number of people who use shelters, which is a major problem, because this means that we are overlooking people who have less visible types of homelessness, those who do not use services, and with whom we could work before they drift into chronic homelessness. In other words, prevention is being completely disregarded. Between 2005 and 2009, the National Study on Shelters analyzed a number of studies to establish a baseline count and description of the characteristics of the homeless population in Canada using emergency shelters. An expert, Stephen Gates, an expert in this sector, also said, while this approximation gives us a good baseline estimate of shelter users, it does not tell the whole story. As Siegert points out, the study did not include individuals in transitional housing for individuals or families, violence against women shelters and second-stage housing, immigrant and refugee shelters, halfway houses, or temporary shelters, example for extreme weather. So let us take a particular case, that of homeless women. This phenomenon is more invisible, and it is not documented in the literature because women do not use shelters as much. So if this motion seeks only to count the number of people who use shelters, then we will completely miss out on the issue of homelessness among women and therefore in ways to prevent it. Now, if the motion sought a broader scope, it could better contribute to understanding the reasons, the type, and the scope of this phenomenon as it relates to women, as like for other forms of homelessness that are less visible. We also believe that the definition of homeless must be broad enough to include people who are in situations of hidden homelessness, despite the fact that this may be difficult. The motion does not specify anything in this regard, but in his letter, the member for Edmonton East said that he only wanted to include people in situations of chronic homelessness or people who suffer from diseases. Someone who has been homeless for 11 months because they have lost their job would thus not be counted. The NDP believes that we must involve people who work with the homeless and other levels of government in determining a definition of the notion of homeless, the enumeration methodology, and the baseline period that would be used for this purpose in order to avoid the government acting on its own. When the motion talks about agreed upon criteria, what does that mean? Mr. Speaker, unlike our colleagues opposite, the NDP believes in consultation instead of imposing parameters on people who work with the homeless. They are the ones who work on the ground, and they would not agree with this approach. And speaking of unilateral approaches, we would like to know which of the versions of M455 reflects the intent of its sponsor. In the French version, the motion says, which means that those are municipalities who do so already. So that would be a point in time. But in the English version, it says that in the opinion of the House, one nationally standardized point in time should be recommended for use in all municipalities in carrying out homeless counts. So in the English version, it would seem that all municipalities would be involved in this process. So are we going to call upon all the municipalities to participate in such enumeration, or are we simply going to standardize the definition and the methodology used for municipalities who already count the number of homeless? That's my question. We'll have to figure it out because the translation is ambiguous. However, the NDP, like many groups who work with the homeless, believes that the costs required to implement this motion should not have to be paid by the municipalities or deducted from direct transfers or from the HPS budget, because this budget is already insufficient to take adequate action in terms of homelessness. The Conservatives are very proficient in implementing policy and then sticking other levels of government with the bill. The municipalities already have limited financial resources, and this will be even worse because the new Building Canada Fund and its conditions are coming into force, and the provinces have already had to bear the brunt of Conservative policy. we believe this practice must be stopped. And despite what the sponsor of this motion may say, the bill might be quite stiff. In 2001, at the request of Human Resources Canada, Statistics Canada published a Survey of Homeless in Canada Street Component Feasibility Study, which deals with the feasibility of conducting a survey on homelessness in many Canadian cities. And the author of the report said that this cost would be prohibitive, some $10 million, and that the methodological challenges would be considerable without ensuring that the data would be reliable. Mr. Speaker, we support this motion in principle, but many details need to be cleared up. I would thus urge my colleague from Edmonton East to consider my comments if he wants the support of my colleagues, and if he wants to show that homelessness and fighting homelessness is really important for him, because we need a much broader portrait of the situation, and we need to work through prevention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cape Breton, Cancel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to join in this debate today. Just to sort of frame before I start with my comments, I'm just back from Fort McMurray, Alberta. I was up for 3 days last week. I had the opportunity to live there for 9 years back in the 80s and early 90s, and when we talk about measurement and trying to find ways to address whatever the problem might be, I think it's fairly commonly accepted that if we can measure it, then we can work toward addressing a problem or addressing an issue. And one of the things that sort of jumped out, it's always been a problem to measure the population in Fort McMurray because it's so transient. And, you drive into a particular community and you'll see a house, and, relatively small house, but there'll be 6 vehicles parked outside, and there are probably nieces and nephews staying on the Chesterfield, or maybe a bedroom's being rented out. Whatever it might be, it's really tough to get a hard count. So in my meetings with the council in Fort Mac, they had addressed the fact that what they use as the measurement now is the water consumption. There's a standard, a Canadian standard, that if your municipality consumes this amount of water, this many gallons per year, then this is probably your population, and so that's the measurement. But at least they know, so if the head count goes to about 110,000 people living there, then probably the infrastructure that they have may be adequate. But when you look at the amount of water consumed, in reality, it's about 150,000 people that are living in Fort McMurray. So that without question puts additional demands on the infrastructure. So the point being is that it's just important to have to have a good count so that you can address the many problems. As my friend and colleague from Scarborough said, counting counts. And no more so important here than with the issue of homelessness. Mr. Speaker, homelessness researchers estimate at least 200,000 Canadians access homeless emergency services or sleep outside in a given year, including 30,000 on any given night. The problem of homelessness is real for the people suffering from it, and real in terms of the social and economic costs to society and government who must deal with it. As Liberals, we've always believed in an evidence-based approach to understanding a problem and creating solutions. That's why we'll be supporting M455. Although the intent of M455 is to help stakeholders understand the scope and depth of homelessness, everyone must realize, however, that it's a very small piece of the homelessness puzzle. Having a government who's committed to a long-term strategy to ending homelessness through homelessness prevention and affordable housing programs is most important. We must also realize that this motion is a recommendation. It's not a requirement for municipalities, and deals with the need for and not the proposing of a homeless definition or count methodology. I want to be clear that any definition of homelessness and methodology for homelessness counts must be done in collaboration and cooperation with academic experts and advocacy groups to give legitimacy and buy-in on the process. As pointed out by the Canadian Homeless Research Network, homelessness is not one of individual crisis, but instead refers to the failure of society to ensure that adequate systems, funding, and support are in place so that all people, even in crisis situations, have access to housing. The problem with solving the issue isn't that we don't have enough stats, it's that we don't have a government willing to commit to what would truly have an effect on reducing the problem of homelessness. Advocates, academic experts, and stakeholders know that we need two things. First being homelessness prevention programs, and second, a national affordable housing strategy, two very key components. However, staying focused on this motion, I would like to make a few points why most experts agree that a common definition of homelessness is important. The rationale for a common definition is quite simple. As the Research Network has stated, a common definition provides all levels of government and community groups with a framework for understanding and describing homelessness and a means for identifying goals, strategies, and interventions, as well as measuring outcomes and progress. In fact, the Research Network created a definition 2 years ago that I think would be a good start to seeking widespread consensus on. They felt a common definition was necessary for a number of reasons, including sharing a common language about homelessness, being able to enumerate the problem, evaluating outcomes and progress, and coordinating responses to the issue. Point-in-time counts has had many critics over the past 2.5 decades since groups interested in homelessness began trying to measure it. One of the biggest criticisms is that the counts underestimate the number of homelessness because of the how, that being the methodology, how the count gets done, and the who gets counted. This has been the result of many factors, including no consistent manner or accepted methodology, as well as incomplete surveys of area and only counting visible homeless, to name a few. We must all recognize that point-in-time counts inherently undercount homeless. As such, they must not be viewed as a complete measurement of the homeless, but rather a tool to measure just one aspect. And I think that has been brought up with my past colleague, the speaker from the NDP. Many critics still feel point-in-time counts consume a lot of time and a lot of money for little useful and reliable information. That being said, many of these critics admit that they're better than nothing. They are in no way perfect nor close to 100% accurate. However, a point-in-time count based on a nationally recognized definition and methodology would provide much better data on the size, composition, and trends in the homeless population that presently exists. In addition, they could help in identifying such useful information as the number of shelter beds that are required, food and water needs of the homeless, their physical and mental health needs and proper services to meet these needs, the special needs of a specific group such as women, children, youth, Aboriginal, and immigrants, and the number of subsidized and supportive housing units that are required. Mr. Speaker, as I had indicated through my comments, that we don't think that this is, nor does I think the sponsor of the M455 believe that it's the be-all and end-all, but I agree with them totally that this is an important initiative. I think it will be one that will serve stakeholders well, and if should it be successful, and the opportunity for the academics and the stakeholders engaged in this issue, and there are many across this country, if they have an opportunity to come together on this, I think it will provide all levels of government and all stakeholders with something that's very worthwhile in their work. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's indeed a pleasure for me to participate in this debate on motion 455 that's been introduced by my good friend and colleague, the honourable member for Edmonton East. The intention, Mr. Speaker, of this motion is quite clear. It states that one nationally standardized point-in-time count should be recommended for use in all municipalities in carrying out counts of homeless individuals in their communities. Motion 455 recommends the development of nationally recognized methods governing how the count should be carried out. To put it more simply, my colleague has brought forward this motion so that the government can help provide the tools to improve and to standardize the way we count homeless people in Canada. Currently, various methods are being used in different communities, which can be a problem. This motion provides the opportunity to improve our programs and better target our resources. Mr. Speaker, it is a tool for municipalities and communities to gain better understanding of the homeless population, what situation these people are in, and what challenges they face. Mr. Speaker, given the complexity of homelessness, our government launched in 2007 the Homelessness Partnering Strategy, known as the HPS, with the goal of preventing and reducing homelessness in Canada. And last year, as part of Economic Action Plan 2013, we announced an investment of almost $600 million over 5 years to renew this very successful HPS program. HPS funding is delivered to 61 communities, as well as to Aboriginal and rural and remote communities. One of the great strengths of the HPS is that it encourages cooperation between governments, agencies, local community organizations, and the private sector. And the HPS allows each of these communities to determine its own specific needs and develop projects to meet them. And Mr. Speaker, I saw that firsthand when I was working in Toronto and working with the city and seeing the excellent programs that they were running funded by HPS. In fact, each community must have an advisory board representing these types of stakeholders, and they set the priorities and recommend projects for their communities. And, Mr. Speaker, what we know is that this partnership and this approach works. For every dollar that we have invested, over $2 has been invested by partners, including other levels of government, community stakeholders, and the private and non-profit sectors. We know that real solutions to homelessness can only be found through these partnerships within our communities. I'm proud to report that through the efforts of the HPS and its partners, thousands of homeless individuals have secured stable housing, found jobs, returned to school, and become fully participating members of Canadian society. In Economic Action Plan 2013, we announced the renewal of the HPS using an evidence-based approach with the measurable and proven results known as Housing First. Housing First involves moving homeless individuals to immediate and permanent housing, then offering supports to keep them housed. Once stable housing is obtained, the focus shifts to addressing more ongoing issues such as addictions or mental health. As a result, individuals are able to get their life back on track and become self-sufficient, fully participating members of our communities. Evidence shows that Housing First can be effective in reducing chronic homelessness and makes better use of public dollars by reducing pressure on other shelter, health, and justice services. Through the At-Home Chez Soi project, Canadians now have made a made-in-Canada evidence that Housing First approach really works. Over a 12-month period, Housing First participants spent an average of 73% of their time in stable housing, compared to only 30% for homeless people in a control group. I'm quite familiar with the success of this program in my previous role as the president of the Greater Toronto Apartment Association, working very closely with the Mental Health Commission of Canada and other excellent stakeholders within Toronto that made this project the success that it is. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned earlier that one of our main goals is to reduce the number of homeless people in the country and, if possible, eliminate homelessness altogether. How we know if the numbers are going down if we don't have a baseline to refer to because we are not using an efficient and standardized method of counting. This is why our government is supportive of this motion to move towards a standard point-in-time count approach, also known as the PIT count. A standardized approach will facilitate efforts to create a more comprehensive national picture of sheltered and unsheltered homelessness in Canada. Communities will be required to measure the results of those efforts to reduce homelessness by conducting PIT counts. And this data will help to determine whether homelessness is being effectively reduced at the community level. The approach described by my colleague from Edmonton East would help to achieve this goal. Indeed, the proposed point-in-time count approach will better equip communities to assess the extent of homelessness. Such a method can also establish a baseline level of homelessness in designated HPS communities across Canada. Communities across Canada will be able to use this method to track, at a given point in time, both the number of people staying in shelters or on the streets. This way they can obtain quantitative data that they can work with to address local needs and better deliver services. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking all of my colleagues to consider Motion M455 and how it will help us direct our money where it can do the most good, helping the most vulnerable people in Canada. I would ask all members of the House to support M455 so we can continue to do work to help alleviate and eliminate homelessness in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dear colleagues here in the House, I would like to begin my speech by paying homage to all the people who fight for a better life. Homelessness is not a legal status, nor is it inevitable. It's a difficult situation that can affect any one of us, but it is possible to extricate oneself from that state. Many have done so. They've changed their lives because they wanted to do so, but also because they got help. Canadians share values of solidarity and compassion, and these values and this openness of mind should guide us in this discussion. The motion we're discussing today is intended to count homelessness in Canada. It's certainly an important tool if we want to better understand and help the people who are homeless. However, counting people who don't have permanent housing is not enough. We have to have a set of measures to really find a sustainable solution to the problem. That's what we in the NDP want. In a society as wealthy as ours, we cannot accept that there are people who sleep out in the street and left to their own fate. It's not acceptable. As the late Jack Layton said in his book, Homelessness, the Making and Unmaking of a Crisis, homelessness is the result of a lack of justice, of mutual support, solidarity, and the responsibility of all society. The lack of social and health services, the shortage of affordable housing, the disengagement of the government, and indifference of people around us, all of this has created the phenomenon of homelessness. When the conservative government cuts back on programs and public institutions that our ancestors took generations to create, they set a very bad example to all Canadian society. They send the message that individualism, the power of money, every man for himself, and not in my backyard, is more important than fundamental values we use to build this country. This is not acceptable, nor is it responsible. Elected representatives that propagate these toxic and dangerous ideas are wrong, and it's up to each one of us to say no. This is not the Canada that we want. Counting the homeless will not help us to solve the long-term problem. We have to see things in another way. We have to ask questions, listen, ask, and above all, see and act. In my riding of Beauharnois-Salaberry, people work tirelessly to help those in distress. Misery and unemployment do not discriminate, rather. The homeless affects people in our regions of every age, men and women, Anglophones, Francophones, Allophones, and Aboriginals, and in my riding, children as well as adolescents. We have people from cities, from the country, from Ontario, and even from the United States that ask us for help. Hébergement Dépannage Valleyfield and Pacte de Rue are two organizations that come to the assistance of people who are homeless. Hébergement Dépannage Valleyfield helps some 20 people a day who need emergency services. According to their director, André Couillard, the causes of homelessness are many. A difficult personal situation, being evicted from their homes, drug addiction, illness, and there are many more. Every person's situation is unique, and more than 70% of people who are provided shelter in this refuge once do not come back. Why? Because this temporary shelter allows them to have accesses to services and allows them to get out of their extreme situations, such as homelessness is. This is what they need most of all, not just shelter, but to be listened to and to be given help. And at Pacte des Rues, a link is forged between people in distress and emergency services. They find help and necessary shelter for them. According to Claude Théoré, the director of this organization, some 6,000 people per year are helped through them. They keep statistics on those who need help, and they drop a profile of the people and the assistance that they need. Mr. Théoré notes that the impoverishment of the population in Beauharnois-Salaberry, deinstitutionalization, the lack of social and health services, domestic violence, and the shortage of affordable housing are all among the causes of homelessness. The experts on the front lines tell us that this phenomenon is growing, but that the resources are fewer and fewer. The federal government changed its homelessness partnership strategy, often referred to as the HPS, and we don't know if this program will be renewed in 2 years' time. The new strategic direction, which is concentrated on housing first, is not something everyone agrees on. Many organizations in my region had to adjust their resources downwards. Pacte de Rue, for example, withdrew from the HPS so that other organizations would be able to create extra accommodations. Everyone's tightening their belts, even homeless organizations. For us, people who find themselves in the street far from their villages in major centers or even in rural regions, their situation is even more difficult. And we have to put them for 2 nights in one place, 2 nights in another. They're removed from their communities. They end up staying in several different places. They have to often change shelters because there's a bed shortage. For people who are in a crisis situation, they need stability. This is far from ideal. Homeless people don't just need access to stable housing and permanent housing. Above all, they need professional help, physical, psychological, and health services. Often they need social workers. For young adolescents, for example, they need specialized resources to help themselves get their lives in control, and they avoid becoming involved with criminal groups. They need a safe place in order to be able to get away from domestic violence. These people need intervention services, and for that you need staff, people, not just housing, Mr. Speaker. The most important question here is why a census? What will the data serve? Will this census be used to better target resources for homeless people? Will this give a better snapshot of people in distress and their needs? Will it give a comprehensive picture of what's going on, as my colleague from HoC was asking? I mentioned that a little earlier. Statistics Canada's feasibility study on the possibility of a pan-Canadian census was estimated to cost $10 million. So how will that be funded? Are we going to go into the budgets of existing programs for homeless people? Because if so, that would penalize the people who need it the most. Once again, we have to take into account this important challenge. The situation of homelessness is constantly evolving. For most people, it's a temporary situation, as several studies in Calgary, Vancouver, and Toronto have shown. There's also the fact that homelessness has several faces. There are people who sleep in the streets, others in shelters, and others who use often temporary housing among their friends, and there are some who are housed but in unsafe conditions and who risk losing their housing. The Canadian Centre on Research on Homelessness considers that homelessness is not a static state, but rather a fluid experience, and the circumstances and options for housing change and vary dramatically and frequently. The Statistics Canada feasibility study also demonstrated that the methodological challenges of carrying out such a census would be considerable, and the reliability of the data is not certain. Claude Théoret said that it is essential to dedicate resources to the services. His frontline experience has demonstrated that people in distress often helps them get out of their homeless situation. Young people who want to help need to find a safe place and then choose the right path for themselves. People who are having problems with mental health issues have to learn how to live independently and in dignity. Federal government, provinces, and municipalities and all people have an important role to play in the fight against homelessness. The government has to show leadership and provide the necessary funding so that people can obtain the services they need.
It's by supporting social services and health services financially that we can intervene effectively with the homeless. The federal government should also reinvest in affordable housing so that low-income Canadians can be housed adequately and with dignity. The International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, which Canada has ratified, states that every person has a right to adequate standard of living, including housing in under Article 11. The right to safe housing has an enormous impact on the health and safety of citizens in this country. It's a fundamental right. We must do everything possible to eradicate homelessness in this country. That's possible, and we have to fund support, as we discussed earlier, in order to make sure that all Canadians are safe and can receive the help they need to live in dignity and autonomy. The principle of this motion is laudable, but I hope that the sponsor of the motion will take into consideration all the issues raised by the NDP in order to improve his motion and work toward eradicating homelessness for all Canadians. And this is for everyone, not just for a small portion of the people who experience homelessness right now. Thank you.
La période prévue.
The period for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order paper.
Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders Business of supply.
Motion on the proposed changes to the Elections Act in the name of Mr. Scott.
Since today is the final allotted day for the supply period ending March 26, 2014, the House will go through the usual procedures to consider and dispose of the supply bills. In view of recent practices, do honourable members agree that the bills be distributed now? Agreed? Yes? Agreed and so ordered. Mr. Scott, seconded by Madame Latendresse, moves that in the opinion of the House, proposed changes to the Elections Act that would prohibit vouching, voter education programming by Elections Canada, and the use of voter cards as identification could disenfranchise many Canadians, particularly first-time voters like youth and new Canadians, Aboriginal Canadians, and seniors living in residence, and should be abandoned. Debate, the honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and je devais commencer avec.
I would like to begin by saying that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Bon, let me begin today's Opposition Day by stating flat out that our democracy, our electoral democracy, is in serious danger as a consequence of a bill before this House, C-23. The Fair Elections Act, which I think almost everybody who knows anything about this act now is calling the Unfair Elections Act. Conservatives and the Minister of State for Democratic Reform is frankly relying on Canadians' busy lives and complacency about the state of our democracy, his and his government's ability to ram legislation through this House, and he's also hoping for media silence in order to pull off what I would call a kind of Westminster majority government coup. Effectively, that's what we're looking at. Let me also remind everyone of a baseline fact here, that the right to vote is one of the most fundamental rights in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And the Supreme Court has made clear that statute law needs to be oriented, not only in its enactment, but its interpretation, to enfranchisement, not to the opposite. And the right to vote is not even subject to the notwithstanding clause, where even other important rights like equality rights are. This underlines how very foundational and fundamental the right to vote is in our society. I'm just going to state flat out a couple of overarching premises about this bill before arguing about the elements that we want Conservative MPs in good faith today to vote with us on, to get rid of three elements in this bill that are, frankly, atrocities. But overall, Bill C-23 is a calculated effort, an intricate tapestry to do two things. One, for ideological or perhaps for some philosophical reasons, to enact a set of principles that are frankly unfair. Perhaps not from the perspective of the minister and his supporters, but standing alone without looking at any partisan advantage, this bill is full of unfairness. But everybody knows, and we'd be blind if we didn't notice, and remiss if we didn't mention, that this is also a bill designed to secure strategic partisan advantage for the party that lies behind this government. The two interact. Now, I have no doubt that a lot of my colleagues in the House have bought certain lines, certain spin from the government, from the minister, trying to keep this in the philosophical realm, trying to ignore how much of an attempt this is to hijack democracy. But I ask them, and I will ask again at the end of my remarks, to please know that Canadians are watching and will notice what they do on this incredibly important bill. The bill engages in and does four major things in clusters. There are tons and tons of points I could draw attention to, but in clusters, this is what the bill does that's so incredibly unfair. First of all, it engages in the result, and now, because that result is so clearly known, by intention, in voter suppression. The primary devices for this are getting rid of the voter identification methods of vouching, and the use of the voter information card as authorized by the Chief Electoral Officer. Secondly, it's an active attempt to encourage voter apathy and disengagement, with perhaps the single most important factor there being getting rid of Elections Canada's public education and outreach mandate in an incredibly brutal way. And thirdly, it either does not add the necessary tools to enhance the investigative functions and powers of Elections Canada, in particular the Commissioner for Canada Elections, or it actively undermines the investigative power of Elections Canada, while simultaneously flipping to a focus away from organized fraud of the sort that we were all concerned about and have been for years, that we all thought was going to be tackled in this bill, changing the focus from that to a narrative, a mythical narrative of citizen fraud. And finally, it jacks up big money politics in a big way. I want to come back to the third point, which ties together the questions of voter suppression and lack of a serious tackling of schemes like the automated and live call, robocall scandal from 2011. Effectively, before this bill came down, Canadian society, this House, had trained a telescope on this government, was demanding a bill that would deal adequately and seriously by giving new investigative powers to Elections Canada to deal with the robocall scheme and anything like it. And instead, that telescope has been turned around. The government is looking back at average Canadians and saying, you are the potential source of fraud. And also, not just you, but the 200,000 election day workers who try to do their job as best they can every election, and yet are now being blamed for a fictional situation of fraud in this country. The NDP has been doing what we can, and I think Canadians would expect no less. Once they become aware of this bill and what it contains, they almost to a person are concerned, deeply concerned about it. We would never forgive, they would never forgive us, we'd never forgive ourselves if we weren't taking the fight to the government on this bill in the way we've been doing, because, frankly, as I've said before, some foundational elements of our democracy are at stake. The efforts have been bearing fruit. Civil society stood up to the plate early on and has continued to do so. Too many organizations and individuals have come forward for me to name. And I would say a good number in the print media have as well. Regrettably, not yet the national news broadcasters, but I'm hoping they too will soon see their responsibility to keep this bill in the front of Canadians' consciousness. We had 8 town halls over the course of the last 2 weeks. They were full to bursting. I want to come back to the Globe and Mail as one of the examples of the print media. They did an unprecedented thing by writing 5 editorials in a row condemning this act, taking it apart bit by bit, to the point that I think it was the first one said, quote, the Harper government's continued focus on the threat of voter fraud in federal elections is approaching absurdity. The government continued focus on the threat of voter fraud in federal elections is approaching absurdity. And my apologies, Mr. Speaker, for using the name of the Prime Minister. Everyone with any expertise who has examined the question in detail has arrived at the same conclusion: there is no threat. And yet the government insists that controversial provisions in its proposed Fair Elections Act are needed to eliminate this non-existent terror, even at the risk of disenfranchising thousands of legitimate voters. It makes no sense. End of quotation. In another editorial, they say simply, quote, the Fair Elections Act needs a rewrite and a rethink. It isn't good for Canadian democracy, unquote. And today we see, no doubt, the Globe and Mail being aware that the entire day in the House is now being devoted to our Opposition Day motion, an editorial entitled, For the Good of the Country, Kill This Bill. For the government, it's an opportunity to admit error and change course. This bill deserves to die. The Fair Elections Act must be stopped. Killing it should be Parliament's first order of business. Hear, hear. And with that, many of my colleagues will be laying bare the problems with the government's case, the minister's case, which stands on no evidential foundation for getting rid of vouching, getting rid of the use of voter information cards, and gutting public education and outreach. My task as I end is simply to say that I'm speaking to my Conservative colleagues across the aisle. You frankly have been spun by Cabinet and by this minister. You have a duty to look at this in more detail, because if you don't, you will regret it. You must exert your independence, and you must vote with us today on getting rid of these three elements. If you don't do the right thing, you will be remembered for not standing up for democracy when it called for it. And if you don't back down, people will remember. I'd end by saying and reminding you that contrary to what the minister has said in his own editorial today in the Globe and Mail, accusing us and others of hysteria, the fact is more and more Canadians are engaged, more and more Canadians are enraged. You should pay attention. If you don't, 2015 will bring surprise. Thank you.
Just remind honourable members to direct their commentary through the chair. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The actual wording of the motion, the member's speech was not really focused very much on the specific wording of the motion, but it lays out three items that he would like to see removed from the bill, and then it points to a series of groups that he says will be disadvantaged if these changes are allowed to remain in the bill, and suggests that they be removed from the bill. The three groups, as I recall, are new voters, including both immigrants and students. The second one are seniors in residence or in residences. And the third one is Aboriginal voters. So I want to turn to the second group of voters, and I look at his list of things he doesn't like about the bill. The voter information card, the vouching system. I can't see how these things affect seniors who are living in residences. In the last election, there was a case in which went before the Supreme Court, of Vizhnovsky v. Opitz, in which the issue arose of what about people who are not identified under the current system. They don't have voter cards, and they also don't have anyone living in the same poll because they're serviced by a mobile poll who can service them. I don't think there's anything in the bill that addresses this problem. I don't think there's anything in the current legislation that addresses the problem, and I also don't think that the Chief Electoral Officer has pointed to any way of dealing with this very real problem. So given the very legitimate problem that seniors living in residences are in fact hard to identify under the current system, I'd like to hear what suggestion he has for taking advantage of this legislation to help ensure that they are able to exercise their franchise.
Honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
I thank my honourable colleague for the question. And essentially, I think it's important to know that with respect to seniors in residence, the fundamental point that the Chief Electoral Officer wants known is that in 2011, a large experiment was engaged in with respect to Aboriginal people on reserves, seniors in residences, people in long-term convalescent homes, and students on university and college campuses to see whether the voter information card would both facilitate the voter process on election day and also serve to enfranchise people having a very hard time showing address as one of two pieces of ID. The experiment was a success, so much so that in response to the Neufeld report of last year, the Chief Electoral Officer made it known that he was going to authorize voter information cards to be used by every Canadian across the country. So with respect to seniors in residences, the feedback was from the managers and people living in residences that it facilitated things so much so that everybody was frankly delighted by how well it worked. The fact is many seniors residences do not provide or refuse to or are slow in providing the kind of attestations of residence that can also be a proof of address. And so the voter information card substituted for that and made voting that much easier for seniors in residence. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for Toronto Danforth for raising this. I want to thank the official opposition for putting this on one of their supply day motions. This is critical, and I think this is unprecedented, as the honourable member noted, for one of the major national newspapers in this country, the Globe and Mail, to run 5 sequential editorials urging that this bill not pass. This is not some sort of partisan hysteria, as the minister would have us believe. This response to the so-called Fair Elections Act is the response that should come from every single member of this place in response to a bill that is so deliberately intended to suppress a vote. It is not acceptable in the Canadian democracy. And I ask my honourable colleague, should the amendments not proceed successfully today, should we not be able to amend this act? Is it not time for opposition parties to band together and perhaps seek a ruling from the Supreme Court before the bill passes that this violates Charter Section 3?
Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands, and let me just say that I'm pretty confident, Mr. Speaker, that if this bill passes intact or anywhere close to intact, that there will be no small lineup of civically minded individuals and organizations that would be challenging it. The vouching provisions will certainly be challenged as the final safeguard for protecting the right to vote, but the entire interconnection of elements in the bill that all come down to depriving and excluding people of the right to vote in the result, but increasingly by intention because the government knows this will be the result. That is also going to be challengeable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to address the House today to discuss our motion that discusses what has been called the Unfair Elections Act that changes many things in our current electoral system. Our motion involves 3 particular points, and that is vouching, education programming by Election Canada, and the use of voter cards. In our opinion, the abandonment of these 3 important measures by this government are very harmful, especially with regard to certain groups. And today, through my speech, I will try to explain why these measures will be very harmful to these groups: youth, New Canadians, Aboriginal Canadians, and seniors living in residence. So, to begin with, let me discuss vouching. First of all, the principle of vouching allows young people, for instance, who are studying away from their families or who are living in a place where they have a great deal proving their address of residence, be able to vote with ID, but with the help of a schoolmate or roommate or someone who knows them well and who is able to state categorically that that person is exactly who they say they are so that they can vote.
Now, with this practice, in any case, you take information both from the person who is voting and from the voucher. So, in any case, when you talk about possible fraud or potential fraud with regard to the vouching system, you have to remember that here we have complete information on the part of both people who are coming to vote. So does the government really believe that those people are trying to fraud the system, and do they really believe that they're going to present their ID card and their telephone number? That's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. The idea of voting through vouching is to be able to exercise one's right to vote, and those are the people who are going to have trouble fulfilling the criteria. Personally, I was in that situation for many years because I'm from Montreal. I moved to Rimouski when I was 17 to study, and for many years I lived there, but I never had any kind of official proof because I lived in student residences where the electricity was paid. So I didn't have a phone bill, I didn't have an electricity bill. There was nothing that proved that I lived at a particular address in Rimouski. So on election day, if I had been unable to At that time, I had no kind of, as I said, official ID proof on paper. Well, if that had been the case, under the current act that's being proposed, I wouldn't have been able to vote. And that is the kind of changes the government is trying to make. The second aspect is the vote with the VIC card. Now, once again, that targets specifically those groups. Now, because as my colleague from Toronto, Danforth, just said, in response to a government question, the groups who were targeted in 2011 in order to use the voter identification card were young people, Aboriginals, and seniors who live in seniors' homes. And everyone in authority who has experience in the electoral system, the CEO, Mr. Neufeld, everyone who's been involved in this process said that this was an excellent measure, that it helped people to be able to go and vote, and they recommended that the use of the voter ID card be broadened to everyone. So what did the government decide to do? Nope. It won't even be allowed to be used for the target groups. They'll have to figure something out, and they'll have to find a way of showing ID and be able to vote. So what they're saying is they're telling all young people who want to get involved, who want to turn out and vote, and who have a lot of barriers in front of them, well, sort it out yourselves. Just try and follow the maze of this new bill. Try and find a way of voting. We already have problems right now with voter turnout, especially among younger generations. The levels of voter turnout for that age are extremely low. And I'm going to tell you what Mr. Méran said in committee. He said something that really touched me because he really put his finger on it. He said, "It is essential to understand that the main challenge for our democracy is not electoral fraud, but rather voter turnout." So with regard to that, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the groups of young people who are being targeted, I tabled a motion in May 2013 before the PROC committee. And I'm going to read this motion because I think it is very important. I wanted the committee recognize that the report of the Chief Electoral Office show that if Parliament does not revamp the electoral system in order to engage young Canadians, the percentage of eligible voters will be lower and lower in future elections. And therefore, that before December 2013, a detailed study be undertaken in order to increase youth participation in voting in Canada, that the committee try to implement those changes before the next federal election. The mechanism would be consist of modernizing the online registration, engaging youth on campuses, recruiting and training young people as voting officials, disseminate information on where and how to vote, provide for an electronic voting system, and eliminate barriers with regard to registration of young people as future voters. So these are different measures, and so overall, what we need to do is be able to study this issue and to see how we can improve voter turnout among young people. So in response to that, what did the government do? Instead of following this type of example, instead of trying to encourage youth participation, not only are they removing the vouching system, they're removing the use of the voter ID card, and they're removing all the election education programs given by Elections Canada. They said, Elections Canada, you cannot contact anyone except to say how and where to vote. So the problem is that is not just the problem here. It is not just the business about information about where and how to vote that means that young people don't turn out to vote. There are a whole bunch of things that we could take in hand today, and we could say we want to improve youth participation in the voting system, and here are many measures that we have, and the best entity to decide on this is Elections Canada. But instead, what the government is saying is no. We're going to take away any possibility of you saying anything to anything to anyone, aside from what we tell you what to do. So this is a real problem, and once again, in that respect, I'm going to repeat what the Chief Electoral Officer said in committee last week on this topic. In this regard, I am very concerned about the limits imposed by Bill C-23 on my office's ability to contact Canadians and to disseminate information concerning the election process or to publish research findings. I do not know any other democracy where such restrictions are imposed on the group responsible for elections, and I think it is essential that an amendment may be made in this regard to the bill. So I think that it is extremely clear here what Mr. Méran, our Chief Electoral Officer, is saying, is that there is no other democracy in the world where the body responsible for elections is being gagged to this extent. So, personally, I would call this muzzling. And that is one of the most harmful aspects of this bill, because our election or electoral body should be independent. It should be able to contact Canadians and give them information on topics that it decides are important. So the government is telling it not to contact Canadians, so it won't be able to talk about election fraud either, should that occur, because that is one of the few things that the minister is going to give the CEO the right to say. So that is why, overall, we think that those three items impact very negatively on the voter turnout rate of groups who are already being harmed or who are already having trouble voting. And I think there are concrete measures that could be taken. For example, recommendations that the CEO made in order to mitigate these hypothetical problems with regard to vouching. He had excellent suggestions to make. He said, give me more power in order to hire people earlier so that we can give them better training. If everyone who worked on voting day were better trained and better equipped, then the small administrative errors that take place would be reduced drastically. So there are a whole array of suggestions that the Chief Electoral Officer made that were not followed in this bill, and I think that is extremely regrettable. So I'd like to thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments made by the member. And I really wanted to talk and pick up on some of her comments in regards to the manner in which the legislation is before us today. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is completely unacceptable that the government has chosen to put before us Bill C-23 in the fashion in which it has. There was no consultation, legitimate consultation that was done with Elections Canada. There was no consultation done with opposition parties. There was no consultation done with other stakeholders. And this is one of our fundamental cornerstones of democracy here in Canada. It is fundamentally flawed legislation. And I'm wondering if the member would go as far to agree with what the Globe has said in its editorials, that really this bill needs to be stopped in its tracks.
Louis Saint Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his comments. In fact, I agree with him 100%, and I agree with the Globe and Mail's editorial of today. I think that this bill is really a missed opportunity for the government. Personally, since May 2011, I've been sitting on the PROC committee. We've been studying the changes that must be made to the Elections Act for a very long time, and there are many changes that we've been waiting for a long time and that need to be made now. But the problem is, as the Conservatives are wont to do, the bills was stuffed with a number of measures that really are complete nonsense. They're going to harm voter participation. The four measures that need to be adopted now are not even there. So we can't, or rather they are there, but we cannot accept all the other measures that are going to harm Canadians.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for Louis Saint Laurent for her speech. I'm going to come back to one of the numerous interviews that she did in the media in order to speak out against this bill. on FM 93 on Sunday, there was a radio program, and the following Wednesday at the morning broadcast on 93 FM, they came back to the topic. That is one of the most popular broadcasts on radio in the Quebec City region, and the radio broadcasters said that there were many measures in this bill that were simply nonsensical. The fact that the chief electoral officer was not allowed to disseminate a number of things, that there were certain things that are considered financing activities, and neither are the Conservatives talking about the mandatory transmission of information on voters who did not vote. So that sparked quite an outcry, and I imagine that my colleague had other similar reactions on other media platforms. I just would like to know how people are reacting with regard to this government bill. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou for his excellent comments, and yes, the interviews that I've conducted in the media. Well, the journalists are very interested in what's happening here, because people understand what is happening with this bill. They understand that it's going to affect all Canadians. There's no exception. If you are a Canadian citizen with the right to vote, you are going to be affected by the changes in this bill. And there are so many problems in this bill that I haven't had the time to talk about. For example, election financing activities. Our colleagues in Quebec also talk about this. How can we justify that all fundraising activities be excluded from election spending, whereas the chief electoral officer himself said that this measure is completely unapplicable and unenforceable because there's no way of checking what can be included or excluded. So at the end of the day, it is going to be a major problem. It's going to be a gateway to fraud, and the chief electoral officer and his office won't be able to do his job, that is to enforce the Elections Act of Canada. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
With predictable hyperbole to the Fair Elections Act, yet the bill is full of the common sense measures that are required for the improvement of our democratic system. The bill, to start with, let's deal with the issue of vouching. The opposition has made a controversy over that question, so let us zero in on the issue at stake. Some people have argued that you should not need photo ID to vote. And they're right. You shouldn't. And you don't. And with the Fair Elections Act, you still will be able to vote without photo ID in Canada. In fact, with the passage of the Fair Elections Act, you will not even need government ID to cast a ballot in this country. You will have the ability to use 39 different forms of identification when you cast your ballot under the Fair Elections Act, just as is the case right now. So what changes? Well, a voter will be required to provide some proof of identity and residence. It will no longer suffice to simply have a voucher stand in place and assert who you are and where you live. Now, the risks of vouching are obvious. It is obviously risky to allow someone to vote without having any documented idea of who they are or where they live, because they could conceivably vote more than once, or in a constituency in which they do not reside. But what is worse than these mere risks is the fact that the safeguards that are meant to mitigate the risks were violated 50,735 times, or 42% of the time, in the last election, according to Elections Canada's own compliance report. Now, supporters of vouching have mistakenly believed that they had experienced an aha moment recently when the author of that report, Harry Neufeld, restated his long-standing support for vouching. Now, that was nothing new, of course, and nor had anyone ever suggested the contrary. His support for vouching was long documented, and in fact, it was in his report that I think has been on the public record for a very long time. Anybody could have looked it up, and it was not news that he restated that position. In fact, the fact that a long-standing supporter of vouching was the one who actually reported the violations of the rules in its use should be all the more troubling to all of us. Still, some claim that the enormous number of irregularities were simply record-keeping hiccups. Now, the Neufeld report, regardless of what the author might now claim, said exactly the opposite. And let me quote from page 5. Errors that involve a failure to properly administer these procedures are serious. The courts refer to such errors as irregularities, which can result in votes being declared invalid. That's page 5. If you don't like that, try page 14. Too frequently, the errors are so serious that the courts would judge them to be irregularities that violate the legal provisions that establish an elector's entitlement to vote. Further, Neufeld noted that the sorts of vouching errors that occurred in the riding of Etobicoke Centre could contribute to a court overturning an election result. That last clause was actually a quote from page 10. Rules exist for a reason. They are, and I quote, the legal safeguards in place to ensure each elector is actually eligible to vote, end quote, page 6. And their systematic violation is serious enough for a court to overturn an election result or invalidate a vote according to the report. Now, what are these rules, and why does it matter that they were violated? Well, the rule that was most often violated in the last election was the requirement that the local elections Canada personnel keep records of who vouched and who was vouched for. Now, in 45,000 cases, you can find that on page 64 of the final report, in 45,000 cases, there is no such record. So we don't know who the person was that was vouched for, and we don't know the person who did the vouching. So if you don't know who vouched, then they could violate the rule that they are not supposed to vouch more than once. The reason that that is a rule is because if someone is systematically vouching for a large number of voters, then they can allow voters to cast more than one ballot or cast ballots in constituencies in which they do not reside. That is why the rule exists. The fact that it was violated 45,000 plus times should be of concern to all of us. The solution we propose is a very reasonable one. You can bring basically any document that shows who you are and where you live. That document does not have to come from the Government of Canada, the Government of Ontario, or any provincial government. It does not have to come from your municipal government. It can come from a utility company. It can come in the form of a student card, an attestation. There are 39 different options, and if the opposition wants to focus on a particular category of elector, I'm happy to share with them a form of identification within the existing 39 acceptable examples that would provide that voter an opportunity to identify who they are and where they live. Now, voter turnout is the next issue of debate that the opposition has raised. Now, there are two things that drive people to vote. One is motivation, the other is information. Motivation is what parties and candidates offer to inspire people to go and vote, giving them something to vote for. Information, the where, when, and how, is the responsibility of Elections Canada. The agency's own data suggests it has done a poor job of providing that information. After the last election, young non-voters reported that not knowing where, when, or how to vote affected their decision not to cast the ballot. In fact, it was 25% of young non-voters, 25% did not know where, 26% did not know when, and 19% did not know how to vote. And that was one of the factors that led them to make the decision not to cast their ballot. Half of youth in our country did not know in the last election that you can vote before Election Day. That number rises to 3/4 of Aboriginal youth. So if you are busy on Election Day and you're not aware that you can vote early, you've missed your chance. And that's what led, I think, Elections Canada to write the following in one of its post-election reports. The most important access barriers to youth voting was the lack of knowledge about the electoral process, including not knowing about the different ways to vote, end quote. The Fair Elections Act will require Elections Canada to communicate this basic information, while the parties do the job of voter motivation. Finally, the Fair Elections Act will make the law enforcement watchdog, Commissioner Yves Cote, independent from the Chief Electoral Officer. Predictably, the latter does not like that idea. That being said, I think it's completely essential. First, there are almost 36 offences in the Canada Elections Act that deal with the conduct of the Chief Electoral Officer's staff. How can the Commissioner investigate the CEO's staff when he is one of the CEO's staff himself? Second, the Fair Elections Act moves the Commissioner into the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, who has already been responsible for laying charges under the Canada Elections Act for the last 7 years. During that time, his independence has never been questioned. That is because it is unquestionable. He is appointed on the recommendation of a committee of nonpartisan public servants, a representative of each political party, and a representative of the law societies of the country. His appointment is then validated by an all-party committee of the House of Commons. And after he is put into that position, he cannot be removed except for a vote by the House of Commons. In fact, that removal process is similar to what is required for officers of Parliament, including the CEO of Elections Canada and the Auditor General. No one would accept that, no one would argue that those positions lack independence. In fact, Mr. Speaker, prior to this debate, no one has ever argued, to my knowledge, no one in this House of Commons has ever argued that the Director of Public Prosecutions is not independent. I have never seen Elections Canada argue that the Director of Public Prosecutions is not independent. In fact, he has already exercised that independence as the Chief Prosecutor responsible for the Canada Elections Act for the last 7 years. There are no charges that can be laid under that Act without his express sign-off and without the prosecution his office carries out subsequently in the courts. Section 2 of the Director of Public Prosecutions Act specifically excludes the Attorney General, who is an elected politician, from any involvement in prosecutions related to the Canada Elections Act. I have never heard a single example of where anyone has even alleged that that provision of the Director of Public Prosecutions Act has been violated. It has been scrupulously and faithfully followed by the DPP, by the Attorney Generals, and by everyone else involved. And not only has there been no finding of wrongdoing in this respect, I'm not even aware of an allegation. Beyond the independence of the DPP from the government, there is the ongoing independence of the Commissioner from the DPP. Allow me to quote directly from Clause 108 of the Fair Elections Act. Quote, "The Commissioner is to conduct the investigation independently of the Director of Public Prosecutions." In other words, the prosecutor cannot direct the investigation. That job is exclusively in the hands of the Commissioner under the Fair Elections Act. Furthermore, for the first time, the Commissioner will have a fixed term. He cannot be fired without cause, and he will have control of staffing and investigations. That is real independence. Now, Mr. Speaker, Canadians, I think, instinctively understand these principles are rooted in both common sense and fairness, and that is why they have not joined in the hysteria of the opposition. A next point of peculiarity in the opposition critique is related to fundraising. They have come out against the provision in the Act which allows parties to exempt fundraising calls, emails, and letters from campaign expenses. This is based on a well-established, the provision is based on a well-established principle that there is a distinction between raising funds for a campaign and spending funds those same funds for the campaign. It's the same reason why you don't put mileage on your car while you're standing putting gas in it. The mileage only starts to add up when the wheels start turning. But the fuel in the car by itself does not cause the mileage to grow. Now, is this a principle that was invented out of thin air? Actually, it was right in the NDP rule book for their leadership race. Look at rule number 7, expenses not subject to the party's expense ceiling. 7D, any expenses for fundraising. They are explicitly excluded. In fact, in the NDP rule book, the fundraising exemption is far more vast than what is proposed in the Fair Elections Act. Our bill, by contrast, has clear definitions of what constitutes a fundraising expense. It must be directed at a previous donor of the last 5 years, and it must have the purpose of raising funds rather than some other purpose. When the NDP excluded fundraising expenses from its leadership race, it had no such limitations on the exclusion. It was just anything that claimed to be fundraising did not count as part of the party's spending limit. So for them now to claim that they're opposed to the distinction between fundraising expenses and campaign expenses is a little rich, to put it generously. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to having continued debate on this bill. I expect there will be a very thorough vetting at the committee where dozens of witnesses will come and share their point of view. I am prepared, should I be asked, to return to the committee and answer any further questions that the members may have. And though I have not been invited, I put out that invitation to them. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I believe this elections reform is fair, it is common sense, and it will ensure that everyday Canadians stay in charge of democracy. It puts special interests on the sideline, rule breakers out of business, closes loopholes to big money. It will bring in new penalties for political imposters who use rogue calls to deceive voters. It will prevent political candidates from using unpaid debts as a form, a way of getting around donation limits, as the Liberals were successful in doing in their leadership race. These are changes that have been long required to our electoral system. The Fair Elections Act provides them. That is why I'm proud to move this bill and to continue to support it as it travels through the parliamentary process. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for going through, I think, what we've already read today in the Globe and Mail. Since 2008, the CEO's report on the 2008 election, the usefulness of voter information cards as a counterbalance to some of the obstacles in presenting ID has been clear. That's 6 years ago. And indeed, before that report, Elections Canada engaged in a survey of electors from by-elections before the 2008 election, and 4.5% reported as having not been able to vote because they couldn't put together the right set of ID after the ID rules had changed. Elections Canada's reports are resplendent with concerns about the problems of showing ID, and therefore voter information cards were raised in terms of being usable in 2011, and the Chief Electoral Officer, along with the former Chief Electoral Officer of BC, Harry Neufeld, has suggested expanding their use. The report that the Minister started using an awful lot in support of his arguments does come down on the following side. Vouching should stay. This is the Harry Neufeld report. Vouching should stay. Voter information cards should be expanded in their use, and parties should get out of the business of recruiting election day workers so that much better training can result. So my question, after the Minister has been talking about how he's never heard anybody criticizing or saying this or that, is where did the Minister get the idea to get rid of voter information cards as a form of ID. Who has been recommending this?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, the voter information cards in the last election had a 1 in 6 error rate. So 1 out of every 6 voter information cards sent out contained an error. The problem with errors in those cards is that they allow people to vote in places that they do not live or potentially vote more than once. We know that there are cases where people have used voter information cards to vote multiple times. If a Quebec comedy show is able to do it with very little necessary political sophistication, but to do it as a joke, then basically anybody could do it as long as they got more than one card. In the case I just mentioned, 2 Montrealers each got 2 cards and each voted twice. And it was so easy that they were able to make a television segment about it. Now, the reality is that this 1 in 6 error rate is too high. Elections Canada claims to have reduced it to 1 in 12, which is still too high. Either way, it is not a secure way to identify who a person is or where they live, and that is the basis for our decision to remove it as a form of ID, but to allow people to continue to use 39 other forms of identification to show where they live and who they are. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister, we approach this subject time and time again about the system of vouching, and personally, my own point of view is that what he has done here is that he's far too excessive in trying to correct what he perceives to be is massive amounts of fraud going on, when in fact this is a system that franchises people to vote, and by throwing it out completely, I think he's overblown the issue. For example, here, what he just said was 45,000 irregularities, meaning that when they were vouched, they weren't reported for. But by saying that, he's insinuating that all 45,000 incidents were examples of fraud, and they're not. There is that possibility in some of them, but that doesn't mean all of them have to be tarred with the same brush. This is what they're doing. They're extrapolating on something that is an inefficiency in the vouching system, and by doing that, they're getting to their own means, which they want to eliminate vouching altogether. I would like for the Minister, at some point during his consultations, did he reconsider or fight the internal people that he spoke to about not eliminating vouching, but to make it more efficient or to fix the system, not simply just to throw it out?
Well, Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, the member is correct in saying that the 45,000 cases where the voter or the voucher was not recorded into the system, no one has ever suggested that is 45,000 instances of fraud, but it is 45,000 violations of the rules that are supposed to protect the system against fraud. And when you don't know who was vouched for or who did the vouching, you can't make sure that people don't vouch more than once. And in fact, you know, the CEO came to the committee and said he wasn't able to find a single example. Well, of course he wasn't able to find a single example of fraud. He didn't know who the people were who actually did the vouching in 45,000 cases. How could he possibly find out if there were any fraudulent cases? I'm not sure if he actually pursued any of them, but even if he did, he wouldn't have any way to do so. So what I'm suggesting here is that you've got 39 forms of ID. It's not just driver's license and health card. It's things like a hospital bracelet, a library card, a student ID card, an Indian status card. I'm running out of time, but there are 39 different examples of ID that people can use. Photo ID is not required in Canada, nor is government-issued ID. We have a very generous system, 39 different forms of ID, and we will ensure that people know what they are. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in referring to these examples, Harry Neufeld, who wrote the Neufeld report, described them as irregularities, and he then clarified, I'm not sure of the page, it's either page 5 or 6, I believe, of his report, that an irregularity means a problem that is severe enough that it could result in the overturning of an election. We see this in the case of the Wisniewski v. Opitz case, which went to the Supreme Court of Canada, in which they came very close to disallowing starting the election over again, not because they thought in the court that anybody had voted fraudulently, but because it was impossible to tell whether the votes had been cast legitimately. And there was dispute. The majority, which I think did the right thing, said that we could be secure enough about the identities of the particular individuals in question who were in a closed-entry residential seniors residence. But you can see the problem that arises here. Fraud is not the only thing that can cause an election to be controverted. The inability to establish whether or not people voted legitimately, whether there were accidental irregularities, is also a problem. I just invite the Minister to comment on this concern.
Minister of State.
Yes, and the fact that Mr. Neufeld is a supporter of vouching should give us all the more concern, because these numbers come from a supporter of vouching. These are not numbers that we pulled out of a source that was trying to overturn the system. This is someone who went in supporting it and found that there were over 50,000 irregularities. Now, in the report, those irregularities are defined as being serious enough to either invalidate a vote or have a court overturn an election result. Each irregularity violates the safeguards that determine whether someone is actually eligible to vote. That is serious, Mr. Speaker. And when in 42% of cases where vouching is used, the irregularities were so serious that those safeguards were violated, we have reason to act, and that's what we do in our bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Minister. I appreciate the fact that I was consulted in advance of Bill C-23. In my written submission to the Minister, I pointed out that Canada had a crisis of voter turnout, that claims that we had an issue of voter fraud were erroneous and there was no evidence for it, and I urged him to further expedite voting by reducing the numbers of pieces of ID required in various circumstances in changes to the Elections Act that his administration brought forward a number of years ago. He didn't give me a hint of what he had planned, or I would have been a bit more forceful in my recommendations that they not make voting harder for Canadians. Given that Mr. Neufeld's report and Mr. Neufeld himself have made it very clear that they found no incidents of fraud, and I put it to the Minister, they could certainly have investigated it had they suspected it. There's more than enough information there to investigate if there was a suspicion of fraud. There's no suspicion of fraud. The electoral crisis in Canada, I say it again, it's not that Canadians are voting more than once, it's that they're voting less than once, and we must change this bill. Will the Minister consider amendments?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate the input that member provided before the bill was introduced. She is one of the most informed people in the country about matters of electoral mechanics, having been a leader in two or three successive elections. And yet, one of her public press releases suggested that Canadians require photo ID to vote. Well, in fact, they don't require photo ID to vote. You don't even require government-issued ID to vote. Now, one of the problems the Fair Elections Act seeks to solve is the bad information that circulates around the mechanics of voting. A lot of Canadians don't know what ID they need because Elections Canada does a very bad job of communicating that information. In fact, Elections Canada's own data shows many people don't know what occasions they can vote on, which days they can vote on in the lead-up to an election. So the fact that one of the most informed people in the country on the subject is not aware that you need photo ID, that you don't need photo ID to vote, tells us that the agency needs to do a better job of informing Canadians that there are 39 different acceptable forms of ID to vote. You don't need photo ID. You don't need government-issued ID. There are plenty of options. We're going to make sure that Canadians know what they are.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I stand here amongst volumes and volumes of papers and basically consultations from the academic world, both national, domestic, and also international, as well as editorials, and all of this is piling up against this particular act. Being so bold as to say by the Globe and Mail this morning, which was cited earlier, by saying in its headline, "Let's kill this bill," period, following a 5-piece editorial submissions by the Globe and Mail, which basically takes this apart. In the National Post, full comment, don't undermine Elections Canada, a letter sent in by not a couple academics, because sometimes when we get legislation in this House, we get a couple academics writing in and say, you know, they study this, they spend a lifetime studying this, they write serious papers about this, dissertations. Not a couple, not 10, not 20, not even 50, 160 of them signed the letter which headlines, "Don't undermine Elections Canada," against this bill. I repeat, for the sake of Hansard and everybody watching at home, 160 experts signed this, saying that this is not the way to go, and what's being purported by the government through the minister, originating from the PMO, one can only assume that this is a systematic and very clandestine way of supporting voter suppression, at least the beginning stages of it. I want to quote from the Globe and Mail itself, because they had a couple of good things to say this morning about this, so I think very pertinent to the conversation. They said, the government has resorted to defending itself with out-of-context citations from experts, which I'll address a little later, which was just talked about earlier. They say the conclusions are the opposite of what the government pretends. Tightening the rules will prevent many eligible Canadians from voting. Those affected are mostly not Conservative voters. Therein lies, at the base of this, something that they're attempting to do in a very clandestine way. Now, there are some provisions within this bill that we accept. The transmission of results across the country, obviously technology dictates that that's something that we should do, and other provisions. But at the core of this are in, as the member pointed out, the gentleman who moved this motion today, 5 areas of what we consider subtle ways, but as time goes on, we realize now it's not as subtle as they originally attempted, which was put forward by 160 of these academics. I just want to quote from this letter that the academics sent in. And remember, these are the local academics. The international field of academics have now got on board with this as well, saying, by the way, what Canada's doing is the opposite of what they did in the past. This is what you call a retrograde policy. As Elections Canada was, and in my opinion still is, a model for global democracy. As many of us do here, we travel internationally, and we speak to many of our colleagues, our counterparts across the world. I've spent time in the Council of Europe. They recently did a report a while ago, resolution calling on fairer democracies and institutions that uphold fairer democracies. But in the report put out with the Council of Europe, the rapporteur also talks about how the intent is to create an independent body that is able to fully investigate situations of potential fraud in the system. Now, I know the minister likes to talk about independence of this particular office, meaning the commissioner, who is really the sheriff in town, the commissioner of finding out about how election fraud comes about, investigating that, charges to be laid, so on and so forth. So what he has done, though, is that he has put this office into an independent of Elections Canada and into public prosecutions. And they talk about that as the independence of this particular office as being the way to go. But here's the problem. If you do not supply the tools by which that person can do their jobs, then the job cannot be done, no matter if it's independent or not. He wants to make sure that the referee is independent. He wants to make sure that the referee on the ice is wearing the right uniform. But the problem is He didn't give him a whistle. So he has to run around shouting to people that they shouldn't do that, which doesn't make it very effective now, does it? The play does not stop unless the whistle is blown. So the referee in this case is ineffective in doing its job on the ice, to carry the analogy further. I'll stop right there with that one, because I do believe that under public prosecutions, the intent may have been there from the beginning, but the follow-up, but providing the tools, is not there. The robocalls incident is a perfect illustration of why they need these tools, and that's why it surfaced through the current CEO of Elections Canada. What had happened was getting the testimony to get to the bottom of this issue. Who was responsible for doing this? We all admit in this House that something nefarious was happening. And so far, one person charged when we know that more people were involved. The courts have already cast opinion, saying that the database system used by the Conservatives was at the core here of this nefarious activity. But a lot of witnesses were not coming forward with testimony. Now, if the commissioner had the ability to apply to a judge to get that testimony, to compel that person to provide the testimony, provided that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms are held up, then they would do that. They say not even police have that authority. That's their argument. But I would argue, actually, the police do have tools similar to what we're asking for. I used the example of wiretapping. Police can apply to a judge to get permission to do wiretapping for nefarious activity, for the potential of breaking the law. But they apply to the judge to do that. Lo and behold, even a more stark contrast would be the fact that there are provinces in this country that already have this ability. Their elections officers have this ability to do it. They do that for the reason that it is effective. And finally, there is federal legislation that says this ability exists within the federal system. It's under the Competition Act. The commissioner there has that ability to apply to a judge to compel testimony for the sake of contravening the Competition Act. The model exists in other jurisdictions. The examples that they tried to use to refute why they should not have that power is simply not true. And here we have the ability, even the CEO, together with the current commissioner, both said that this ability to compel testimony is key to finding out who has committed fraud on a massive level, such as was the case with the robocall situation, where there nefarious activity happening, and yet we could not get to the bottom of it because of that reason. So I want to go back to the letter that was submitted by the academics. And I want to quote from that because some of the quotes here are worth hearing within the context of this debate. They say, "We see no justification for introducing legislation of such pivotal importance to our democracy without significant consultation with Elections Canada, opposition parties, and the public at large," neither of which was happening. Now, there was a meeting, similar to the meeting I had with Elections Canada back, I think, around late summer for the minister. So, but in that, specific mention of new legislation was not there. Now, when I spoke to the elections, the CEO of Elections Canada, as critic for democratic reform, we did briefly talk about the potential of new legislation. So we're talking about it. I wonder why the minister felt it not necessary to have that discussion. So I want to quote from this again, voter identification, because to me this is a very important one. A lot of people in my riding in central Newfoundland were not able to vote because of the ID requirements. They were able to vote later because of the vouching. But certainly it was because they lacked particular ID, that mostly those in seniors' residences were not able to do that. There are a lot of pieces of ID that do not have the address associated with it. And because they live in residence, that negates the fact that they need a utility bill. or they can produce a utility bill because that's obviously paid for by the residency itself. But here's what they say. The use of voter cards is especially important for Canadians who lack ID that proves their current address, such as students, senior citizens in long-term care facilities, First Nations citizens, and those who have recently moved. Although not perfect, as we've all said here in the House, although not perfect, VICs, or voter identification cards, are more likely to provide an accurate address than most other forms of ID, including driver's licenses. We believe that the elimination of VICs, identification cards, as a valid form of ID in federal elections would reduce the likelihood of voting by some citizens. No doubt in our minds that that would happen. Earlier today, a short time ago, the minister talked about 45,000 incidences that took place with Elections Canada officials about vouching was not recorded. But as I said in my question, that doesn't necessarily draw the conclusion that there were 45,000 incidents of fraud. Why don't we get to the root cause of that? Was it a clerical error that they were not able to fix at the time? Was it something that elections officials were not aware to do at the time, but yet the vouching was purely legitimate? But that question was not explored. What we say is that the voter identification card, along with the system of vouching itself, yes, it needs improving. That's why we're here, to debate amendments that improve the system. But you don't take something and throw it out simply because there are inefficiencies in it. You try to fix that system. Because remember, you can say 45,000 incidents took place, or just over 50,000 incidents of potential fraud. But as pointed out by the academics and most people who are against this, they say you could be disenfranchising over 120,000 voters by bringing this in. And I know for a fact, I can see them now. I've seen it myself, and I say that legitimately. I've seen it myself, where I've seen people at the poll disenfranchised because they did not have the ID that contained the address. So I implore the minister, I'm only assuming that at some point before the bill was introduced, the conversation was to fix the system, to create efficiencies. But I would say, but eventually they got around to just throwing it out, period. And scant evidence that is just willy-nilly, it's something that they seem to be using by saying that so many thousand people in this particular riding, the potential is there for this, when in fact, you don't investigate further to find out what exactly happened. Vouching is a system that is used by many democracies throughout the world. As it points out in this letter, students, First Nations, seniors in residences, and of course, people who had just moved. The academics also say this. The bill also fails to provide the Commissioner with the powers necessary to properly investigate electoral infractions. For example, the Commissioner will not have the power to compel witness testimony. We talked about that earlier, a major stumbling block during the robocalls investigation. They talk about campaign finance. Bill C-23 would make several changes to campaign finance and expense reporting after the elections. Taken separately, these changes may seem minor, but together they increase the influence of money in Canadian politics. The minister pointed out earlier, talked about this would fix any efficiencies in reporting for leadership candidates. I would simply not just, he referred to the Liberals, but in fact, what would this have meant for the current Prime Minister in his leadership battle? Nothing was out there. Nothing. So what I fear is that a lot of this is geared toward a particular party or a particular cause that disenfranchises others. It's like you're not gaining something for Elections Canada. You're not taking the opportunity to strengthen Elections Canada for what it does. You're actually trying to simply gain an advantage as a political player. And that is what's most disturbing about this, because all of this leads to that same conclusion as 160 academics, international academics, the Globe and Mail that I cited earlier, the Toronto Star, major newspapers, comment in the National Post. It's all there. The evidence is climbing and climbing against this particular legislation. People who have, basically, they're experts in the field that would attack anybody who attacked democracy. They would do it to us, they would do it to the NDP or the Green Party and the Conservatives. And they say that there are egregious attempts within this legislation to isolate voters, when in fact the improving of the system was there for them to take advantage of and chose not to do it. So the motion that's being put forward today brings up some very important policy, talking about, yes, vouchers, and we also talk about voter identification as a key stumbling block to many people who are able to vote. But essentially, I want to talk about how the lack of consultation was not there as well. And that's an incredibly disturbing part of this. You know, putting information out to the average voter to entice a person to vote, they talked about it's up to parties to put out the message to get people to vote for them. I find it ironic, a party that spends millions of dollars in negative advertising. I mean, what they're saying is that it's up to parties to convince people to not vote for something, to go to the polls constantly angry. But that's a debate for another day. I think Elections Canada has an incredible opportunity here to inspire people to vote who have not voted before. They may find themselves in the 30s or 40s that haven't voted. This is a key part of Elections Canada, and this is one of the main reasons why the international community cites Elections Canada as a great international example of democracy for its ability to inspire people to vote. I have nothing against the idea of putting out more information to tell people where and when to vote. But certainly, to God, there has to be another way for them to inspire people to vote and to give them the resources to do it, and to communicate with people in an open fashion. Because if they're truly independent, which the minister is now saying they are, he would have no worries about them doing this. But apparently that's not the case. So I hope going forward that we are able to propose and accept and converse about proper amendments that will fix many of these things that we oppose in this legislation. And thank you to this House for allowing me to speak.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to congratulate my honourable friend on a very well-reasoned speech. I've been listening to the debate this morning, and some numbers are thrown around, and one of them concerns the important issue of vouching, where we estimate that last election about 120,000 Canadians took advantage of the vouching provision. I've heard the Honourable Minister say, well, there's been 45,000 cases of administrative irregularity. But the flip side of that, of course, is that there were 75,000 cases where there was an absolute proper use of the vouching system, where you had a Canadian who gave their proper ID, the paperwork was done properly, and they vouched for a single Canadian. And I find it instructive that not a single one of those cases, not one of those 75,000 cases, has resulted in an incident of voter fraud. So, while we have 75,000 cases of proper procedure being followed, and yet there's no case of a single example across this country of someone voting who didn't, when we have the information to verify. I was going to ask my honourable friend, though, as well, that in a time when Canadian federal elections are seeing turnouts of about 60%, if he could explain to us what merit he might see in putting any restrictions on the ability of Elections Canada to restrict voting programs, whether that's to students or any other group that may have difficulty voting. And I would conclude just by pointing out, Mr. Speaker, that when a government is facing all of the opposition parties in opposition to a bill, all of the major media in the country opposed to a bill, and international experts opposed to a bill, and the Chief Electoral Officer opposed to a bill, whether my honourable colleague thinks that that might be instructive to a government, that maybe they have struck the wrong chord with this particular piece of legislation.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Yeah, it's. I come from a predominantly fishing riding. There's a lot of fishing that takes place, and they can tell you when you go out fishing in a strong headwind, you're in for some trouble, and maybe you should turn around. And that's exactly what we have here in this particular case. I think they should reverse course or certainly hold steady for the time being so that we can have a good debate. My honourable colleague brings up the function of Election Canada that would be highly curtailed here, which is to promote the idea of people voting and being inspired to vote. And that's unfortunate because I think it is a necessary thing to do. It's ironic. I mean, the government have ads on about the Economic Action Plan, trying to inspire people to get involved in government programs and the like, but yet anybody who's so-called independent do not have that ability to do so. To me, it seems like an extension of a function paid for by government that is truly independent, but yet they're not independent per se. So their activities have been highly curtailed. The evidence that he speaks of, no doubt, is starting to mount, as we've now seen today and going into the future. I can only assume that more of this will come out as the debate unfolds, as we are now into committee. The minister mentioned coming back. I hope that he does. He's about to rise to his feet, and maybe he can just inform the House that, would he be willing to consider some of these amendments that we discussed earlier in this debate?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Well, the member made some interesting comments about the subject of voter identification when they arrive to cast their ballots. He says people have arrived without the proper ID and been turned away in his constituency. They probably would have benefited from knowing of the 39 different forms of acceptable ID that Canadians can use. You don't need photo ID in Canada. You don't need government-issued ID in Canada. You can use anything from a student ID card, a hospital or medical clinic card, a hospital bracelet, a fishing, trapping, or hunting license, an outdoor or wildlife card or license. The Canadian National Institute for the Blind issues an ID card. That is eligible. A firearms possession and acquisition license is eligible. Of course, you can use a driver's license and a health card, which contain photos, but you don't have to. You could also use a utility bill, which has, could be your television bill, your public utilities commission bill, hydro, gas, water. Your bank card statement is allowed. Your credit card statement is allowed. An attestation from a responsible authority on a First Nations reserve is allowed. A statement of government benefits like old age security is allowed. Basically, anything official that has your name and your address on it is allowed in Canada because you don't need photo ID. You don't even need government-issued ID to vote in this country. And I wonder if he might comment on how we can better inform people of these 39 options they have when they cast their ballot.
Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his question. The fact that there are more ID now than eligible, yes, there's nothing wrong with that. But herein lies the problem that I think you should consider. See, to combat that, I think that they're being overly egregious about eliminating the voter identification card. Why do I say that? Because of the address that's affixed to it. My health card, MCP, Newfoundland and Labrador, does not have an address on it. Many IDs do not have addresses on it. He talked about hospital bracelets. I've yet to see a bracelet that has my address on it. Might have a social insurance number, but it certainly does not have an address. When you're from the riding of Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, you quickly run out of room in some of these community names. So I'm sure the minister, in their deliberations, talked about the lack of addresses being on this. And I know a lot of these places, like let's take seniors' residences, a lot of these people do not receive in the mail some of these things that he brings up. which is what's going to disenfranchise a lot of these voters. My colleague sitting close to me here talked about, what if you get your bills electronically? There you go. Perhaps someone could point that out, whether you could use that particular piece of identification. I doubt it. But again, the core of this issue is the address that is required in situations like this. Is why so many people will be disenfranchised at the polls. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I look to my colleague to maybe provide some thoughts on the fact that the best I understand, with the possible exception of the Prime Minister's office, possibly a few other Conservatives, maybe within caucus, the Conservative caucus, that there doesn't seem to be anyone that was advocating that you should, in fact, be banning the vouching process. On the other hand, there seemed to be a push, whether it was from Elections Canada, many other stakeholders, political parties, that we needed to allow Elections Canada, either directly or indirectly, the ability to compel a witness in order to deal with many election violations that could potentially be taking place into the future. I wonder if you might want to provide comment in terms of just how important it is that one should actually consult and act about ideas where there seems to be a consensus, as opposed to just acting on ideas that are coming through the Prime Minister's office or the Cabinet.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I want to thank the honourable member from Winnipeg North for bringing that up, because from what we understand, and some people would say, oh, this is only conjecture, but there seems to be several sources who put this out there in the media, and I'd like to discuss it, and that is a draft of a bill presented in caucus only to be turned down and redrafted. I would love to have a copy of that original draft, and I would love to see how it morphed into something else that came to the floor here. Was vouching eliminated? Was the fact that Elections Canada, the Commissioner of Elections Canada, was moved to another office? I don't know. But I suspect something happened there, because remember, the only, if that is true, which we're led to believe, then the only fundamental amendments or changes to this legislation occurred within the Conservative caucus itself. That is scary in and of itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for one more short question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, and in a short question, one barely has time to mention his riding. My question is this. This is probably the most serious debate that in my brief time, the last 3 years in the House of Commons, but I would venture to say that in the history of Canada, there's rarely been a bill that so dangerously treads on turning this place from a democracy into an elected dictatorship, willing to set in place the mechanisms by which future elections will be stolen. I don't say this lightly. And I ask my honourable colleague, what remains to be done? Can more be done on these opposition benches by the opposition parties working together to try to get more public awareness across Canada of the threat posed by this legislation? And if the Globe and Mail can do what it's doing, can't we as opposition members do more?
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Yeah, thank you to my honourable colleague. I wish I had more time to expand on it, but I will say this, and that is that if 160 academics can band together, and we know they always have differing opinions. They're not united on all things by any stretch of the imagination, as some academics here in this House would attest to. But 160 of them agree that this is particularly egregious, to the point where many things are being done here that takes away from our democracy, that serves to be a model around the world. I hope that in the future, yes, that all of us here on, consider the opposition benches, can do more to bring this to the public and to band together to stop this. The key, however, I think, is from the backbench of the government side, if they could also bring forward a unity of people against this particular act and what it could do for our democratic process. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to join in the debate. It's been an interesting journey watching this bill. I suspect it's going to get probably a lot more attention in the historical sense than it will any kind of proper consideration by this House or committee, given the way they're ramming it through. And it's been interesting to watch the Honourable Minister rise from the first day and hold up as his shield the Neufeld report. In the early days, when this was just when the bill was first introduced in the House, every question that came up that had to do with vouching, the minister would stand there and just start Neufeld report, Neufeld report, Neufeld report. That was the answer to everything. That he had the magical answer inside the Neufeld report, and that was going to give the legitimacy that he was looking for to bring in the changes to vouching, which we know, and the experts know, is going to deny people their right to vote. Over 100,000 people at least. And we also know that that's the whole purpose. Because the vast majority of people who are going to be vouching, the government has determined, and they may indeed be right, will likely not vote for them. Now, voter suppression is not exactly something that, catches everybody's attention, but anyone who's paying attention to what's going on in politics south of Canada knows the kind of voter suppression techniques ever since their Supreme Court ruled one of their laws no longer in effect. Suddenly, a lot of the states that had been holding back on some of their voter suppression techniques, within 24 hours had those bills back in the House to be passed for the sole purpose of suppressing the vote. So, Neufeld report, Neufeld report, Neufeld report, Neufeld report, Neufeld report. What did Mr. Neufeld have to say about the Honourable Minister holding up his report as justification for denying the use of voter identification cards? Well, Mr. Neufeld said, and I quote, "I think any fair-minded person who reads that report would come to the conclusion that he," meaning the minister, "that he has not been fair in his assessment of my findings," end quote. I thought it was interesting that he used the word fair twice in its proper context, as opposed to this bill, which is anything but fair. Now, having left the minister's main support mechanism in shatters and in shreds, the government also has an awful lot more people than just the official opposition saying this is a huge problem. This is a problem, and this is less than people expect from the democratic country of Canada. In fact, Speaker, this matters so much in terms of what happens in Canada's democracy that a group of international scholars, they got together and they wrote a joint letter. Now you'd wonder, why would anybody outside Canada care much about a Canadian election, other than maybe just a point of interest? Well, it matters because Canada matters. Canada matters in terms of emerging democracies. Canada matters in terms of looking at countries in the world that have the kind of democracy that everybody would like to have. Now, we're not the absolute best and the only one, but we are one of a very short list of countries in the world that are looked at as democratic models and ideals. And that's why, to perfect our system, hopefully, ultimately, we'll get to proportional representation, which is the real next big step in bringing better democracy to Canada. So these international scholars are concerned because if the standard, the international standard, and we're one of them, starts to get watered down, what does that do for emerging democracies? And for those of us that have done a number of election observation missions around the world in emerging democracies, we know it is true. They hold up Canada that way. And if they see Canada floundering, then it leaves them wondering what hope they have. So what did these international scholars? Oh, thank you. I am sharing my time. I always forget to do that. I am sharing my time with the honourable member for Honneur-Mercier. Thank you, Speaker. Yes. So what did these international scholars say? Quote, "We, the undersigned, international scholars and political scientists, are concerned that Canada's international reputation as one of the world's guardians of democracy and human rights is threatened by passage of the proposed Fair Elections Act. We believe that this act would prove to be deeply damaging for electoral integrity within Canada, as well as providing an example which, if emulated elsewhere, may potentially harm international standards of electoral rights around the world." It doesn't get much bigger than this. When others outside Canada are looking at this Unfair Elections Act and blowing the whistle and raising the flag and saying, "Whoa, what's going on?" Once again, the world's left shaking their head going, what happened to Canada? Where did Canada go? We have this Harper government thing, but where's Canada? I'm sorry. The Prime Minister, I apologize, Speaker, I withdraw. My mistake. It was a slip. I apologize, sir. How come they want to be heard now? Let's hear them at committee. So, why does it matter that these international scholars are pointing to Canada? Because Canada matters. And if our democracy is watered down, that matters. That hurts. Now, bring it down a little closer to home, but on a national basis. Our country's paper of record, the Globe and Mail. And in part, well, now we see here's a heckle over there. Usually they used to, Speaker, they only used to heckle and slur and look down their nose when you mentioned the Toronto Star. But now even the Globe and Mail just gets their scorn. And why? Why? Because the Globe and Mail understands what's going on. And here's what they're saying. Quote, the Prime Minister's government's continued focus on the threat of voter fraud in federal elections is approaching absurdity. The Globe and Mail. Everyone with any expertise who has examined the question in detail has arrived at the same conclusion. There is no threat. So the Neufeld report that was supposed to give justification, that Mr. Neufeld is saying he's misinterpreting my report. That's not what I said. And now the Globe and Mail is coming right out, and they're saying the same thing, standalone sentence. There is no threat. The threat is to their majority government. That's the threat. The government's worried that if enough people actually get out and vote this time, they'll lose their majority, since we know that over 60% of Canadians that went out and voted didn't vote for them in the first place. So they're doing everything they can to try to jig the rules so that they can overcome the natural unpopularity of their government as a result of the actions and laws that they've brought in. To continue, and I know I'm down to a minute, Speaker, thank you. And yet the government insists that controversial provisions in its proposed Fair Elections Act are needed to eliminate this non-existent terror, even at the risk of disenfranchising thousands of legitimate voters. It makes no sense, end quote. This has got to stop, Speaker. This has got to stop. Everybody, virtually everybody, is saying that this bill is anything but fair, that it threatens our democracy, it threatens the ability of Canadians to express their political will in the next election, and people around the world are saying Canada watering down its democracy is going to hurt emerging democracies elsewhere in the world. This is a very bad bill. This is an unfair law. Kill the bill!
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do have a question. We had the opportunity to sit through some of the committee meetings in regards to C-23, and it has become very clear that the government has been negligent on this whole file. The member accurately portrays, I think, the sentiment that a good number of Canadians have, that Bill C-23 is a bill that should go nowhere. There are just too many fundamental flaws to it. One of the greatest ones is, from my perspective, is the ability of the election's chief electoral officer to be able to compel a witness. That's something that I really believe is so very important. And when the chief electoral officer was before committee, I had the opportunity to ask him questions directly in regards to that. At the end of the day, we are going to have weakened election laws as a direct result. And I'm wondering if the member might want to just to provide comment just on how badly this legislation needs to be amended. If the Conservative majority government continues to use its majority to pass the bill, that it is indeed a slap in the face of democracy, and it has to, at the very least, be substantially amended, at the very least, if not killed outright.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Winnipeg North. I usually give my other colleague the reference Winnipeg North. Let me say for the record, Speaker, because it needs to be said. Notwithstanding the ongoing day-to-day battle that that my party has with the third party and with other representatives of other parties here, notwithstanding that ongoing battling, if you will, to be seen as the government in waiting, the fact is that on this file, at least in terms of identifying the problems and wanting this bill to be killed, we are united. And we have been working closely, and I thank the honourable member for his cooperation, his leadership, his assistance. Others, independents, I can't name names, but others, independents, have also been playing a role. All of us on this side of the House, except for that little piece over there where the government can still claim some territory. But everybody here on the opposition benches is unified in their position that this is bad. My friend has talked about the inability to compel witnesses to speak, and we know that the problems have arisen when they're investigating Conservative problems. It's Conservative allegations against the Conservatives where people just say, no, I won't talk to you. And without the power to compel, we won't know what happened. And that's exactly what the government wants. So understand, Speaker, that this is not a partisan issue where the opposition is trying to score points. This is a unified opposition in concert with experts across the country and across the world who are saying that this is an unfair elections bill and it needs to be at the very least changed, if not killed outright.
The
honourable member for Charlevoix-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to the member about a personal experience I had during recent by-elections. Elderly people arrived, and in Quebec you have to realize that the health card has no photo on it. So when you're in a senior centre and you have no driver's license and you have no photo on your health card, these people were sent back to their apartment 2-3 times so that they could vote with the kind of ID that was being asked for. And there's so much confusion. This is the question I want to ask. It brings about so much confusion. The Chief Electoral Officer would have to have more time to prepare the people who will be working at the polls so as to not exclude the poor people who are already in a minority, but that they vote there. Their numbers are going down. They're not going up for voter turnout. I'd like to hear the member's opinion on that.
I thank my honourable friend for the great question. I would respond in part by quoting Mr. Neufeld, who said, I think Mr. Mayrand is absolutely correct, and with the provision that no one is allowed to use the voter information card that is sent to every individual voter who's registered, I think it will disenfranchise more people in addition. So we've got the experts saying, let's understand, Speaker, all those big problems that the minister put forward and suggested that they were evidence of fraud or potential fraud were actually administrative issues. For instance, Mr. Mayran gave this example at committee a couple of weeks ago. A woman and her son came in, a student. The student didn't have all the ID, but had the card. The mother vouched. The clerk at the polling station, instead of recording where it said name, the woman's name, they put mother. Now, that is a mistake, and it's an administrative mistake, but it is in no way fraud, and that's the kind of things that Mr. Neufeld was pointing to as being administrative issues that the government is now trying to somersault into potential voter fraud.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Fair Elections Act has provisions that have nothing to do with electoral fraud and that clearly have been conceived to prevent some Canadians from voting. The Chief Electoral Officer will be deprived visibility to educational activities, and he will only be able to talk about where and how to vote. And we also intend to end vouching. That's a problem for students, Aboriginals, homeless people, and seniors. They're all groups that are less likely to have in their possession a valid ID, and therefore will no longer be able to resort to vouching. 1/4 of voters will no longer be able to use the cards to prove their identity. And this is more difficult for people who can't prove their address easily, again, particularly Aboriginal seniors and students who might have to wait months to have the proper cards. But I want to go back to the fact that the Chief Electoral Officer would not longer be able to organize civic education. We can't forget that in my former life, I was a history prof, and therefore I taught civics, and I know the importance of this. Democracy is not something you go and pluck from a tree. It doesn't fall from the sky. It is a right that we have acquired because we fought to have it. And as we talk to future educations about their voting rights as in a democracy, we should be in a position to reaffirm them. But if we cut civic education, we are weakening democracy, and that's very serious. Sometimes we create a scandal. You can see in other countries, we think that it's scandalous because they don't have the kind of democracy that we would wish them to have. But I think with this kind of legislation, we're starting to resemble the countries that we criticize. The whole goal of civic education programs run by Elections Canada is to increase people's awareness. It targets those under 30, so those who have not yet reached the voting age as well. And this is to encourage them to lay the building blocks that lead them to democratic participation and to make engaged citizens of them. So these programs have two approaches. I've talked about them today because I have used them not only as a teacher, but also as a mother when I went and volunteered at my child's school. In any case, there are many activities. They organize parallel elections in schools. That's one thing that is most important for young people, is that when you bring all the equipment in so that they can vote in their schools, they take that very seriously. They will continue to talk about politics afterwards. And since 2004, for every federal election, Elections Canada has worked with student vote in Canadian schools. In 2011, I was a teacher, and I can tell you that my students voted. Not necessarily for me, but they voted, and that's what a democracy is. In the 2011 election, nearly 1/3 of all Canadian schools participated in this program. Over 560,000 students cast a ballot for actual candidates, and our evaluation showed that the program significantly increased students' knowledge, interest, and a sense of voting as a civic duty. And I will tell you, as an aside, that the schools in which I worked There are a lot of new immigrants in these schools. Sometimes there are people who left their countries because there was a lack of democracy. And therefore, we are there to show them an example, to show them that democracy is possible, but it has to be protected. This is a fundamental pillar of our democracy. Teachers participated in these programs as well, and they say that there was increased knowledge and interest because of their students' participation. When we can show grade 6 students this kind of reality, they're going to go home and talk about that with their parents. What are political parties, what are candidates, etc. So we haven't just gained a child, we've won over the parents and maybe even the grandparents as well, and they'll decide to go and vote at the same time. So it's not just young people that we have to reach out to, we have to reach out to all generations. So these programs are so important. And here, I remember this very well, the effect as a member of Parliament. I was able to go to a school in my riding and speak to grade 6 students. And afterwards, I was able to speak to the parents who said, "Oh, madam, you spoke to my child about democracy. That's a fundamental value. We take it for granted here, but you should know that democracy is always something that could be in danger and must be protected." There's another activity in the civic education programs run by Elections Canada, and that's Canada Democracy Week, launched in 2011. It was a time to celebrate this, inspired by the United Nations International Day of Democracy. So we are part of the great family of the United Nations, and we cannot shirk that responsibility to teach people about it. Now, also, Elections Canada offers educators free resources for teaching civics. So they can receive this that are tailored, it's information tailored to different age groups. It's easily available online or in print. And I remember once again when those large boxes arrived at my student school from Elections Canada, everyone said, "Wow, what's this?" Even the profs. All of these children were looking at this, and it was wonderful. They were passionate about it. It was magnificent. And I'm sure that stayed in their hearts all year long, in their hearts and in their minds, that they were citizens as well. And so I can tell you that it works. I participated in it myself in the past. So until today, Elections Canada has been responsible for these programs. So why do we want to cut this back? The Conservatives said that they've seen a decrease in voting participation rates, and therefore these programs didn't provide the results. Well, I'm sorry. But if you apply the same logic to that, to schools, there are kids who quit school. Yes. Are they going to start closing schools down? Well, are people going to say, "Oh, well, you know, they quit, so the school's no good, so we'll close the school"? Well, that's the same kind of analysis. And they're saying that you have to stop the Elections Canada programs because of that. Well, no, I'm sorry. It's quite the contrary. We have to go and find out why young people don't want to vote anymore. Because here we're talking about all kinds of things except for those that really affect youth. I've already used up almost all my time. Okay, just in conclusion, a personal story. When I was young, I remember that they gave civics programs, and in Chile, which was a dictatorship, we weren't allowed to teach these kinds of things. So I just want to protect Canadian democracy, and I care very much as a teacher and as a citizen that these education programs be kept for our children and for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I've had the opportunity to emphasize in terms of In regards to C-23, we need to acknowledge that the bill itself is fundamentally flawed to the degree in which we have had editorials, many different stakeholders from across the country that have expressed a great deal of disappointment that, in fact, Mr. Speaker, that the bill is better off to be killed than it is to be allowed to continue on proceeding in its current fashion. And I'm wondering if the member would support the idea that the government should just leave the bill, come up and work with opposition parties, work with Elections Canada, work with other stakeholders that have a vested interest in ensuring that Canada has good, sound election laws. Elections laws that would, for example, allow the Chief Electoral Officer the ability to compel witnesses, that we're far better off to look at doing this overall of the Bill C-23 as opposed to even trying to attempt to have it pass through its current state. Would you not agree with that?
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. I am a woman who believes in democracy, and I have fought for it. And I'm certain that a piece of legislation that's so important has to come out of consultation with citizens and to really have a dialogue with people to ensure that we have a really good bill that will put a stop to electoral fraud. But here, that's all they talk about. But we should be able to work together. And together doesn't mean just a majority government. That means everyone having their say. But what is so obvious to us is that we have to be in agreement to change this bill if it's to prevent electoral fraud. But we have to work on it together. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for having spoken to our motion today. I think she really understood the issues here and that clearly this is a problem. I would like to point specifically to something that the Chief Electoral Officer said before the committee when he appeared last week on the fact that Elections Canada will no longer be able to try and increase knowledge and interest in voting and therefore increase voter participation. Mr. Méran said that I'm not aware of any other democracy that has imposed these kinds of limitations on their elections agencies, and therefore the bill absolutely needs to be changed in this regard. I'd like very much for my colleague to be able to comment on the fact that all of the democracies on the planet do not have this kind of limitation. So I'd like her to tell us what message that sends to other countries, and perhaps she can speak to us about her experience. The Honourable Member. Thank you for the question. I am aware of other countries during the dictatorship in Chile where we were not allowed to disseminate information on civics, and that country is now a democracy, but it's unacceptable to do this. People have to be educated about democratic values, and I agree exactly with what the Chief Electoral Officer said. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is 1 minute and a half remaining for the member for Honoré-Mercier when the House resumes the debate on the opposition motion.
Statements by members. Mr. Speaker, the appointment of the new finance minister does not augur well for Quebecers. As a former executive director of the Ontario Securities Commission, one would bet that he will continue in his predecessor's footsteps and folly in favor of a pan-Canadian Securities Commission, and that he will try to take this jurisdiction away from Quebec to benefit Toronto. His links to the oil industry and his efforts to reduce environmental requirements are well known, and risk translating into measures that are even more complacent when it comes to the large oil companies. By calling those who are opposed to blind increase in oil production as dangerous radicals, he shows that public finances will be managed by ideology rather than facts.
Swan River Marquette.
Mr. Speaker, Manitoba Conservatives have lost a good friend in Jeff MacDonald. Growing up on a farm near Minnedosa, Jeff was a political institution. He worked at the legislature for Premier Gary Filmon's Minister of Agriculture and was the project manager for the Economic Development Board of Cabinet. Federally, he worked in my riding office. Many candidates, myself included, are indebted to Jeff for his community knowledge and advice as he managed successful nomination and election campaigns over 3 decades. Jeff had attended the University of Manitoba, where he received a diploma in agriculture. He went to work at Assiniboine Community College, but his heart always remained on the family farm. Jeff grew up in a political home where politics was always part of the discussion, and he attributed much of this interest to his mother, who was an avid Conservative volunteer. Jeff MacDonald was a Conservative's conservative, who also loved hockey, curling, baseball, golf, and spending time with his nephews and nieces and cheering them on to victory. Canada needs more people like Jeff MacDonald who gave of themselves to the political process. Jeff will be sadly missed by his many friends and his family.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, March 25th is a cherished day in the calendar for Greek Canadians. Greek Independence Day celebrates the start of Greece's liberation struggle from the Ottoman Empire in 1821. As the MP for Toronto Danforth, it's an honour to be one of the participants in the annual parade on the Danforth. And yesterday it was also my special honour to lay a commemorative wreath before the statue of one of Greece's, and indeed my own community's, greatest historical figures, Alexander the Great, in the parquet that is one of the prides of the Greek town on the Danforth BIA. At this time of year, I also always think of Greece as the cradle of a value so central to my party that it is also our middle name, New Democratic Party. As I said to a gathering of the Pan-Macedonian Association yesterday, there may not be a better time than now for us to thank Greece for the gift to the world of democracy. Χρόνια πολλά, ζήτω η δημοκρατική Ελλάδα, ζήτω μια δημοκρατική Canada.
The honourable member for Westlock St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share with Canadians and hockey fans such as my niece Zaina exciting news of Extreme Hockey Night charity that I'll be hosting once again this year. Last year, the event raised over $100,000 for 9 different local community organizations such as the St. Paul Women's Shelter. This year is promising to be even more successful than last. We will also be honoring 3 men with local roots who have demonstrated where hard work and dedication can take you in the world today. Wilf Martin and Pierre Deschênes are being recognized for their success in amateur and professional hockey. Guy Demasac, a mentor to many, will be recognized for his role in helping aspiring athletes and being a core builder of hockey in our community. What's more, our afternoon hockey game will feature local greats along with members of Parliament from across Canada. I would like to thank the fundraising committee for their hard work, our sponsors for making this possible. The second annual Extreme Hockey Night in St. Paul is sure to be a fun-filled event, bringing families together to raise funds for numerous local organizations that do such critical work in our community.
Well done. The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, in April 2013, Canada was among 154 countries that voted in favour of a UN resolution allowing the International Arms Trade Treaty to be opened for signature. Since that time, 116 countries have taken the next step and actually signed: Australia, the UK, France, Germany, Poland, and even the US. Where does Canada stand in this process? It's still analyzing 1 year after the vote. We're in a group that includes Russia, North Korea, and Syria, who still haven't signed. Supposedly, we're analyzing the consequences for our domestic market. No such excuses have slowed down our allies, many of whom are now moving on to the final ratification stage. Our government is still dithering, and it's now that Canada must sign this treaty.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, today I have the honour of recognizing the 65th anniversary of the Orangeville Lions Club. We can thank the Lions for initiating school crossing guards in Orangeville in 1950, selling light bulbs with proceeds going to children's books at our public library, the infamous Lions TV bingo, supporting the construction of the Tony Rose Arena, donating over $600,000 to Headwaters Hospital, constructing the Lions BMX Park, hosting the annual Home and Garden Show, as well as Lobster Fest and the building of Murray's Mountain. This is just a small overview of the many outstanding contributions this exceptional club has given to our most appreciative community. On behalf of the residents of Dufferin-Caledon, I'd like to sincerely congratulate the Orangeville Lions Club on this milestone and thank all of the members for the excellent work they performed to make our community a better place. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Transportation Safety Board has just made public its examination of the lab test results of the oil that exploded in Lac Mégantic, raising the downtown area and causing 47 deaths. Analysis revealed that contrary to what MMA was claiming, the oil being transported was not Group 3, but Group 2, which is as volatile as gasoline. How much evidence does the Conservative government need to understand that we cannot allow corporations control themselves, especially when these are delinquent corporations that have offended again and again? So I'm asking the government to hire enough inspectors and to implement as quickly as possible the 3 TSB recommendations in 2014. The old .111 cargo cars are not suitable for extremely volatile oil. They have to be replaced now.
The Honourable Member for Wild Rose. Today it's my pleasure to recognize one of the greatest performances in Paralympic history. On March 10th, Canmore's Brian McKeever won our country's first gold medal of the 2014 Paralympics, winning the men's 20-kilometer visually impaired cross-country race. But he wasn't done there. On March 12th, Brian skied one of the greatest races in Canadian history. The shortest of cross-country disciplines, the 1-kilometer race, leaves virtually no room for error. But near the beginning, Brian fell to the snow after getting tangled up with a competitor. But displaying true Canadian character, Brian rose to his feet and overtook not 1, not 2, but 3 opponents to win the gold. Brian capped off his Paralympics with a 3rd gold medal in the 10-kilometer race, setting the Canadian record by winning 10 gold medals in a career. On behalf of all Canadians, it is my honour to congratulate Brian and all of Canada's Paralympic athletes for their outstanding performances and for inspiring us all. The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, in a competitive global economy, diversified trade is a path towards economic growth and jobs for all Canadians. This month, our government successfully negotiated the historic Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement, Canada's first FTA in Asia. Through tariff reductions, this agreement is projected to boost Canadian exports to South Korea by over 30% and grow the Canadian economy by $1.7 billion every year. It will also level the playing field with other countries which already enjoy free trade with Korea. British Columbia, the heart of Canada's Asia-Pacific gateway, will recognize significant benefits for workers and businesses. In fact, the agreement will eliminate tariffs on almost all of BC's exports to Korea, including natural resources, agriculture, seafood, wine, and fruit. Mr. Speaker, our government is getting the job done. Our ambitious trade agenda is working, and together we're building a bright future for all Canadians.
We do not have any deputy.
Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Mr. Speaker, this week, the seal hunt season opened in the Magdalen Islands. This is an integral part of the lifestyle of the people of the Magdalen Islands. Hunt is a sustainable, responsible, and necessary activity. Every year, the people of the archipelago organize the Rendezvous du Loup Marin, an event that pays tribute to those whose work perpetuates this beautiful tradition. Over the past decades, many people in the Magdalen Islands have attempted to create companies to use seal products, but they have a lack of support and resources. Despite this, many of them have managed to make it with innovative products and services. The time has come to support our hunters in order to develop this sustainable economy and create good jobs. At the dawn of a new hunt season, I invite my fellow Magdalen Islanders to be careful, and I wish them every success in their hunt. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Moncton.
Speaker, it is with great sadness that I stand today to announce the passing of a constituent and dear friend, Merrill Henderson. Merrill Henderson was a 5-time councillor and 5-time deputy mayor for the city of Moncton. He was instrumental in countless projects and continually worked for the betterment of our community. Merrill was never shied away from hard work or that was difficult. He was a wise, sympathetic, and tireless worker who left no stone unturned in the accomplishment of whatever he undertook. The tasks assigned to him are often those most difficult. Merrill was a perfect example of a dedicated and passionate public servant who devoted his life to helping others. He cared greatly about his colleagues and his employees, and he will be remembered for his humility, generosity, and above all, his integrity. This is a great loss not only for those who knew him personally, but for the whole of the greater Moncton community. He will be sadly missed.
Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speak with mixed emotions about a friend and colleague, the former Member of Parliament for Trinity Spadina, Olivia Chow.
I'll always remember my first meeting with Olivia. Jack and her had invited me and my wife to the dinner in Hudson to discuss their progressive vision of the country. Lifelong friendship was formed that night.
Extraordinary energy and determination to her job that won the respect of MPs on both sides of the House and of Canadians across the country. She was a strong voice for her beloved city of Toronto and used her critic roles to fight for what she believed in: better transit, fairer immigration, and affordable childcare. Olivia represented the best of what this place could be, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of New Democrats, I'd like to thank Olivia Chow and wish her every success. Our loss is Toronto's gain.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
On March 16th, the Sochi Paralympic Winter Games ended a fantastic week and a half of competition that saw Canada win 16 medals, ranking third in the world. Heroes emerged, like visually impaired skier Brian McKeever, a Calgary native, even though I know my member from Wild Rose, I would love to lay claim to him as well. He fell during one of the races and yet showed such grit and determination, he got up, dug in, and went on to win gold. Josh Dewick, who carried the Canadian flag at the closing ceremonies, won gold and silver in para-alpine skiing. And he's a talented athlete, a fierce competitor, and a wonderful ambassador for sport in Canada. My heartfelt congratulations to our entire Canadian Paralympic team. You embody the values of courage, determination, inspiration, and equality. And many of you went on to have performances that gave us spectacular and moving moments on the podium. Our government is so proud to support you.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Tuberculosis Day, and this year's theme is Reach the 3 Million. While TB is curable, current efforts to find, treat, and cure everyone who gets the disease are not sufficient. Of the 9 million people a year who get sick with TB, 3 million are missed by health systems. Many of these 3 million people live in the world's poorest, most vulnerable communities, or among marginalized populations such as Indigenous peoples, internally displaced persons, and refugees. Let's work to overcome today's TB challenges, treating the 3 million people missed by health systems, slow progress in tackling multi-drug resistant TB, and increased and prompt delivery of antiretroviral therapy for TB patients living with HIV. Let's ensure that TB Reach, an initiative of the Stop TB Partnership, is funded, and that everyone suffering from TB has access to diagnosis, treatment, and cure.
Well said. For Kootenai, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian families expect safe and healthy communities in which to raise their children.
Absolutely.
Dangerous and addictive drugs are inherent dangers to society, represented by drug dealers. The risks associated in their use and impacts on communities are whole. As we have seen with the recent BC audit of the Portland Hotel Society, even once a court-ordered permit has been granted for an injection site, taxpayer dollars are wasted and provincial NDP politicians get paid trips to Disneyland. The Respect for Communities Act will make organizations like the Portland Hotel Society submit a financial plan when they seek continued approval of their operations. Communities deserve a say before a drug injection site opens in their neighborhood, and they deserve to know that their taxpayers are not paying for NDP junkets.
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Newton, North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, the Supreme Court quite rightly checked the power of the PMO and ruled that the Prime Minister cannot ignore the law or unilaterally amend the Canadian Constitution. Unfortunately, not all Conservative members understood what was going on. One took to social media to say that by interpreting the Constitution, the Supreme Court was undermining our, quote, system of checks and balances in Canada. For the benefit of my Conservative colleagues, let me explain. The Supreme Court interprets laws passed by Parliament based on a document called the Constitution, and in particular, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. That Conservatives don't understand the role the court plays in protecting provincial jurisdiction and individual rights is at best disturbing. Canadians deserve better.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend the Prime Minister made a historic visit to Ukraine. He was the first G7 leader to meet with Ukraine's interim government. This visit reaffirms Canada's strong support for the new government of Ukraine as it undertakes a new course that is based on the principles of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. The Prime Minister also took this opportunity to once again condemn Russia's illegal military occupation of Ukraine and to reiterate the withdrawal of all Russian forces from Crimea. Our government stands in solidarity with those courageous Ukrainians who aspire for a free and democratic Ukraine. Although the situation in Ukraine remains fragile and fluid, the priority of our government is the economic and political stability of Ukraine. Our government continues to stand ready to assist Ukraine through this historic moment in its history. I wish to express my gratitude to our Prime Minister, our government, and this Parliament for the strong support of Ukraine.
Yeah. Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the situation in Ukraine continues to escalate. Russian forces are expanding their takeover of Crimea. They are conducting massive military exercises on Ukraine's border. Russia is now even imposing sanctions on Canadians. Can the government update us on what action Canada is taking with our allies in response to Russia's criminal assault on Ukraine?
Can the government give us an update on the situation in Ukraine and as to whether Canada is going to take new measures against Russia? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government has taken a strong stance in support of Ukraine. We will continue to take action to limit the capabilities of individuals responsible for undermining Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and for facilitating Russian military action against Ukraine. We've imposed travel bans and economic sanctions against a number of Russian and Ukrainian individuals. Most recently, the latest round of sanctions were imposed just last week. We will continue to voice our extreme displeasure with the Russian Federation on a variety of levels, and will continue to cooperate closely with our G7 partners and allies.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court rejected the appointment of Marc Nadon to the highest court in the country. The court's ruling is clear. The Prime Minister appointed someone who is not eligible, and he amended the Supreme Court Act unilaterally and illegally. Can the Minister of Justice confirm that the Conservatives will accept the ruling of the Supreme Court, that the appointment of Marc Nadon is ineligible, and that they will not seek to circumvent the decision in any way? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before the appointment of Marc Nadon, the Department of Justice received a legal opinion from a from two former Supreme Court judges, Binney and Charon. This opinion was analyzed and received the support of an eminent constitutional expert. That is why we were genuinely surprised by the Supreme Court's decision. I think that all parties agree that Justice Nadon is an eminent and respected legal expert. So we will study the details of the decision. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. One disaster comes right after another with this government, Mr. Speaker. The Nadon fiasco is only one example of a long list where the Conservatives refused to follow the rules, consult the provinces, or collaborate with the opposition. Another example is when the former Minister of Finance used every trick in the book to circumvent the Constitution and ignore the Supreme Court by imposing a national securities regulator despite the opposition of the provinces. Will the new Minister of Finance pledge to abandon this unilateral project of the national securities regulator and start to respect the rules of the Supreme Court and the provinces? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to stand for the first time in this House as Canada's Minister of Finance and to follow in the footsteps of my great predecessor, the MP for Whitby-Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the warm wishes coming from across the country.
That the leader will give the NDP critic an opportunity to ask a question. After all, he paid $40,000 for the privilege.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So the answer is no, they're not going to follow the Supreme Court ruling.
Across the country, Canadians' opposition to the Conservatives' Unfair Elections Act can be felt. Thousands of people want to be heard and are participating in the NDP's public consultations. Consultations which were made necessary by the Conservatives' refusal to consult Canadians. But it's not too late for the Conservatives. I thus urge the Minister of Democratic Reform to participate in a consultation meeting that the NDP is organizing. Is he prepared to come to Gatineau on Saturday to hear what Canadians have to say about his botched bill? The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform. I would like to thank the Honourable Minister, or rather the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, for his invitation. It's very kind of him. I would invite all Canadians and the NDP members to call witnesses before the committee so that we can examine the bill, because C-23 is a bill that is going to protect the democracy of our system. It is going to improve our electoral system, and it will share our democratic values. Thank you.
The minister won't listen to Canadians at public hearings, but will he listen to the hundreds of political science and law professors warning that this bill makes it more difficult to vote? Will he listen to the chief electoral officer who said that under this bill, quote, Canadians will be denied the right to vote? Will he listen to the Ottawa Citizen that said this bill radically restricts the role of Elections Canada? Or the Globe and Mail that said quite simply, this bill deserves to die? This bill isn't about improving democracy, is it? It's really about improving the Conservatives' chances in the next election.
The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me listen to an expert right here who commented recently after it was revealed that there were 50,000 serious irregularities related to vouching. This expert said, quote, it goes to a fundamental question of the defense of our democratic institutions. If we can't even guarantee that the people who are voting are entitled to vote, and that can throw off the results of an election, all is being lost. You know who said that? The leader of the NDP.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, I welcome the
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants is now going to ask a question. The Honourable Member has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the new Finance Minister to his role, where he's going to be deciding how much the government will invest in infrastructure. And on April 1st, federal infrastructure funding is set to be cut by 90%, because his predecessor made this cut to try to balance the books before the election. But these cuts hurt middle-class families who will face rising property taxes. Will the new Finance Minister reverse this cut, put middle-class families first, and fix our crumbling infrastructure?
L'honorable ministre de l'Infrastructure.
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
This MP saying that the predecessor worked to balance the budget when his leader said the budget would balance by itself. We know that's completely different. We have no lesson to take from the Liberal Party regarding the infrastructure funding. Billions of dollars have been invested since 2006, and billions will continue to flow since 2007. We have invested $33 billion.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Mr. Speaker, that money is largely back-end loaded. In fact, on April 1st, the fund will be cut by almost 90%, and it won't return to today's levels until 2019. We still have communities with crumbling roads and bridges, overcrowded public transit, and outdated water treatment plants. To fix these problems, communities are going to have to hike property taxes, and that will hurt middle-class families. Why is the finance minister forcing communities to hike their property taxes or just to wait 5 years to fix crumbling infrastructure?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, the preamble is totally wrong. Earlier this year, we have announced the details of the longest and largest infrastructure plan in Canada's history. The $53 billion Building Canada plan. We have sent the renewal of the gas tax fund to all the provinces since November the 5th. Many are on the good way to be signed, and we will invest this money very soon.
Honourable Member for West Mountain Vinmagee. Mr. Speaker, there is only 1 week left before the beginning of the new fiscal year, and the Conservatives are celebrating by slashing the Building Canada Fund by close to 90%. The Conservatives are misleading Canadians because what they're not saying is that they're reserving the majority of the infrastructure fund for well after the next election. Yes, I commend the new Minister of Finance for his appointment, but I would also urge him to tell us whether he intends to close the looming infrastructure gap that the government has created. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, that is completely false. We launched the longest and largest infrastructure plan in the history of the country, $53 million, and we've renewed the gas tax fund for all the provinces. Mr. Speaker, we're on the right track to getting the signatures from the provinces. Never has a government invested so much in infrastructure as we have, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as the official opposition critic for finance, I welcome Let's begin. His predecessor caused great concern among economists and markets when he referred to quantitative easing actions by the U.S. Fed as, quote, printing money. Does the Conservatives' new financial minister agree with that somewhat unique assessment?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the use of quantitative easing did not have to be resorted to in Canada. It started in Japan. The United States is still doing it. We think they'll be finished this year. It's a non-conventional way to expand the monetary supply. It wasn't necessary in Canada because our banks were in solid condition and the economy was not in the same shape.
Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Another non-conventional idea. The previous Minister of Finance was also not much of a fan of the Conservative income splitting scheme. He publicly cast doubt on the, quote, benefits to our society. I'm sure the new finance minister's friends on Bay Street love the plan, but the reality is that for over 85% of Canadians, they won't see a dime. So why does the finance minister side with the wealthiest few and cause the hardworking families in this country not to receive any benefit whatsoever?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said clearly, income splitting has been a good policy for seniors, and it can be a good policy for families. Once the budget is balanced, Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to greater tax relief for Canadian families, and as a result of our low-tax plan, the average Canadian family pays nearly $3,400 less in taxes in 2014.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve a clear answer The former Minister of Finance said that income splitting is of no benefit to underprivileged Canadians. Does the new Minister of Finance share the opinion of his predecessor? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, as I said, once we have achieved a balanced budget, the government will keep its promise to give even more tax relief to Canadian families. And thanks to our tax relief program, the average Canadian family is now paying some $3,400 less on average in taxes in 2014. The Prime Minister has been very clear. This is a policy that is good for Canadian families. Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, let's go to another very worrisome file. I'm talking about the burden of household debt that Canadians are carrying. This time I'd like a clear response from the Minister. Can he tell us what he expects by the next federal budget with regard to the household debt levels of Canadians with regard to their annual disposable income? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadian families are better off today under our government's reign. Indeed, Statistics Canada said that the net value or the net worth of Canadian families has risen by some 44.5% since the preceding Liberal government. Thanks to our tax relief programs, we are leaving more money in Canadians' pockets than ever before.
Parkdale High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, not only is household debt at crisis levels, but clearly the government is doing nothing. Canadians are further in debt, but they're paying some of the highest banking fees anywhere, especially at ATMs. No one should have to pay up to $6 to get access to their own money from an ATM. Can the minister tell us, has he been briefed on banking fees and ATM charges? And will he commit right now to take immediate action to protect Canadian consumers?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our government puts consumers first. Canadian consumers deserve access to credit on fair and transparent terms, and that's why we've taken action to protect Canadians who are using credit cards by banning unsolicited credit card checks, requiring clear and simple information, providing timely advance notice of rates and fee changes, limiting anti-consumer business practices, and ensuring prepaid cards never expire.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, every year it's the same story. Banks make record profits, whereas consumers become more and more in debt. Mr. Speaker, the banks are continuing to increase interest rates on credit cards for middle-class Canadians, and the previous finance minister did nothing to counter these abusive practices. Will the new Minister of Finance legislate in order to reduce interest rates on credit cards? The Honourable Minister of Finance. We have put in place protection policies for consumers in order to improve their financial literacy.
With better information, Canadian consumers can make better informed decisions in their best interest, and we will continue to put consumers first.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Making the font bigger on a bill doesn't help protect Canadian families, Mr. Speaker. Again and again, they continue to sit by while financial institutions are allowed to gouge. Canadians deserve better, Mr. Speaker. One thing is crystal clear. The Conservative policy of voluntary commitments simply doesn't work. Credit card companies are now backing away from their zero liability policies, leaving consumers on the hook for fraudulent online credit card transactions. What is the minister going to do to protect Canadians against online fraud and ensure credit card companies live up to their zero liability policies, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the NDP, which only talks about protecting consumers. It's our Conservative government that has actually taken action. We've banned unsolicited credit card checks, limited anti-consumer business practices, and ensured that prepaid cards never expire. We've also introduced rules requiring clear disclosure of terms in credit card contracts and applications. Sadly, the NDP has opposed all our efforts to protect Canadian consumers.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
In response to an NDP access to information request to see the Minister for Democratic Reform's briefing books, the PCO first refused altogether. Then, after we filed a complaint, they finally disclosed the Minister's 200-page briefing book. Problem is, they blacked out 99% of it. They even redacted what looks to be 2/3 of the table of contents. So a simple question for the Minister, can he tell us what is in that table of contents that he'd like to hide from Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of State and Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, the decision on what to reveal is made by nonpartisan public servants, for whom it has long been a tradition not to reveal cabinet confidences. That has been the case going back to all previous governments of all party stripes. But the NDP should start coming clean with the taxpayer-funded resources that it has been employing to illegally finance campaigns in the by-election in Bourassa, for example. They should come clean with all of that illegal money. They should pay it back to taxpayers, and they should admit that it represents a violation of the Canada Elections Act.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the minister's transition document is 200 pages long. He received it when he was appointed last summer. We would like to know what's in it, but the Privy Council office decided to publicize only 3 heavily redacted pages out of 200. Since the Privy Council office thinks that it's acceptable that democracy should be censored, can the Minister of Democratic Reform show some transparency and tell us whether his transition document had any information on the previous bill, the Chief Electoral Officer, and the robocalls? Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform. Mr. Speaker, I just answered that question, but the NDP doesn't want to answer questions regarding the use of taxpayers' money because they use this money to train volunteers working for the NDP, including funding activities. They also use the money for riding associations, which is against the rules, and organizational meetings on the part of the NDP. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the NDP have once again broken the rules, and they should now announce their intention to reimburse this money to the taxpayers and apologize for having broken the rules. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, for the first time since Confederation, the Supreme Court concluded that a judge appointed to the Supreme Court has no right to sit there. The Prime Minister has only himself to blame for this well-deserved rebuke. Because of his poor judgment, this seat has been empty for a year. Will the Prime Minister pledge to not reappoint Justice Nadon, and will he tell us how long the underrepresentation of Quebec on the Supreme Court is going to go on for? Honourable Minister of Justice.
For the question, as he would know, there was broad consultation with this process that included consultation certainly with Quebec, with their Chief Justice, with the Attorney General of Quebec. There was an all-party committee, of course, that looked at the qualifications of Justice Nadon. We also sought information, Mr. Speaker, from retired Supreme Court justices and a constitutional expert with respect to the path that was followed. We'll examine the decision from the Supreme Court as we continue to move forward in the process to appoint and see that the Supreme Court has a full complement of judges.
The Conservatives pled that the Supreme Court is protected by the Constitution, and that the 3 Quebec judges are not protected, and that the government has tried to unilaterally make changes to the court. They have made this this is absurd. Why are the Conservatives attacking Canadian federalism and the weight of Quebec on the court, dragging out this sad saga?
What
What nonsense, Mr. Speaker. Coming from a member from Quebec, it wasn't this government that decided to table this decision in the middle of the Quebec election. And I remind him again that, in fact, we received advice from 2 retired Supreme Court justices, Mr. Speaker, as well as an eminent constitutional expert who I think the member is familiar with, Mr. Peter HoC. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not a position that is somehow out of step with the reality, and that is that we continue to use a process that is far more inclusive than the Honourable Member's Party when he was in power.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, last week 19 international scholars published a letter calling the Fair Elections Act a threat to Canada's reputation as, quote, a guardian of democracy and human rights. This just 1 week after 159 experts here in Canada published a letter condemning the minister as a threat against democracy. Today, a national newspaper ran an editorial with the headline simply, "Kill this bill." So will the Conservatives stop treating C-23 as a piece of partisan legislation only to be rammed through this Parliament?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, the Fair Elections Act will keep everyday Canadians in charge of democracy by keeping interest groups on the sidelines and rule breakers out of business. It closes loopholes to big money, like the loans loophole the Liberals use to accept hundreds of thousands of dollars in illegal donations. It will crack down on illegal calls from political imposters who deceive Canadians. It will make it more difficult to engage in voter fraud, and it will make it easier for law-abiding people to vote because they'll have more information about the availability of voting and they'll have an extra day in which to vote. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Davenport. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has been underrepresented for more than 7 months now on the highest court in the land, and this during a time when extremely sensitive cases are being studied, particularly Senate reform. The failure of Justice Nadon's appointment is the full and entire responsibility of the Prime Minister, despite the impression that his office is trying to give, because he should have abstained. Are the Conservatives going to commit to relaunch the appointment process as quickly as possible by excluding the candidacy of Justice Nadon? Quebec can make excellent suggestions very quickly to the Minister. Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for having clarified that there is a pool of candidates. I've consulted with the Chief Justice of Quebec, of the Chief Justice of the Court of Appeal in Quebec, of the Federal Court, the Attorney General of Quebec, as well as representatives from different legal associations, including the Quebec Bar and the Canadian Bar Association. And, Mr. Speaker, from this long list of candidates, the multi-party committee, the selection committee, provided us with 3 names. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. You know, Mr. Speaker, listening what people give us as suggestions is one thing, but did they really listen to them and keep the list? We'll recall that the Minister of Justice for the province of Quebec clearly said that Justice Nadon was not even on his list of recommendations. So,
that Conservatives have no one to blame but themselves for this mess. Conservatives happily ignored offensive comments from Vic Taze about how his critics stand with the child pornographers and appointed him to a plum patronage position on the Manitoba bench just months after leaving politics. Why can't Conservatives understand the importance of making the
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member knows, there is a Judicial Advisory Committee that provides names of which Mr. Justice Taves was put forward. She would know as well, Mr. Speaker, as a member of the committee that vetted the names that came from Quebec. In fact, she was a member of that committee. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I appreciated her participation. And someone said he's a great judge. Speaking of Mr. Nadon, someone said he's a great judge. He's a brilliant legal mind. Who said that? The member from Gatineau.
honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, in February, Conservative Senator Don Meredith went on a 5-day trip to Washington for the National Prayer Breakfast. He used parliamentary travel points, bought business-class plane tickets, and claimed $1,294 in expenses. Senator Meredith charged all of this to taxpayers, despite...
I haven't heard anything at this point that has to do with government business. He's a member of the other place, and it sounds like it may be a great question over there, but we're in the House, so
The honourable member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. When this Prime Minister doesn't stop, as long as he keeps appointing people that abuse of taxpayers' money, the NDP will continue to provide opposition. Senator Meredith was expelled from the Human Rights Committee because of his very liberal use of the American Express card provided by the Senate, and also because of many delays. He attempted to claim refund for... It's the same in French as in English.
For Etobicoke Centre.
Speaker, in the past 2 weeks, the situation in Ukraine escalated rapidly. A referendum was held in Crimea, which is still currently under illegal military occupation. Russia's Duma passed a subversive law that illegally absorbed Crimea into the Russian Federation. Acts of provocation and violence committed by pro-Russian groups in eastern Ukraine. Religious minorities are continuously targeted in eastern Ukraine, in particular in the Crimean region. Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity continues to be trampled by Russia. Can the Parliamentary Secretary update this House on our government's action concerning the troubling situation in Ukraine? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Etobicoke Centre for his question and for his commitment to the people of Ukraine. Our government remains deeply troubled by the ongoing situation in Ukraine. In response to these developments, our government has taken leadership by imposing targeted travel bans and economic sanctions on those individuals who are responsible for undermining Ukraine's sovereignty. As we stated previously, Canada does not recognize the referendum that was conducted on March 16th. Furthermore, during his visit, the Prime Minister announced Canada's contribution to an OSCE monitoring mission in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can count on this government to stand shoulder to shoulder with the people of Ukraine during this difficult time in Ukraine's history. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, the 2004 Health Accord expires in 1 week, putting the government's shameful record on health care under the microscope. Conservatives failed to act on commitments, making little to no progress on wait times, home care, Aboriginal health, access to primary care or pharmacare. They even cut $36 billion from provincial transfers. Why are Conservatives refusing to work with provinces to ensure that Canadians have a strong, stable and accessible healthcare system?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to a strong publicly funded healthcare system guided by the Canada Health Act. Our government is following through on our commitment to provide the highest recorded health transfer dollars in Canadian history to the provinces and territory. This record funding will reach $40 billion by the end of the decade and provide stability and predictability to our system. We are focused on working with the provinces and territories on innovative solutions to ensure that our healthcare system is sustainable and delivering the care that Canadians need. The opposition, Mr. Speaker, needs to get serious on this issue and stop opposing our budgets and deliver these record health transfer dollars.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the government has to open its eyes regarding their responsibility to follow up on health accords and the impact that will have on Canadians. Wait times are ever increasing, despite the old Conservative promise to bring them down, without forgetting the shortage of family doctors. According to the Fraser Institute, $1.1 billion have been lost in productivity over the last year because Canadians didn't have access to treatments they need quickly enough. Why will the government not work with the provinces in order that the citizens be able to receive quality health care? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government will never balance our books on the backs of the provinces and territories like the Liberals did. They got $25 billion out of transfers, Mr. Speaker. Since we formed government, healthcare transfers have increased by almost 50%.
Wow.
The oppositions need to stop opposing our budgets and provide record health funding to the provinces and support nearly 1,300 health researchers across this great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. The backlog in grain transport represents a major problem for farmers. This crisis has gone on for months, but no legislation has been passed. The instructions that the minister gave are so timid that even if the railways respected them, they wouldn't be done moving this year's crop before the arrival of next year's. What a failure, Mr. Speaker. Are the Conservatives exploring the possibility of compensation for farmers who have lost income over the course of this crisis? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
To that diatribe, Mr. Speaker, our government has taken concrete action. We brought in an order in council which has doubled the capacity of the two railways in the first couple of weeks that came into play. We continue to monitor the situation, Mr. Speaker. But let me quote the young farmer, Levi Wood, president of the Western Canadian Wheat Growers. The order in council to immediately increase grain shipments will help lift artificially depressed grain prices, generate more cash flow for farmers ahead of spring seeding, and reduce the carryout of grain that will be left on farms at the end of this crop year. That's his quote, Mr. Speaker. He's happy. We're happy that he's enjoying that newfound freedom.
The honourable member for Welland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the newfound freedom is Davidson's price in Saskatchewan is $4.39. The Port of Vancouver's price is $11.69. I guess the question is who made the money in between, because it wasn't farmers. So, Mr. Speaker, the fines proposed by this minister are far too low. Worse still, the money goes to the new finance minister. It's not the government that should be compensated for the grain backlog, it's farmers. Mr. Speaker, why doesn't the minister agree with New Democrats that the fines should be bigger, that the money being collected shouldn't go to the government, it should go to farmers who are suffering on the prairies of our country?
Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP should stop using the NFU for their research group. They're always 6 months behind and out of touch with the real farmers out there, Mr. Speaker. We continue to work with a number of different groups out there, including the railways, the shippers themselves, and, of course, farmers who ultimately end up paying all the bills for anything that goes wrong in that supply chain. We brought forward the order in council, which is starting to move some 4,400 cars of grain in the last 2 weeks. That's good, Mr. Speaker. It's a good start. There's still a lot of work to be done. We will be tabling legislation in the immediate future, and we hope that the members opposite will actually stand and support that and move that through unanimously.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, some have called the work done by Veterans Affairs to be a duty, a responsibility, a commitment, a social contract, or a sacred obligation. If it's possible to agree with the Minister of Veterans Affairs on anything he said, it's those words spoken by him last Thursday. Yet government lawyers deny the existence of a social contract in response to the suit brought by Equitas Society, arguing no further compensation is due those veterans seeking fairness after their years of service. Will the minister now do the principled thing and instruct his lawyers to withdraw their defence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on November 15, the Minister of Veterans Affairs appeared at the Standing Committee of Veterans Affairs where he stated his support for social contract on the record. But, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to take a second to point out that the Liberals have finally accepted that the member for Scarborough Aging Court was a disgraceful Veterans Affairs critic and have decided to remove him. I can only hope the new critic will better stand up for veterans and treat them with respect.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday at a summit in St. Paul's with all levels of government, we heard clearly from our citizens that they're appalled at the complete lack of federal leadership on health and health care. On March 31st, the 2004 Health Accord ends, and the Health Council of Canada will cease to exist. Why has the Prime Minister refused to sit down with the provinces, territories and Aboriginal leaders to negotiate the multi-jurisdictional partnership needed to improve the health of Canadians and ensure the sustainability of our most cherished social program?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we're not going to take any lessons from the Liberal Party of Canada. We cut $25 billion out of transfers to the provinces and territories when they needed it most. This is our government that's committed to the quality health care system that we have. we are putting forth record funding of $40 billion by the end of the decade, and it provides stability and predictability to the system. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that when it comes to health care, this is the party that's committed to health care system in Canada.
Right on.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, 9 months have passed since the government promised to resettle 1,300 refugees fleeing the conflict in Syria. But in reality, Canada has welcomed very few. In 2013, Canada welcomed only 10 Syrian refugees sponsored by the government, and no mechanisms have been put in place to accelerate the process. Would it be because of limited resources tied to budget cutbacks? When will the government respect its promise and follow up on the request of the High Commission for Refugees and accept more Syrian refugees? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship. Mr. Speaker, Canada and our government is very proud of Canada's record and what we have done over the last 3 years to come to the assistance of the Syrian population, which is suffering far too much. We are amongst the most generous of donating countries with billions of dollars and for security and military needs, and we've also received more than 1,600 Syrian refugees in the last year through our very generous system, which is without peer in terms of generosity.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, notwithstanding what this minister said, Mr. Speaker, Syrian refugees are facing a humanitarian crisis, and this government has failed to live up to its promises, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives are also failing immigrant families here in Canada. Their latest attack will mean that spouses would have to meet stringent new language requirements just to reunite with their loved ones. Now, family reunification has skyrocketed under this government. This measure will only make matters worse. So will the minister reassure Canadian immigrant families that he is not considering this measure?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, just because an issue was raised at a roundtable as part of the very extensive consultations our government organizes across this country does not mean it's going to become government policy. We continuously review all of our policies, and yes, Mr. Speaker, family reunification has skyrocketed under this government because we've been taking action to clean up the Liberal mess for parents and grandparents by admitting.
The Honourable Member for Des Nethé, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is World Tuberculosis Day, an important day to develop public awareness that TB today remains an epidemic in much of the world. It causes the deaths of nearly 1.5 million people each year, mostly in developing countries. My constituents are concerned about this epidemic and would appreciate an update on Canada's actions. Can the Minister please tell this House what our government is doing to eradicate TB?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Canada is assuming a leadership position in the fight for the eradication of TB worldwide, and we invest massively and are working with several partners.
The Global Fund is saving more than 100,000 lives every month. We are continuing our support with our recent announcement of $650 million over the next 3 years. This is an increase of 20%. Our support is helping to improve access to diagnosis and treatment, especially for people living in poverty. Mr. Speaker, we have helped the Global Fund save an estimated 8.7 million lives from AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria to date. The Canada fait une différence, and we will continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton, Cancel.
Mr. Speaker, when Conservatives announce significant departmental changes, followed by the statement, it will be business as usual, you know the business they refer to is to mislead, misinform, and misrepresent the facts as usual. Last week, the people in Cape Breton Mulgrave were informed of the government that the government had scrapped ECBC. Will the minister confirm to the House that the region will retain a designated budget as well as matching current funding levels?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to supporting economic development in Cape Breton and throughout Atlantic Canada. Legislation will be introduced this spring authorizing the COA to assume responsibility for the direct delivery of economic development programs, services, and advocacy in Cape Breton. Subject to the passage of the legislation by Parliament, the economic and community development activities of Enterprise Cape Breton Corporation
including the associated budget, will transition over to ACOA. The level of economic development funding that was delivered through ECBC will be maintained.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 2 weeks now since this government tabled its report and again chose the status quo. They didn't listen to the voices of witnesses, families, friends, asking for answers and solutions to the end of the disappearances and murders of Indigenous women and girls. How much longer will these families have to wait? Why is the government still refusing to listen to the call for a national inquiry that would bring closure and some measure of justice to the families?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as our government continues to press police measures that give police more tools to investigate and solve crimes, to continue to put forward legislation, Mr. Speaker, that holds those responsible for violence against women and girls, including Aboriginal women and girls, accountable. This is what we continue to do. We continue to fund programs across the country, as the member knows, that work on reserve. We passed legislation that empowered Aboriginal women with matrimonial property, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, the consistent approach of the NDP has been to talk. Our government has taken action. We ask for her support of that action.
Honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As indicated in our speech from the throne, deepening Canada's trade and investment ties in the booming Asia-Pacific region is our priority. It's part of our Conservative government's ambitious pro-trade plan. The recently concluded agreement with South Korea is part of this plan, a plan to create jobs in every region of our country. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade update this House on what our government is pursuing next on this front? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Burlington for his question, but also for his advocacy with trade, particularly in Asia. The recent South Korean deal will be a boon to employers across the country, including those at Laker Energy in Burlington, Mr. Speaker. Amazing. And I'm happy to announce today that Canada and Japan will be holding its 5th round of negotiations toward an economic partnership agreement, Mr. Speaker. 1 in 5 jobs in Canada are attributable to our exports. We're securing new markets to secure new jobs for the future.
Honourable member for Beaufort-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the revelations regarding nickel dust continue to accumulate. We're not surprised to have learned recently that this toxic dust is falling not only on the heads of the people of Limoilou, but it is also wreaking havoc on the Beauport Bay. A study has also revealed that the toxicity of the nickel dust is higher than originally thought. Will the Minister of Transport stop pretending that the Port of Quebec does not come under her jurisdiction and impose the highest possible standards in order to protect people's lives and health and the environment? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Port of Quebec is an arm's-length organization, and as such is responsible for its own operational decisions. I know that the Port of Quebec has been working with certain tenants over the past number of months to implement measures like water cannons and dust capturing equipment aimed at eliminating dust emissions from the port. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie-Lametti ce matin, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court has served up quite a rebuke to the Conservative government, to the NDP and the Liberals, all members of the multi-party appointment committee that recommended Justice Nadon in complete contravention of the criteria in the Act and without any respect for Quebec. The Supreme Court's decision is absolutely clear. The appointment of 3 judges for Quebec must guarantee the respect of legal traditions and the distinct social values of Quebec and not serve the Prime Minister's agenda. Now that the failure of their appointment is complete, will the government commit to appointing a replacement for Justice Nadon from the list of candidates submitted by the Quebec government? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, there are many consultations, not only with the people from Quebec and people coming from the province of Quebec, but also with members from all parties here in Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, it is our intent to proceed with the process for a new member of the Supreme Court. It's absolutely necessary for its core functions, and we have many people qualified for the position. The Honourable Member for HoC. Mr. Speaker, prostitution is a system of exploitation and a form of violence towards women and children. Does the government intend to propose a new legal framework for prostitution by making this activity formally illegal, by criminalizing the purchase of sexual services and not those who are prostituted, and above all by supporting the implementation of programs to help these people across the country? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Of course, Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely necessary to respond to the Supreme Court decision on the issue of prostitution. And also, Mr. Speaker, people have a lot of good ideas to respond with programs. It's not necessary to have a bill to formulate a complete response to this issue. It's also necessary to have support programs to help the most vulnerable people who are affected by this issue.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, Ontario Premier Kathleen Wynne stated that, I quote, "It's somewhere between offensive and inexplicable to ask people who worked hard all their lives to be rewarded with retirement that takes them out of the middle class." I agree, Mr. Speaker, but I have to admit it's a bit of a head-scratcher. I thought she was talking about the 40% increase in Ontario electricity prices, but no, she was talking about the need to impose new payroll taxes. Will the Finance Minister please confirm for the House that he will continue to oppose Ontario's proposed new payroll taxes?
That sounded like a question for the Ontario legislature, maybe. That concludes question period for today. The Chair has notices of points of order and questions of privilege summarizing from QP and another more formal. I'll go first to the Honourable Member for Wascana.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, a point of order on a matter of privilege. And I know under our rules we are obliged to raise these items at the earliest possible moment, which I'm taking the opportunity to do now. Earlier today, we learned that Russia had imposed certain sanctions against 13 Canadians, including several members of Parliament and, indeed, the Speaker of the House of Commons, you, sir. The sanctions are intended to be deeply insulting. They are intended to punish, intimidate and interfere with the functioning of the House of Commons and the ability of members of Parliament to do their jobs. The Speaker embodies the rights and privileges of all MPs and indeed the very dignity of the whole House. The Russian action constitutes, in my view, Mr. Speaker, a very grave matter of privilege, which I would intend to raise tomorrow, and I wanted to give the House full notice of this matter today because I suspect a number of members of Parliament would want to express their views on this Russian action taken against the Speaker of the House of Commons of Canada.
I thank the Honourable Member for Wascana for providing the notice, and we'll, of course, look forward to future submissions. I did have notice member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley on a question of privilege. Question of privilege? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be making a request for unanimous consent at the end of my intervention right now in response to a question from my colleague from Parkdale High Park during question period regarding abusive ATM fees. The Minister of Employment and Social Development yelled out from his place, "It's just a tax on the stupid." Not only is this language unparliamentary, it is incredibly offensive to those Canadians facing these abusive fees. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the unanimous consent of the House for the following motion, that in the opinion of this House, unaffordable ATM fees are not a tax on the stupid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to close this motion? No, there's no consent. The Honourable Opposition House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on my first day of work. Look forward to working with the Government House Leader and the House Leader of the other party. Though, Mr. Speaker, I will say I'm a bit dismayed. We had two very relevant questions that were being raised by the member from Hamilton Mountain and the member from Rosemont, the Petite Patrie. In both cases, they were speaking to public funds that are part of the estimates that are tabled and discussed on this in this House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. In both cases, you didn't really wait for the question, which was extremely relevant, before you cut both of them off. And what I would like to ask on this first day, Mr. Speaker, is that you allow our members and the official opposition to ask the question before you cut them off, because we are always relevant, Mr. Speaker, and we're always trying to press for a very effective use of public funds.
I welcome the honourable member for the honourable opposition House Leader to his new role and look forward to working with him. I know I've always enjoyed the working relationship I've had with all House officers, whips, and House Leaders. And I'll just take this opportunity to refer him to the statement I made on January 28th dealing with this precise issue. And in that statement, I raised the concern about questions that had no obvious link to government business and informed members that they would run the risk of having their questions cut off unless that link was established early on in the question. The time I stood up to stop the members, I hadn't heard that link. If they feel that they have a link to government business, I would look forward with eagerness to how they attempt to do that. But as I heard it, there was no such link to the direct responsibility, the administrative responsibility of government. As relevant as it might be to public interest or to members, there has to be that established link to the administrative role of government. Now I see the Honourable Minister of Finance rising.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table a notice of Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 11, 2014, and other measures pursuant to Standing Order 83.2. I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of the motion. Monsieur le Président, conformément.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 83.1, I have the honor of tabling a notice of motion of Ways and Means for the execution of certain provisions of the budget tabled before Parliament on February 11, 2014, and implementing other measures pursuant to Standing Order 83.2. I request that consideration of this motion be included in the orders of the day.
Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 157 petitions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Do I have a point of order? No. Minister of Foreign
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I've had the honour to table in both official languages the treaties entitled, first, the agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the United Mexican States on air transport done at Mexico City on 18th of February 2014. Second, an audiovisual co-production agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Republic of India done at New Delhi on 24th of February 2014. And third, the exchange of notes between the Government of Canada and the Government of the French Republic, concluding amendments to the procès-verbal applying the March 27, 1972 agreement between Canada and France on their mutual fishing relations done at Paris on the 5th of March 2014. An explanatory memorandum is included with each treaty.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order or under tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to rise in this House to announce formally that Canada and South Korea have concluded negotiations for a free trade agreement. This is a landmark agreement, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it's Canada's first free trade agreement in the Asia-Pacific region. South Korea is a key partner, seventh largest trading relationship, and over 26,000 of our veterans helped secure that democracy. So today I'm tabling, Mr. Speaker, in both official languages, the final agreement summary of the Canada-Korea Free Trade Agreement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport des délégations interparlementaires.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Joint Committee on Scrutiny of Regulations in relation to the review of statutory instruments.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the ninth report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding memberships of the committees of the House. And if the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the ninth report later today.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration entitled Protecting Canada and Canadians, Welcoming the World, a Modern Visa System to Help Canada Seize the Moment. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, Mr. Speaker, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
Honourable Deputy de Pierre Fondelard.
Honourable Member for Pierre Fondelard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP and as the official opposition will protect a complementary report on the report on foreign affairs because it does not present a balanced view. It does not contain some of the interesting suggestions made by witnesses about transparency, that is, informing people about the precise reasons for why their visa was refused, and the granting of visas to help the tourism industry. This suggestion and others will be in our dissenting report. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Ayala, seconded by Ms. Sela, seeks leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Reduce the Effects of Urban Heat Islands on the Health of Canadians. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling a private member's bill. Since I was elected, I have taken part in various organizations, and this is where I found out about urban heat islands. On hot days, some neighborhoods experience temperatures 12 degrees over the average, and sometimes these are areas where the most vulnerable citizens live, especially children and the elderly. These urban heat islands have various effects: higher emergency admissions, increases in smog episodes, and so forth. This continues despite scientific knowledge on this subject. New constructions and support for renewable energy and schools are sometimes built in the middle of these heat islands. Especially, we have a lack of any kind of national plan to counter the effects of these urban heat islands. This is why I've decided to act by tabling this bill that proposes that governments come up with a strategy to reduce urban heat islands and their effect on the health of Canadians.
Ms. Ayala, seconded by Ms. Sela, moves that this bill be now read at first time and printed.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions among the parties, and I think that if you seek it, you shall find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, during the debate tomorrow on the motion to concur in the first report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, the Chair shall not receive any quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed. It's ordered. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the ninth report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier today be concurred in.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in the House today to present a petition from a number of my constituents, and this is a petition that asks that the Government of Canada ensure that all Canadians have a fair electoral system. Thank you.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition from a number of constituents in my riding who are concerned with the proposed restrictions on farmers' traditional practices such as reusing and selecting and the selling of seeds. And, Mr. Speaker, these petitioners are proposing to the government that they refrain from making any changes to the Seeds Act or to the Plant Breeders' Rights Act through Bill C-18. Further, they want to call upon Parliament to enshrine in legislation the inalienable right of farmers and other Canadians to save, reuse, select, exchange, and sell seeds.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling today a petition signed by residents in my riding objecting to the cuts to Canada Post services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q 198, 207, 220, 232, 243, 245, 246, 264, 268, and Q 293. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number 173, 174, 181, 192, 193, 195, 196, Q 200 to Q 205, 208, 209, 211 to 213, 215, 216, 219, 222, 224, 227 to 231, 233 to 236, 238, 239, 244, 247 to 49, 252, 254 to 260, 262, 265 to 267, 269, 270, Q 276, 278, 279 to 292, and Q 294 to 296 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
And is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Chair has notice of a question of privilege from the Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine, and I'll hear her now.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in this House to raise a question of privilege with regard to the standing order. At the end of my speech, I would ask you to establish whether there has been a breach of privilege on the part of an MP. This question was raised recently, and I decided to raise it in the House as soon as possible. My question of privilege has to do with the advertising that the member for Westmount-Ville-Marie put in the papers to invite his constituents to come and have a debate with them. These were clearly funded by the MP out of his budget because we see the House of Commons logo. There is nothing abnormal about inviting people's constituents to come and hold a debate. It is part of a Member of Parliament's work. I organize such events in order to meet with my constituents of Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine to discuss with them issues that preoccupy them. The problem with the current situation, Mr. Speaker, is that in his advertising, the member for Westmount-Ville-Marie explicitly invited citizens from the riding of Westmount-Ville-Marie and people as well from NDG and the City of Montreal West. Mr. Speaker, the majority of Notre-Dame-de-Grâce and the entire part of Montreal West are currently in my riding of Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. So through his ad, the member for Westmount-Ville-Marie is implicitly trying to represent himself to the constituents of NDG and Montreal West as their current member, whereas that is my role. I don't know why the member for Westmount-Ville-Marie is doing this, and that is what I'm going to come back to. Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that the fact that the member who is trying to falsely represent himself as a member for the constituents of NDG is interfering with my work in the riding. According to the O'Brien and Boss procedure in the House of Commons, the Speaker has often said that the Chamber must protect MPs from interference and intimidation in order that they can meet with their constituents. They also say that even it's impossible to codify all the incidents that could be considered as cases of interference, it must be taken into account by the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the past, there have already been breaches of privilege of MPs when people falsely represented themselves as being the MP for a riding, whereas they weren't. For example, in 2004, such a question was raised with regard to a benefit activity. And it said that the former member for Beauharnois-Salaberry was the current member. The Speaker said that there was a breach of privilege in this case. Mr. Speaker, in the current case, I think that this is important. The member for Westmount-Ville-Marie did not say that he was the member for NDG or West Montreal, but it seems to me that by deliberately mentioning people from NDG and from Montreal West, he is trying to represent himself as being their member of Parliament, and he is implicitly suggesting that his citizens should look to him when they have concerns or when they need assistance, rather than to their current member, myself. Mr. Speaker, in '85, during a similar question, the Speaker said, "It goes without saying that an MP who exercises his functions and tries to sow confusion as to who is a constituent's member would prevent the real member from exercising their functions as they are supposed to do." The fact that the activities of the member of Westmount-Ville-Marie could lead to confusion among my constituents means that, for example, if a constituent NDG needs help with a citizenship matter, this citizen may falsely believe that they should look to the member for Westmount-Ville-Marie for help. They may go to that person's office and waste precious time. So this is a situation that concerns me greatly, Mr. Speaker. But I would like to come back to the reasons of the member for doing this. Why would he want to make people from NDG and Montreal West make them believe that he is their member? And I think it is clear. As you know, recently there was an exercise of redrawing the electoral boundaries across the country to take into account new demographic realities. Therefore, during the next election in 2015, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce and Montreal West will be in the new riding of Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount. This redrawing of the boundaries means that the current MP for Westmount-Ville-Marie will have to campaign in these areas. Mr. Speaker, it appears clear that through this deliberate reference to Montreal and NDG in his ad, the member for Westmount-Ville-Marie is trying to target future voters in the future riding of NDG Westmount. Conducting public relations within his routing and outside of it, of course that is part of an MP's work, but the problem is that here, the member used his advertising budget from the House of Commons, therefore taxpayers' money, to target future voters who are currently in my riding. I am not an expert. It is up to you to decide, Mr. Speaker, but it appears to me that the fact that he is using the House of Commons resources for electioneering violates the rules of the House of Commons that mean that this budget can only come into contact with their own constituents. I think that this is a question of privilege, Mr. Speaker, and I think that it should be studied in committee. However, if you decide otherwise, I think we would all like to have a clarification on these standing orders around the use of members' budgets for electoral purpose and with regard to targeting future voters. If you think that there is a breach of privilege, then I will table the appropriate motion. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce for having raised this question. And is there anyone else on the same question? The honourable member? The honourable House Leader of the Opposition. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would just like to add that when we look at the ad, it is clearly mentioned that in no place does it say that individual does not represent the areas in question, that is Montreal West and Notre-Dame-de-Grâce. And when we look in the archives, Mr. Speaker, and we see that the former decisions of speakers, there was a decision handed down on November 23rd, 2004 by Speaker Milliken, who was obliged to rule on the same type of situation. At the time, we were talking about the member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord, who in his riding had decided that it was somewhat misleading because it talked about someone who was not a member of Parliament. It talked about someone who, in fact, had been a member before June 2004 and who was still claiming in the ad to be the incumbent. So on November 23, 2004, Speaker Milliken ruled on that question, and he said that the ad, because it represented a member who was actually not a member, was misleading because he was talking about a member who was not a representative of the region, and where this person was claiming to represent certain constituents. And in the same case, we're talking about a similar situation that deprives the sitting member of NDG of her privilege. So I hope that we can expect a ruling from you on that and that you will get back to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you will recognize that this is the first time that we have heard of such allegations or such discussions. I know that obviously any issue that has anything to do with the respective election rules is something you care about deeply, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this is also a very important issue for my colleague from Westmount, Ville-Marie. He is not here in the House right now, so he is unable to explain the context of such allegation, which considers completely unsubstantiated. But, Mr. Speaker, before handing down your final ruling, I would ask that you give the opportunity to my colleague, the member for Westmount Ville-Marie, to allow him to explain himself, and then we will be able to explain exactly why those allegations are completely baseless.
Well, look forward to further submissions on this question. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders. Business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion concerning the proposed changes to the Elections Act.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today on today's Opposition Day motion. The NDP is asking this House to consider several important aspects of the Fair Elections Act. I welcome the opportunity to participate in this debate and demonstrate how the Fair Elections Act will strengthen our democracy, and I will therefore be opposing the motion and encouraging other members to do the same. Mr. Speaker, in their motion before the House today, the NDP asks that 3 elements of the Fair Elections Act be amended: the end to vouching, the use of voter information cards in place of legitimate identification, and refocusing of Elections Canada education function. I'll address each of these provisions of the bill, but they do not exist in isolation. They are pieces of a broader piece of legislation that proposes comprehensive changes to the Canada Elections Act. The Fair Elections Act will ensure everyday citizens are in charge of democracy by putting special interests on the sidelines and rule breakers out of business. The bill also makes it harder to break elections law. It closes loopholes to big money, imposes new penalties on political imposters who make rogue calls, and empowers law enforcement with sharper teeth, a longer reach, and a freer hand. The Fair Elections Act will protect voters from rogue calls with a mandatory public registry for mass calling, prison time for impersonating elections officials, and increased penalties. Give more independence to the Commissioner of Elections Canada, allowing him or her control over their staff and investigations, and empowering that individual to seek tougher penalties for existing electoral offences, providing more than a dozen new offences to combat big money, rogue calls, and fraudulent voting. Bans the use of loans used to evade donation rules. Repeals the ban on premature transmission of election results, upholding free speech. Provides better customer service to voters, and establish an extra day of polling. In the case of disagreements over election expenses, it allows MPs to present the disputed case to the courts and to have judges quickly rule on it before the CEO seeks the MP's suspension. Makes the rules for fair elections clear, predictable, and easier to follow. And finally, the Fair Elections Act will crack down on voter fraud by prohibiting vouching or voter information cards as acceptable forms of ID. This last provision, cracking down on voter fraud by eliminating vouching, is an area of disagreement between the government and the NDP, and I'm just not sure why, quite frankly. Each time someone votes fraudulently, they cancel out the vote of an honest citizen. How many honest votes would the NDP accept being cancelled? In other words, what cancellation rate do they consider to be acceptable? This is a vitally important question, Mr. Speaker. It's not just good enough for legitimate voters to say, as long as I cast my ballot, why should I care if other illegitimate voters cast theirs? Well, the reason is that illegitimate votes cancel out legitimate ones. Every time a fraudulent vote is cast, a legitimate vote is not counted. How seriously, then, should we take the issue of fraudulent voting? Voter fraud is not a victimless crime. Its victims are the legitimate voters who cast a ballot believing that they should have the same voice in a decision as their neighbor, no more, no less, but whose votes are stolen by voter fraud. The NDP is fond of saying that there is no voter fraud. Prove it, they say. You can't point to anyone ever having voted fraudulently, is what the NDP say. But, Mr. Speaker, we have and I will. The television show Infoman showed that 2 Montrealers were each able to vote twice. It demonstrated how easy it was to use voter information cards for identity fraud. The case is even documented on Elections Canada's own website, where the individuals in question had to sign compliance agreements. Although no one condones these actions, the example is illustrative and it shows just how easy voter fraud can be. The Fair Elections Act will stop fraud of this kind by eliminating the use of inaccurate voter information cards as a replacement for acceptable forms of ID. The statistics on irregularities in the use of vouching and the high rates of inaccuracy in voter information cards are well established, and I don't need to repeat them here. I just want to remind honest, unsuspecting voters that their vote is denied every time a fraudulent vote is cast. In fact, there would be little difference between a fraudulent voter casting a ballot and a legitimate voter being turned away. Why won't the NDP take this threat seriously? Now, Mr. Speaker, voter fraud and developing ways to combat it are important, so I would like to focus the remainder of my remarks on another element of the NDP motion. That's Election Canada's education function. Just over 20 years ago, in 1993, the Canada Elections Act was amended to give Elections Canada its current mandate to educate Canadians on democracy and to encourage voter participation. What was the budget for this mandate? It was limitless. You heard me, Mr. Speaker. Elections Canada was not given a specific budget for this activity. Instead, they were told to spend whatever they needed, drawing directly from the fiscal framework in order to educate Canadians about democracy, just as long as they report back to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee after the fact. Well, how was this approach, without a budgetary limit, working? What results do we have to show for it? Surely voter turnout must have increased, Mr. Speaker. Surely Canadians must have had an excellent grasp of the basics of voting, including what ID to bring. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this hasn't been the case. Canadian voter turnout has plunged in the past 2 decades, and Canadians cite the lack of information as a reason for not voting. In 1988, the last general election before Elections Canada had its current education mandate, voter turnout was 75%. In a previous election, in 1984, voter turnout was also 75%. In fact, voter turnout in Canada only dipped below 70% twice between the end of World War II and the time when Elections Canada was given its current mandate to voter education. Mr. Speaker, voter turnout in the last general election was 61%. This is actually an increase of 3% over the previous election in 2008. If that's success, Mr. Speaker, I would hate to see what failure looks like. The opposition and Elections Canada often point to declining voter turnout around the world as a justification for continuing the current approach to voter education. Now let's examine the statistics a little more closely. I've just shown the record of declining voter turnout in Canada. And a similar story in presidential elections in the U.S. Well, Mr. Speaker, the 2008 election that made Barack Obama president saw the highest voter participation since
1968. And again, it's worth repeating, the highest voter turnout in 2008 in the U.S. since 1968. When in Canada, it was the lowest in our history. That hardly proves declining voter turnout is a global phenomenon. Some might suggest that the election was unique and historic given the first time an African American was a nominee for a major party. If that's the only reason, then what explains the fact that voter turnout in the next presidential election in 2012 was actually higher than the election in 2008? So, again, Mr. Speaker, voter turnout in the last two presidential elections in the United States was the highest that it's been since 1968. And not only does this support the suggestion that the decline in voter turnout is a global phenomenon, it absolutely disproves it. Voter turnout in Canada has declined since Elections Canada began its current approach to voter education. The facts prove that. After the last election, young non-voters reported that not knowing where, 25%, when, 26%, or how, 19%, to vote, played a role in their decision not to vote. Half of Canada's youth and 3/4 of Aboriginal youth are unaware that they can vote early if they are not available on Election Day. The same report states, and I quote, "The most important access barrier to youth voting was lack of knowledge about the electoral process, including not knowing about the different ways," quote, unquote. This, Mr. Speaker, is a result of Elections Canada's current approach to voter education. Spend, 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 and hope you have something to show for it. It hasn't worked. Mr. Speaker, young people are not the only ones confused by Elections Canada ID requirements. In fact, I would like to quote a press release from the member of Saanich Gulf Islands, a press release, incidentally, that is still on her party's website. In it, the leader of the Green Party says, quote, "To improve voter turnout, we should repeal all changes, including the photo ID requirement, that make it harder for young people, First Nations, the poor, and seniors to vote." End quote. That sounds like a lot like the motion we are debating today, Mr. Speaker. There's just one problem. No photo ID requirement exists in the current Elections Canada Act, and the Fair Elections Act does not propose it. Have you heard the media outcry demanding the leader of the Green Party retract this factually inaccurate information? Have you heard the opposition demand that the record be corrected? Of course not, because it plays into a deliberately misleading narrative that critics of the bill are seeking to advance. Today, voters have 39 forms of authorized ID to choose from to prove identity and residence, and government-issued ID, photo or otherwise. It is not required. The Fair Elections Act does not change that in any way. In fact, it is understandable that Canadians are confused about what forms the ID are acceptable in order to vote. After all, if an elected member in this House and leader of a national party does not know what forms of ID are required and which are not, then how would we expect Canadians to? The Fair Elections Act responds to this by requiring that the Chief Electoral Officer to communicate to Canadians what forms of ID are acceptable in order to vote. That is a change we are proposing to the education function, a return to the basics, Mr. Speaker. If Canadians knew that they could vote using a bank statement and a student card, that would be concerned about the end of vouching. And in my time in the military, Mr. Speaker, one thing we always return to in training is the fundamentals. The fundamentals absolutely work, and this is something that we should absolutely focus on here. Now, if Canadians knew that they could vote at a long-term care facility using a health card and an attestation of residence, would they be concerned about the end to vouching? I don't think so. Mr. Speaker, education is essential, but Elections Canada has not met the grade. It is time that the current approach to education be replaced by a return to the basic. Conclusion. Canadians must have the confidence in the democratic process. Not only do they need to know how to cast a ballot, Canadians want to be sure that legitimate votes are not cancelled by illegitimate ones. And as I've demonstrated today, the Fair Elections Act goes a long way to ensuring that Canadians will have the confidence in the electoral process that they want, Mr. Speaker, and that they deserve. With the measures to eliminate vouching and communicate the many types of voter identification that are acceptable at the polls, I believe that the risk of voter fraud will be greatly reduced. Together, all of these initiatives have advanced the voter identification process significantly from what it was a decade ago. And it's for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that I will not be supporting this motion, and once again, I call upon all members to oppose this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my my neighbour in Toronto's comments, but once again, this government has focused apparently on something about fraud, and he, above all, should know that fraud was not an issue. He was the one person whose election results was threatened by the notion that there was some discrepancies in the voting that took place in Etobicoke Centre in 2011, where there was only a 26-vote difference between the winner and the loser, and that was where we discovered that the training for the elections officers wasn't sufficient to allow that they would maintain the data properly. But I would remind the member, and maybe he can comment, that there were 0 cases of fraud in that court case, in both those court cases involving his election. And would he like to comment on how many cases of fraud the government can actually bring forward? Thank you.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my neighbour and the honourable member for his question. And he rightly points out the issues that occurred in my riding and which the Supreme Court upheld. 4-3, and I remain in my seat, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, my riding isn't all of Canada. You know, right now there's 307 other ridings aside from my own. And as I had pointed out in my speech, Mr. Speaker, there were already incidents that were found of individuals in Montreal who were captured, A, on TV, and B, Elections Canada has a compliance agreement and enforcement with those particular individuals. And there will be other statistics, Mr. Speaker, but those are the two that I used today to highlight the fact that this is an incident that does happen across Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The member suggests go back to the fundamentals. Let's go back to the fundamentals of this particular bill, Bill C-23. The government likes to call it the Fair Elections Act. Nothing can be further from reality, Mr. Speaker. It is, for all intents and purposes, a conservative election act. And I say that not lightly, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that we have received very little. The only support that I've detected for this legislation is coming from the Prime Minister's office and members of the Conservative Party. There is no other political entity in Canada that I'm aware of that's endorsing this legislation. Elections Canada has very real problems with this legislation. It is weakening our election laws at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker. There was no consultation that was done. This is one of those fundamental pillars of our democracy. And the government is forcing this legislation through using its majority. My question to the member is, does he not see the irony in terms of a majority Conservative government forcing through changes to the election laws, given many other things that are taking place around the world? Especially when you get academics and others around the world that are looking and saying that what we're doing here in Canada, what this government is doing with the elections law, is just wrong. Why doesn't he recognize the fundamental principle of democracy and what's happening with this piece of legislation is wrong?
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his question. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't disagree with him more. This government has an obligation to all Canadians. This government has an obligation to ensure that elections across this land are fair and free, and that those that violate the principles and the law of our Elections Act are punished to the full extent of the law. It's very important to do that. We have looked around the world, Mr. Speaker, of what has occurred in other places. We have taken those lessons. I think this government has shown tremendous wisdom. The minister is a very considered, thoughtful minister who has put a deal of time and effort into looking into all the aspects of this. Now, speaking of fundamentals, the fundamentals and the basics are important. The fundamentals of voting, the fundamentals of educating voters of where to go, how to vote, when to vote, what their abilities are, what their options are in their voting, is what's going to allow a higher voter turnout in Canada. It's going to allow all members, especially our youth, to be able to understand that they have a role and they have a responsibility. Citizenship has a responsibilities, Mr. Speaker, and one of those is to vote. And that's one of those basic fundamental things that we need to communicate to all Canadians, and this government is doing that in a very comprehensive and a way that is going to reach all citizens of Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, this will be implemented in the next general election, and I think you're going to see, Mr. Speaker, far better election.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it's interesting. One of the examples used by my colleague talking about the rate of participation in the 2008 elections, and we could start to say that it's crazy to compare the system in Canada with the American system. They're very different. But one of the aspects in which it's different is the way in which voters register. And it means that the volunteers of a political party participate in the voter registration process at the United States. Now, it's more complex than that, but I have limited time. I don't think Canadians want to go in that direction. They don't want the parties to be the ones who determine whether a person has the right to vote or not the right, I suppose, but the ease with which they can registration. So, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, what's worrisome is that if we look at examples for youth, and they keep talking about the Infoman, we all saw the coverage. But when we want to change fundamental aspects, when those kinds of changes want to be made, you have to talk about more than one single report on television. Are there other examples that they're basing this on? Because we keep hearing about this one single example in speech after speech after speech. So at the end of the day, we're wondering if there are any other statistics they're relying on. Because if you're going to make such significant changes to our democracy, one report on a half-an-hour show that's on once a week is not enough. We need more information than that, more evidence than that, and we're not the only ones saying that. It's the Chief Electoral Officer saying that as well. So I'd like to know what they would say to that.
Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on thank you from my honourable member for the question, but on his comparison between ours and the American system, clearly there's vast differences in the way we both conduct elections. What the point of my speech was to mention it was the simple turnout of those elections, and that's something that is comparable in terms of both our nations. Now, Mr. Speaker, we did cite this particular example. There's all kinds of data for all kinds of other things in this. I would encourage the honourable member to occasionally sit in on our committees if he would like, and he would hear some of those things being debated and discussed back and forth. Mr. Speaker, you know, this government has an obligation, as I said, to all Canadians to ensure that they understand how their system of democracy works, how they can contribute to that, how they can come out to vote, where, how, timings, options. That's our responsibility to make sure that they do that through this Act, Mr. Speaker, and through the Minister's good works. We're going to make sure that all Canadians have a better understanding of their democracy and how to participate in it in the next general election.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. I'm sorry, member for Winnipeg North. Short question.
Yeah, just a very short question, and that is, does the member believe that it's a good policy to pass election laws that do not have the support of any other opposition party or Elections Canada? Is that good policy?
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, what's good policy is that all Canadians understand their democratic system. What's good policy is that they understand where to vote, how to vote, and be able to participate fully in that process with the full confidence of knowing that that their electoral system and their nation is a nation that is based on the fundamental principles of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, that their vote helps contribute to. And I'm disappointed that my honourable friends opposite can't see that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before beginning, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from York South Weston. It's always funny to start this way. We wouldn't like to find ourselves in this situation, but I'm pleased to really be able to rise in this debate thanks to the opposition motion tabled by my colleague from Toronto, Danforth, that is asking for the problematic aspects of the bill to be removed. And so this is not really a reform, it's a distortion of our election system. And it's interesting because we're coming back from a 2-week break, and it gave us the opportunity to be in our ridings. What's interesting with this issue is that often when we talk about procedural issues in elections, people are thinking that it's something that really just goes on in Ottawa. But it's interesting, in my riding of Chambly-Bourgeois, people are very interested by this issue. I met with a youth group that came to my office to discuss this and to say how concerned they are about the impact on young people of this bill. So there are 2 key parts of the motion today that talk about youth. There's the vouching and also the education programming by Elections Canada. So before beginning, I'd like to go back over what we've heard in the House in this debate so far. First of all, we were talking about Infoman. The government wants to talk about that. There was an episode on television where the Minister of Democratic Reform appeared, and he spoke about how the NDP are the big meanies because we weren't respecting the Infoman show. But it's quite the contrary, as would be the case for anyone who saw it. Clearly, it's worrisome that things could go this way. But at the same time, when such significant changes are being made to our democracy, I think we have to go a little further in doing the research. It's fine to say that's your starting point, but if that's the only example that they can refer to as a problem, it's very worrisome. Others have said, well, there are other examples we can quote from them, but I haven't seen them here. So we will go and participate in the committee meetings. It's something I've already done. But my colleagues have asked the question repeatedly without being given an answer. These are answers that the Leader of the Official Opposition asked of the Prime Minister and of the Minister for Democratic Reform without receiving any answers. They said that cases exist, but we are unable to find these, and so it's really difficult for us to take this seriously on this side of the House when so little evidence is offered of any problem existing. It's supposedly so widespread, and we're trying just to understand the government's decisions. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, we see the changes that will be made concerning identification of voters, and this is very worrisome because, once again, the colleague who spoke before me spoke a lot about American examples, but I think it's a comparison that is dubious given the differences between our systems. If we want to follow up on that example, we should look at what happened during the last elections with all of the issues dealing with voter ID. We could see that the parties in power were trying to change the election laws beforehand and change the ID requirements to the benefit of people who voted for them. So we know very well that young people are not ones who support this government's agenda. We can understand that it's really troublesome to have this Unfair Elections Act. It makes life harder for young people who want to vote. The minister has often answered my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent in particular when she was asking on what was necessary for a student to produce as ID, for example, going to vote, and often he answered that that was fine because the student only needed to have a piece of ID with an address on it. Well, if you're going to a cégep or a university, you have few pieces of ID that have your address on it. I went to university without having my address on my student card. So if you don't have a student card with an address, if you don't have a driver's license, all of a sudden you find yourself in the position where you have no piece of ID that's acceptable. So we can see that young people will be targeted with that sort of a measure. They often are young people who don't have driver's licenses, And we know other groups that are affected as well, seniors, Aboriginal groups. And I'm going to concentrate on the impact on young people, but we can see that more and more often youth are voters that are not interested, the Conservatives are not interested in. And if I may put it this way, because on the weekend we saw a study that was carried out in cooperation with Nick Nanos and also Kevin Page, and that's another interesting person who was in a position where he spoke out against certain government measures in a nonpartisan way, but he also found his comments being rejected out of hand. And this kind of a study shows what kind of impact this would have on young people and on the federal political landscape. It's important to mention this.
Because the priorities of the young are not the priorities of this government. If you look at their concern for the environment, climate change, that is not a priority for this government. If you look at youth unemployment, something that I'm working on very hard with my colleague for Parkdale High Park and Skeena Buckley Valley, who is now a critic for finance, all my NDP colleagues. But that's not among the government's priorities. And when you look at studies like this that show to what extent would get less support if we had more young people voting. But we have a collective responsibility to encourage the young to vote. It's not by bringing about changes that make young voters' lives more difficult. Making life more difficult for a student, for instance, that's not going to accomplish anything. The trend worldwide, be it in Quebec or in other countries, students are being encouraged to vote. They're trying to make things easier for them to vote, and yet we see this situation with this government that wants to make their lives more difficult. We know that students are often facing the first time they ever vote. It's their first experience, and we know that the first experience is the one that will lead to good civic habits, and that's why we must be very concerned about this. Beyond the question of identification, there's another important aspect when it comes to the young, and that's one of education. We know that Elections Canada had the ability to educate the public about the importance of voting. It had an opportunity to have advertising campaigns, for instance, and the government seeks to remove that power from Elections Canada, saying it's the responsibility of political parties. Well, that's very troubling. Although it's true that the parties have a responsibility for this, it's important to have a nonpartisan agency like Elections Canada share that responsibility. It's all very nice to put everything in the hands of the parties and ask them to assume it completely, but at the end of the day, we can't expect a political party to target the entire population. It tends to target those who will vote for them. And that's why it's important to have nonpartisan organizations that have an important role to play in civil society, such as the Chief Electoral Officer, to promote the importance of voting. And that's something that would no longer be the case if this Unfair Election Act becomes law. When you look at the aspect of education, it's interesting, really, because quite often Conservative members and the Minister himself cite the fact that voter turnout is dropping as an argument in favor of their measures, in favor of removing Elections Canada's powers to promote voting. That's interesting because it shows the cynicism of the government. They're saying, since it didn't work, we have to set all that aside and remove that power from Elections Canada. When you look at a situation where the voter turnout is dropping, our approach at the NDP would be to say we have to do more to solve the problem, not less, but which seems to be the government's position. If it doesn't work for Elections Canada, well, it should just be tossed aside and we try something else. there should be something more proactive, saying, okay, it's not working. What could Elections Canada do more to show how important it is to vote? Mr. Speaker, the young are just one segment of the population that will be adversely affected by this Unfair Elections Act. It's a very important segment. It's our country, after all, and that's why I've risen today to denounce these changes and try to convince the government to change its mind. We'll continue to fight for this. Our democracy depends on it. Thank you very much.
Questions
and comments.
The Honourable Minister for Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today I quoted the leader of the NDP when he said that the findings in the Neufeld report demonstrated serious risks to the integrity of our electoral system. He pointed out in the quote that I cited during question period that if we don't know who's voting, how can we possibly guarantee the security of that vote? And he was quite right, actually, at the time. The Compliance Review of Elections Canada showed that there were 45,000 cases where there was someone was vouched for, but there was no record of the voucher and the voter. So we can't possibly enforce the law to ensure that nobody vouches more than once or nobody votes more than once if in 45,000 cases we don't have any record of who the voter or the voucher was. Mr. Speaker, I guess my question then for the NDP member is, does he agree with his leader's assessment from last spring when he said that the irregularities linked to vouching and other Elections Canada exception cases are indeed a serious problem for our voting system?
Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Quoting the same Mr. Neufeld, who did say that the minister seems to be taking selective quotes from the report, and I think that's one important issue here. I mean, we're talking about all these irregularities. I think the first thing that's important is that irregularities aren't fraud, and it seems to change daily, where the government's talking about people, fraudsters, and we're talking about potentially mistakes. And the problem is that none of these cases are being put forward. The government is not telling us on what it's basing these decisions. So how are we, as members of Parliament, supposed to, are we just supposed to take that on blind faith and accept these huge changes to our democracy? I don't think that's the case, Mr. Speaker, and I think if the government was more forthcoming with all these mysterious cases and statistics, I think we would be able to have a better idea and a more wholesome debate. That being said, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the comments of the Leader of the Official Opposition, I think it's fair to say that all members of Parliament are always concerned with how elections take place. But I think at the end of the day, what we're seeing here is we're seeing a sledgehammer being taken to Elections Canada to solve some issues, serious though they may be. The fact of the matter is that these widespread changes that are even being denounced by the Chief Electoral Officer are clearly going too far when it comes to fixing a few mistakes that might exist in the system. And I think that's what's at stake here, Mr. Speaker, is that if the government really wants to fix the problems, they should consult with all parties, as all developed democracies do. This is clearly the only place in the world where it seems that the government's going to use its majority to force through elections reform. The fact is that if they do want to do that, then they should be more forthcoming with that and actually bring more sensible common sense modifications to the laws that we already have instead of changing it wholesale to suit their own needs.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just to pick up on the sledgehammer comment and the idea of vouching, there are thousands of Canadians that actually participated in the last federal election because of vouching. And to give you one of many examples that could be cited is that there are many members, especially in rural communities, that will be out and about and have the opportunity to go and vote. They will go to their voting place and will often be known, especially in a lot of those smaller rural communities. Everyone kind of knows everyone. And at the end of the day, when the government comes down harsh with this sledgehammer, it almost implies that if you were vouched for in the last election, that was a bad thing, when in fact it enabled literally tens of thousands of people to be able to vote in the last election. And if you might want to provide comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. You have 50 seconds. Well, 50 minutes would be better. I'd have a lot to say, but I thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, it's very troubling because the government seems to be accusing these people who use those systems of being fraudsters, when that's not the case. The current legislation means that someone who uses the system has to provide an address before they use vouching. Before they sponsor a voter, they have to provide information. The minister is implying that wasn't done. This is a very legitimate way of voting, as my colleague pointed out. A lot of voting has taken place that way, and it's very dangerous. I think it's a slippery slope on the part of the government here to imply that there are fraudsters who use that system. That's not the case. I'd even say that their own voters, people who voted for them, use that system. Order? Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
A Superior North, the economy. Deuxièmement,
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean on Veterans Affairs.
and 3, the Honourable Member for York Southwestern Canada Post. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for York Southwestern.
There we are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this Unfair Elections Act. For the first time, our elections process is going backwards. We are actually, for the first time in Canada's history, disenfranchising people who have been enfranchised in the past. At every other step of the way, whether it was allowing women to vote, to allowing Aboriginal people to vote, or to providing mechanisms for persons with disabilities, and indeed providing mechanisms for persons who had difficulty proving their identity, we have always moved forward. We have always moved to enfranchise people, and this Conservative government is moving backwards for the first time in our history, and I think it's shameful. Canadians expect us to fix some of the problems that were clearly identified by a number of events over the past, since the 2011 and even before election. Those events had displayed to Canadians that there was a problem with voting, that in fact officials of Elections Canada weren't following procedures appropriately, the lists are no good, and that the lists need to be improved, and that there is a considerable amount of potential cheating happening by political parties, and that Canadians expect us to do something about that. Well, this bill doesn't do any of those three things. In fact, it makes cheating easier in some circumstances. It has absolutely no impact whatsoever on the list itself and on whether the list will in fact be improved by this bill. It won't. And in terms of voting, all it does is disenfranchise a number of individuals who were able to vote before. First, I want to start by mentioning the minister and others keep talking about these 39 pieces of ID that Canadians can use. In fact, that's not true. You add up the list, none of them are in the bill. These pieces of ID are set by Elections Canada, with the exception of the bill says you can't use the voter information card. The pieces of ID are in the bill. There are 38 of them. Those 38 include 25 pieces of ID that you can prove who you are. Then you need to find one of 13 pieces of ID to prove where you live. So we're really looking at 13 pieces of ID. And those 13 sometimes are completely unavailable to some individuals. For example, a student living not in residence, but at the home of another individual in another city wants to be able to prove that that's where they live. They don't get a utility bill. They don't have a bank or credit card statement. They don't have vehicle ownership insurance there. They don't have correspondence issued by a school, college, university to that place because that's not their original residence. The correspondence would have gone to their other place. They don't have a statement of government benefits because they're not getting them. They don't have an attestation of residence on a First Nations band or reserve. They don't have a government check or check stub. They don't have a pension plan statement of benefits. They don't have a lease or a mortgage statement. They don't have income or property tax assessment notice because it again goes back to their original home. They don't have an insurance policy. They don't have a letter from a public curator, public guardian, or public trustee. They don't have a letter issued by a shelter, soup kitchen, or a student residence or long-term care facility because they're not in any of those places. Those students cannot prove their location. Physically impossible, and yet the government says, Oh, but there's 39 pieces of ID. Not for a student living not in a residence and off campus in another city. It's impossible for them to prove where they live. So what are they to do? Well, in the days before this bill, they could have been vouched for by someone who knew them, who did have the ability to prove where they lived and lived in the same riding. Now that is being taken away from them. Absolutely taken away from them. Mr. Speaker, that is wrong. I want to give you 3 other cases of individuals in my riding who, in the last election, actually voted, but won't be able to vote in the next election because they're being taken away the ability to vouch. One of them was a senior citizen who had been living in the same place for the last, I think she said 55 years, and for some reason, the voter information card didn't arrive. We know what the reason for that was now, because Canada Post, or rather not Canada Post, Elections Canada decided to change the postal code to the wrong one. But another problem that needs fixing isn't being fixed by this bill. That individual didn't have anything to prove her location of residence. She had nothing. And she was terrified. I knocked at her door and reminded her to go vote. And she said, I can't vote because I cannot prove where I live. Didn't get a voter information card. I would normally have used that. Can't do it now because I can't prove where I live. I don't have my name on anything here. But her husband was standing there next to her, and I said to him, you can vouch for her. What? I can? Yes. All you have to do is take her to the polling station. You have ID. You can vouch for her. They were overjoyed. Gone next time. They can't do that. Another senior in my riding who has lived in Canada for about 40-odd years cannot get Ontario Picture ID, has been trying for 2 years. Can't get it because she doesn't have appropriate ID. She has a Canadian citizenship certificate, but it's not the card type, it's the big certificate type. They don't accept that in Ontario. She has a birth certificate, but it's from the wrong country. They don't accept that in Ontario. She has a passport, but again, it's from the wrong country. They don't accept that in Ontario. She cannot get Ontario Picture ID. She therefore is in a position of not being able to use Picture ID. Again, she doesn't have the right kind of ID to go and vote in terms of proving where she lives. And that's the nut of this problem, is being able to prove where you live. So she is now in the process of spending $130 that she doesn't have because she's a senior to buy herself a passport. Now, that passport will give her the ability to go back to the Ontario government and prove who she is so she can get an Ontario Picture ID card, which will cost her another $60. So she's spending $190 to get enough ID to go vote next time. Why is it Canadians have to spend money to vote? That shouldn't have to happen, but that's what's happening in her case. And it's going to take months. If this happened during the writ period, she'd never be able to do that. Finally, we have a person who is on disability payments, whose door I knocked on in the last election. I said, you just need to show the check stub that comes from Ontario disability system to prove where you live, because she had nothing else. Persons on disability in Ontario are very, very impoverished. She couldn't afford cable. She couldn't afford a phone. She had no hydro bill. She had nothing to prove where she lived. I said, just use the check stub. And the government actually puts that, a check stub from a government check, as a legitimate way of proving your address. Trouble is, the Ontario government doesn't put a name and address on the stub. The name and address is on the check itself, which had already been deposited. She had no way of proving her address. In her case, she managed to find somebody else in the building who would vouch for her. And otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to vote. Again, those are just 3 examples. On the issue of that the Canadians want us to deal with, of potential cheating by the political parties in the process of conducting themselves in elections, there have been a number of allegations and a number of news stories and various things about robocalls that were delivered to people to fraudulently send them to the wrong polling station. There were a number of issues regarding overspending by political candidates. There were a number of issues regarding the overspending by political parties, in particular the In-N-Out scandal of 2006. And none of those issues are being dealt with in this legislation. There will not be a way for Elections Canada to investigate properly, to subpoena evidence, to compel testimony, to force a political party to actually disclose what it is they've done. And in fact, this bill actually goes one step further to permit a political party to, in the guise of campaign fundraising, absolutely have no limits to what they spend in terms of communications with constituents, in fact, with all of Canada. Because, and the minister will correct me if I'm wrong, I doubt very much the Conservative Party will give out a list of who they sent communications to Elections Canada if asked. They've not been very forthcoming to this point, and I doubt they're going to do that. To prove that all of those individuals that they communicated with actually donated money in the past 5 years. Unlikely, not going to happen. They're just going to send stuff out willy-nilly. And that's what's going to end up happening. We're going to have absolutely no limit to the amount of communications that the party can send out during an election writ period, even though right now there is a limit in the amount of money that can be spent during an election period. And that is a very damaging piece of this puzzle. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the time to explain why it is this bill doesn't work, and I urge the members opposite to rethink their position and actually defeat the Conservative, this bill, the kill the bill position as we like to take it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and comment. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the members' intervention opposite. The more I listen to members opposite talking about vouching, I wonder if, because it's such a good system and so reliable, whether it shouldn't be expanded. And I wonder if the member opposite would think, for example, if I went to an airport with my boarding pass but had forgotten my wallet, whether the person who's traveling with me could simply vouch for me to get on an airplane, and whether that would be, for example, a satisfactory use of vouching. Does the member support expanding something like that?
The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
I guess the difference, Mr. Speaker, is that in the case of an airport, there have been examples of fraud. There have been examples of terrorism that has taken place by the wrong people getting on planes, or by people, by the airport itself not being secure enough. One has to only go back to 9/11 in 2001 to realize that the system of security is something that is of vital importance to the safety of individuals, because we've had examples. There are 0 examples of voter fraud that the Conservatives can point to, that anybody can point to, and the Conservatives are disenfranchising 120,000 people and perhaps more as a result of a story that was concocted about the wide array of voter fraud that might be happening. Mr. Speaker, that is not a legitimate comparison.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I thought it was a rather bizarre comparison, too, to airport security versus election voting, to say the very least. My question goes back to his comments in regards to the ability to compel. When we have election laws, the primary purpose of that is to ensure that there's a level playing field, and those who get caught breaking the law, maybe through such as in-and-out scandal, campaign over expenditures, cheating, that if in fact those type of offences take place, that Elections Canada has the ability to get a prosecution, or to ensure that there's a prosecution in a timely fashion. One of the tools that they asked for was the ability to be able to compel. Without that ability, of which many provincial jurisdictions already have, I must say, Mr. Speaker, in terms of their independent election authorities, without that ability, it is arguably weakening the Canada's current election laws. And I'm wondering if the member might want to reinforce that when you change election laws, that election law should be based on a consensus working with other stakeholders, including other opposition parties, to give strength to the laws. This current legislation does not do that. And if he might want to provide that comment in regards to the compelling of witnesses.
The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Yes, in fact, there was an all-party agreement in this House that there should be strengthened Elections Canada officials' authority to compel witnesses, and that's not part of this bill. Why is it not part of this bill? Well, there are certain parties in this House that perhaps don't want to be caught out, and that's something that we in this side of the House want every election to be conducted as honestly and as transparently as possible. And if that requires that persons who would cheat the system to be compelled to give testimony, or the persons allied to those people who would cheat the system to be compelled to give testimony, that's what should happen. It's not in this bill.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Surrey. Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've seen over the last number of years that the declining percentage of Canadians voting, and we would like to encourage more Canadians to vote. They participate in our democratic system. This particular bill, actually, the Conservatives are actually hoping that only people that vote Conservatives are able to vote for the next election, because it's clear by the vouching, they're eliminating vouching, and also the voter identification card will actually disenfranchise many, many Canadians that may or may not vote for the Conservatives. So my question to my colleagues is, you know, we've seen also the cuts to the programs that encourage Canadian voters. Why are Conservatives doing this? Why are they not encouraging Canadians to vote instead of expressing their votes?
The honourable member for York South Weston, a short answer, please.
Mr. Speaker, the notion that we should stop in voter education and voter encouragement is absolutely bizarre. The suggestion a little while ago from my friend from Etobicoke Centre was that it was because it didn't work in the past. What? All of that information went for naught? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. I think the problem is that there wasn't enough of it. There wasn't enough voter information. There wasn't enough voter encouragement. Canadians have told me at the door, Mr. Speaker, that they've become tired of politics, and that is something we want to change. We would like to see Canadians become more engaged, become more responsible, become better participants in our civil democracy. And that's what needs to happen. And it isn't going to happen if Canadians are going to be turned away at every opportunity by this government. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House today to be able to express my views regarding the New Democratic Party's Opposition Day motion today concerning various reforms that the Fair Elections Act will bring to voter identification procedures under the Canada Elections Act. The motion before the House also deals with the effects of these important reforms for specific groups in Canadian society. My remarks today will focus on this dimension of the issue and will demonstrate why, in fact, the Fair Elections Act will have beneficial effects on the voting rights of the groups listed in the motion. I welcome this debate today because it gives me an opportunity to not only contribute my perspective on what the real impacts of the voter identification reforms in the Fair Election Act will be for the groups that are specified in the motion before us today, Mr. Speaker, but also because it will be an opportunity to provide colleagues with some of my thoughts on the multiple and significant advantages that the Fair Elections Act will bring to Canada's electoral system. In particular, I would like to highlight the importance of upholding the integrity of our elections and of protecting Canadians' right to vote. I'd like to make it clear to the House from the outset, however, that I disagree with the motion put forward by the New Democratic Party today regarding this bill. The motion would have the House pronounce its opinion against the needed reforms that the Fair Election Act brings to the current voter identification procedures set out in the Canada Elections Act. Furthermore, the motion would have Canadians believe that the Fair Elections Act would have negative effects on the voting rights of the groups specified in today's motion. But I'm pleased to say that nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, the Fair Elections Act has just the opposite purpose, that of protecting all Canadians' electoral rights against the risks of fraudulent voting and high rates of administrative errors, factors which can undermine confidence in the integrity of elections, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to begin my remarks today with a few preliminary observations regarding the important enhancements that the Fair Elections Act brings to our electoral system. The Fair Elections Act proposes comprehensive changes to the Canada Elections Act. It is unquestionably important legislation that will reinforce the integrity of Canada's elections and revitalize our democracy. An element of particular relevance to today's debate is that the Fair Elections Act provides better customer service for voters by focusing Elections Canada's advertising on the basics of voting: where, when, and what identification to bring. This measure will benefit all Canadians, including facilitating the voting processes for all of the specific groups that are referenced in today's motion. For example, Elections Canada concluded in its evaluation report on the 41st general election that a top priority to increase youth turnout would be, and I quote, increasing awareness about when, where, and how to vote by providing information in formats suitable for youth, end quote. The Fair Elections Act ensures that Elections Canada will focus its communications messages on this crucial information for our electors. I would like to add that the Act will also establish an extra day of advanced polling. The proposed change would give Canadians access to 4 advanced polling days: the 10th, the 9th, the 8th, and the 7th day before Election Day. This important measure will also benefit all Canadians, including, again, those specific groups in society that are the subject of our debate today. Now, Mr. Speaker, this would also be an appropriate point in my remarks to note that among the most important initiatives included in the Act are measures to combat voter fraud and to increase the confidence of Canadians in the electoral process. I think all members can agree that the prevention of electoral fraud is a very worthwhile goal, and that every fraudulent vote not only undermines confidence in our elections, but also, in effect, cancels out the legitimate vote of a Canadian. In light of the fact that the motion before the House today refers specifically to the prohibitions in the Fair Elections Act on the use of the vouching procedure and of voter information cards as replacements for acceptable identification, I would at this point like to take a few additional minutes to outline for the House precisely why it is so imperative that those practices be prohibited. But first, I'd like to provide, Mr. Speaker, a little background information in order to explain precisely how the use of the vouching mechanism and voter information cards for identification purposes relate to the current voter identification procedures under the Canada Elections Act. With the passage of Bill C-31 in June of 2007, a mechanism was introduced for verifying electors' identities and their residence upon registration at the polls and, of course, on voting. This was a significant advancement that our government brought to voter identification for federal elections in Canada, and it helped bring us closer to restoring the confidence of Canadians in the electoral process. As a result of those legislative changes, an elector voting in a federal election at an ordinary polling station must prove his or her identity, Mr. Speaker, in one of 3 ways. Firstly, by presenting one piece of identification issued by a government that includes a photograph of the elector and his or her name and address. Or secondly, by presenting 2 pieces of identification, each of which establishes the elector's name and one of which establishes the elector's address. Or thirdly, Mr. Speaker, by taking an oath if he or she is accompanied by another elector whose name appears on the list of electors and who, after providing the piece or pieces of identification referred to above, vouches for the elector on an oath. That's what's known as the vouching process currently. And there are certain safeguards that are in place, Mr. Speaker, that are intended to make the vouching process more reliable and more accurate. For example, the voucher must have the required pieces of identification. He or she cannot previously have been vouched for. The voucher must reside in the same polling division as the elector, and the voucher can only vouch for one elector. Multiple vouching is prohibited. Perhaps most importantly, there is also supposed to be a record of who the voucher is and who he or she vouched for. Now, this ought to create an effective deterrent to anybody who gives thought to vouching for an unqualified elector. However, in practice, Mr. Speaker, those safeguards are undermined by the fact that there are high levels of irregularities being reported at the polls regarding the use of vouching. In fact, studies commissioned by Elections Canada demonstrate mass irregularities in the use of vouching. For instance, according to the Neufeld report relating to administrative deficiencies at the polls in the 2011 election, Mr. Speaker, vouching procedures are complex, and there were irregularities in 42% of cases where vouching was used. 42% of cases. Even with increased quality assurance, the report indicates that the problem would not be remedied. In fact, the report found that in 38% of the cases where vouching was required, there is no record in the poll book that clearly indicates both who the voter and who the voucher are. This clearly does not mean that all of these cases were instances of voter fraud. However, it does mean that polling day irregularities by election officers regularly undermine an essential safeguard to the vouching mechanism, which is to have a record of who vouched for whom. While Elections Canada has estimated that as many as 120,000 voters chose to use the vouching procedure on Election Day, those voters could have in fact proven their identity and their residence by other means. As I mentioned earlier, the Fair Elections Act will require in law that Elections Canada communicate what forms of identification will be acceptable at polling locations. This important measure will provide voters with the basic information that they need about what identification to bring to the polls before they go to the polls. I'd also like to add a few words about the measures in the Fair Elections Act regarding voter information cards, which play an important role in informing Canadians about where and when they need to vote. It is important to recognize that voter information cards are not currently authorized forms of identification, Mr. Speaker. In other words, they can't be used as proof of identification and residency. Since the voter identification requirements were established in 2007, we have had one general election where voter information cards were prohibited to be used on an exceptional basis, and we have had one general election where they were not authorized forms of identification at all. Potentially serious problems could arise if those cards were to be used as replacements for acceptable identification. Since there is evidence that the use of voter information cards as identification presents risks of voter fraud. For instance, studies commissioned by Elections Canada show a 1 in 6 error rate on voter information cards. 1 in 6 error rate. Such inaccuracies could allow those attempting to subvert election law to use them to vote more than once, or to vote in the wrong riding. I'd like to take a few moments at this point, Mr. Speaker, in my remarks to outline the current situation regarding the various forms of identification available to voters, and to address the question of whether the reforms in the Fair Elections Act will have any effect on the availability of those forms of identification. I believe that this will illustrate quite clearly that the important voter identification measures contained in the Fair Elections Act will not serve in any way to disenfranchise the groups mentioned in today's motion. First-time voters like youth and new Canadians, Aboriginal Canadians, and seniors living in residence. I'd also like to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that the flexibility of the Canada Elections Act will not change. Rather, the goal of the Fair Elections Act is, in fact, as I mentioned earlier, to prohibit only those specific administrative procedures that are risky and counterproductive. In particular, the use of vouching and of voter information cards as replacements for acceptable identification. And in this way, to minimize the risks of fraud and error in the voting process. Nevertheless, even with the new protections introduced with the Fair Elections Act, voters will still be able to choose from among 39 forms of authorized identification to prove their identity and residence, including a lease, bank statements, library cards, hunting licenses, Canadian Forces identity cards, and many, many more, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the current authorized list includes not only about 24 different kinds of identity cards, but also a wide variety of original documents that contain a name and an address. I'd like to emphasize that this latter point is of particular importance with respect to certain groups in society that, for various reasons, may face challenges in proving their identity and residence. I'd like to take a moment to elaborate on this point just a little further, Mr. Speaker. The kinds of original documents with name and address that are among the 39 forms of authorized identification include, for instance, things like a statement of government benefits, which could be employment insurance, old age security, social assistance, disability support, or a child tax benefit. It is unquestionable that this option would facilitate greater the identification process for, as an example, seniors living in residence, who would be able to use their old age security statements to provide identification at the polls. Moreover, the list of original documents that are considered to be suitable identification for the purposes of voting also includes letters from a public curator, a public guardian, or a public trustee, as well as documentation issued by the responsible authority of a shelter, a soup kitchen, a student residence, a senior's residence, a long-term care facility, so things like a letter of stay or an admission form. Clearly, the option of presenting a letter from the responsible authority of a student or senior's residence could be quite useful for seniors living in a residence, or young first-time voters who may frequently be students who are living away from home while they attend their educational institution. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, students would also have the ability to use correspondence issued by a school, a college, or a university to be able to provide their identification there. All of this, of course, Mr. Speaker, is in addition to the fact that student identification cards and old age security cards are both also authorized forms of identification. And I have not yet mentioned the forms of authorized identification that would be of specific benefit to Aboriginal Canadians. Specifically, the forms of identification authorized by the Chief Electoral Officer include certificates of Indian status, also known as status cards, Mr. Speaker, as well as that attestations of residence issued by the responsible authority of a First Nations band or a reserve. I'd also like to emphasize at this point that the Chief Electoral Officer will continue to authorize acceptable forms of identification at the polls. Furthermore, the Chief Electoral Officer would be encouraged to continue his efforts to ensure the list of authorized identification contains documents to allow those with particular challenges in proving their identity and their residence to be able to do so. In fact, this is the central message of my remarks here today in the House, Mr. Speaker. The Fair Elections Act does nothing to detract from the flexibility and adaptability that is inherent in the current system of voter identification under the Canada Elections Act. The government recognizes that these are key strengths of our electoral system, and as a consequence, the reforms in the Fair Elections Act will serve to enhance those positive elements of the current system, while minimizing the very real risks of electoral fraud. With specific regard to new Canadians, Mr. Speaker, those who were eligible electors would have been resident in Canada for some time prior to attaining their citizenship and being able to vote in their first election, and so would not face greater challenges than any other Canadians in obtaining one or more of the 39 forms of authorized identification that I have just talked about. Additionally, I would like to note that Elections Canada has produced, in 27 different languages, in addition to English and French, a document concerning voter identification at the polls, which is intended to make this important information more easily accessible to voters from ethno-cultural communities. The Fair Elections Act does nothing to impede such important and fundamental advertising on the basics of voting. Where, when, and what identification to bring, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Fair Elections Act ensures that Elections Canada will focus its advertising on this crucial information. The reforms that the Fair Elections Act brings to the voter identification procedures under the Canada Elections Act are important and much needed measures that will help to ensure that our electoral system operates with the integrity that all Canadians expect and deserve. In particular, the prohibitions in the Fair Elections Act on vouching and the use of voter information cards as replacements for acceptable identification are designed to protect the vote of Canadians. This certainly includes the specific groups that are mentioned in today's motion: first-time voters like youth and new Canadians, Aboriginal Canadians, and seniors living in residence. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in my earlier remarks, the Fair Elections Act actually has just the opposite purpose, that of protecting all Canadians' voting rights. With the Fair Elections Act, our government continues to respond to emerging challenges in order to ensure fair elections in which the voice of every voter is counted. Mr. Speaker, I will bring my remarks to a close today by reiterating my opposition to the motion that has been put forward by the New Democratic Party today concerning the important reforms that the Fair Elections Act brings to Canada's voter identification procedures. And Mr. Speaker, I certainly hope honourable members will join me in opposing this motion and in supporting the important changes in the Fair Elections Act. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his remarks. And I just wanted to make sure that my colleague was fully aware that whenever the minister lists 39 documents, it says 39 original documents are available, the fact of the matter is you need to have 2 pieces of ID for the most part, and the biggest problem for many people in the country is showing address. And that's where the voter information card has come in very usefully from Election Canada's perspective. I'm reading very briefly from a Toronto Star op-ed piece by Margelina Repo from March 14th, the government's Fair Elections Act, Bad News for Voters. She gives a few examples of how people, she's a senior, how people are not as lucky as she to be able to put together pieces of ID. Quote, a few examples suffice. A utility bill is usually in one person's name, so others of the household cannot use that. People with prepaid cell phones have no phone bills. Bank credit card statements are available for those who have them. Many Canadians don't have either. Correspondence issued by school, college, university might not exist and might not have a current address on it. Statement of government benefits applies only to those who have them. Attestation of residence to be issued by First Nations to band members are not necessarily available. And on it goes with the rest, unquote. The fact of the matter is, something like only 13 documents have addresses, and almost none of them, only 1 or 2 have the potential to apply to many groups in society. That is why the voter information card has proven to be so useful, with absolutely no strong possibility of it being used for fraud, because it's a second piece of ID. It can't be used on its own. So I'm wondering if the honourable colleague can acknowledge that it only can be used as a second piece of ID, and that he and his party are overstating, big time, the potential for fraud using such cards.
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Well, I do thank the honourable member for his question. However, I would indicate that there's a couple of reasons why the assertions he's made in coming to the question would be wrong. The first one is he's indicated that his feeling about the voter information cards being able to be used as identification, and he feels that wouldn't, in fact, create any errors or potential for fraud. Well, frankly, we've as I outlined in my speech, it's very clear that there's errors, in fact, with 1 in 6 of these voter information cards. So does he really believe there's not a concern for the potential for that to be a problem when 1 in 6 are falsely, or pardon me, not falsely, but 1 in 6 are incorrect or not factual? So there's the first problem with what he said. But the second problem is he's indicated that there's a need for, when there's 39 acceptable forms of identification. He's indicated that in most cases one would have to provide two. Well, I would actually argue that, you know, if you look at it in many cases, there's if you've got government issued ID, which has both the photo and a name and address, which many Canadians do in fact have, that there would only be a need for one. But in the cases where there is a need for two, and there's many acceptable forms, and I've talked about a few of them in specific to the groups that we've talked about today. You know, for example, a student could use an attestation of residence, something that shows their residence at the school where they are. They could use a lease document or that would indicate where they are living while they're at school. So there's an example. There are student information cards, library cards, many things like that for students. And I could go on. I see you're wanting me to yield the floor, Mr. Speaker, but I could certainly go on and on with a number of acceptable forms of ID if the time was available. And so I just really believe that the honourable member should take another look at what he's asked.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
I thank the honourable member for his speech, and I think we're all in agreement in the House today that we want to eliminate voter fraud. But the reality is that there's less and less of a turnout. There's less people showing up. So shouldn't we be encouraging and finding a way to having voters being eligible to vote and finding a better way? The reality is that the voter cards is what it's being used. I'll give you an example. In Quebec, we have the Medicare card. Most seniors have Medicare cards. They don't have driver's licenses. Medicare cards don't have ID on it. So can we just find a way to perhaps the Medicare card with the voter ID be a way to help voters vote? We have to find a way to help voters vote, and there is no evidence that there's been a fraud. The chief electoral officer attested to that, so I'm not sure where this is coming from. I mean, some of these voters are actually conservative voters. If anybody's ever showed up at a residence home, you know, the elderly don't walk around with ID on them. So they just show up, they go down because they have a voter ID card that reminds them that they actually have to vote. So I'm just asking this honourable member if perhaps he can find better ways to help a better turnout rather than eliminating ways for people to vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Wild Rose.
Certainly, you know, again, I should reemphasize for the member when we talk about the voter information cards, there is errors on 1 in 6 of these cards. So there's clearly something that needs to be addressed here, and what he needs to also be clear on is that there's 39 forms of acceptable identification, and you know, he did use specifically the example of seniors, and so that was what I would have liked to have addressed if I had a chance earlier, Mr. Speaker, and so I would do that now. He used that specific example. We talk about seniors. One example we can use is that's acceptable as a form of identification for one of the 39 forms. Statement of government benefits. So, for example, in the case of a senior, old age security would be an example of that. They could also provide in the case of a senior living in a senior's residence or a long-term care facility, you know, various forms of attestation of residence, letter of stay, admission form. These are all things that are acceptable. So there's many examples of acceptable forms of identification. 39 pieces, in fact, Mr. Speaker. And I would argue that if you were to take a good look at the list, and I won't read them to you all now because time is short, but I would argue that if you were to take a look at the list, it seems to me as it's quite clear that there's quite a few options here that are acceptable forms of identification that I firmly believe will facilitate the ability of all Canadians to be able to vote, and to be able to vote knowing that we've been able to ensure that our vote, you know, is in fact safe, and that there isn't the ability for others to cancel their vote out through voter fraud.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Wild Rose for his question. And of course, when it comes to something like, you know, crafthockeyville.ca, we can vote for Silver Lake. You vote early and you vote often. But when it comes to a federal election, that isn't the type of thing that you do. But I do want to relate an issue that actually happened to me, and it was a situation in 2008 when we had our voter identification cards came to our home. My wife had for one polling station, and I had for a second polling station. And we did have it was my first election, so of course it was a situation where I wanted to kind of talk to the electoral officers as well. kind of issue is a bit of a concern here is how which side of the bed each of us was actually on. But the situation is that there are mistakes that are made, and in this case, it would have been a bit of an embarrassment for myself if I had taken a camera crew to the wrong polling station when it came to my very first vote as a member of Parliament. But I'd like you to simply, if you could perhaps comment on that 1 in 6 issue as far as as those voter identification cards are concerned.
For the honourable member for Wild Rose, you have about 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Okay. Well, I thank my colleague for his question. I noted his support for the town of Sylvan Lake and the Craft Hockey Bill. I am certainly very supportive. I know that they, have had some tragic issue with their arena, and I certainly hopeful that people will vote early and often for them. But I agree with him that when it comes to something as important as our federal elections, we have to ensure that we're doing all we can to make sure that that vote is in fact accurate, fair, and free from voter fraud. And I think that's why he's highlighted. So it's so important that when we look at the voter information cards, as the opposition is calling for them to be used as an acceptable form of identification. When we know that there's errors in 1 in 6, and he's outlined an example in his case, and I've heard many other examples like that. One of my colleagues who sits on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee that's examining this bill has indicated that in one election he in fact received 3 different cards for him based on variations of his middle name and first name and combinations thereof. And I've heard many other examples like that. So obviously there's clearly a concern when you've got 1 in 6 with the wrong information. That is a very high error rate, Mr. Speaker, and something that I think we should all be concerned about. And I will just reiterate one last time, there is, in fact, 39 forms of acceptable identification that can be produced at the polls. And what's also important is that we provide that education through Elections Canada, the education to be focused on, where and when to vote and what identification to bring to the polls to ensure that Canadians know that before coming to the polls. And I believe that we can see fairer elections, and we can see better turnouts as well.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Speaker. On the outset, I want to let you know that I will be sharing my time with the member for Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Speaker, C-23 has been criticized by academics and elections officials, and more importantly, by many, many Canadian citizens as undemocratic. Just this morning on my trip to Ottawa, I had a chance to read the Globe and Mail, and they've been editorializing Bill C-23 for over six days now, I think, Mr. Speaker, and sharing more information on this unfair Elections Act than the government is with Canadians. I thank the Globe and Mail, and in today's piece, they decried, and I quote, "For the good of the country, kill this bill." End quote. And Mr. Speaker, I just couldn't agree any more than what the Globe and Mail's editorial said today. I'd like to share some more of what I read today. And I quote again, "The government has touted the bill's changes to voting rules as needed to prevent voter fraud. That's a red herring. There's no evidence that vouching, a process the bill eliminates, led to widespread fraud. The government has resorted to defending itself with out-of-context citations from experts whose conclusions are the opposite of what the government pretends. Tightening the rules will prevent many eligible Canadians from voting. Those affected are mostly not Conservative voters. Other changes create a giant partisan loophole in campaign spending laws to the advantage of the Conservatives. Why? The bill gives incumbent parties in each riding the power to name key election officials instead of leaving the job to an impartial Elections Canada. Why? Bill C-23 also takes direct aim at Elections Canada in other ways, neutering its ability to conduct public outreach campaigns and encouraging voting. Why? It also meddles with Elections Canada's ability to investigate wrongdoing or communicate the results of investigations. Why? End quote. Mr. Speaker, it's not just me or the Globe and Mail. Many, many Canadians are asking the same questions. Why are the Conservatives trying to stop voters, stop Canadians from actually participating in our general election? Time and time again, experts have been saying that Bill C-23 aims to fix problems that aren't really there. This bill is actually exacerbating the real problem with Canada's electoral system. low voter engagement. Voter participation is low, and engaging new voters in a time when Canadians are cynical about government is actually an uphill battle. And my question is, why are the Conservatives trying to make voting harder when we actually should be making it easier and more accessible, and just making it as accessible as possible? The answer is simple and very discouraging, Mr. Speaker, because the Unfair Elections Act makes it easier for the Conservatives to win. They want to make it harder. They want to make it harder for people who don't vote Conservative to vote at all. Hundreds of thousands of Canadians rely on vouching and voter identification cards to prove that they have the right to vote. This is especially true for young people, new Canadians, Aboriginal people, and seniors living in residence. Bill C-23 will put an end to vouching practices. Vouching has long been an accepted practice. Not everyone has the financial means to secure an ID, Mr. Speaker. Not everyone in Canada is wealthy. Aboriginal peoples, university students living away from home, the homeless, or seniors in residence are all groups that are less likely to have eligible ID or mail on hand, and thus requiring someone to vouch for them. In the last election, approximately 100,000 people used vouching to exercise their right to vote. In addition, voter cards will no longer be accepted to confirm identification. The use of voter ID cards, the notice of registration on the electoral list that is sent to voters, benefits those who face challenges in establishing their address when it's time to vote. Example, youth on campus, seniors, and Aboriginal people. Many Aboriginal people wait months and months to get their treaty cards, Mr. Speaker. They may not have access to other alternative forms of ID. Elderly couples may have their spouse to vouch for them because only one of their names is on the registered mail. The rate of error is very small when using voter ID cards, and the allowance worked to enfranchise many. So why get rid of it? Only reason I can see is to disenfranchise voters. My riding of Scarborough-Rouge River is large and diverse, Mr. Speaker. We have a high population of new Canadians who may face some difficulties when they go to the polls next election. For some, the 2015 election will be their first opportunity to vote federally. What a warm welcome to their new home. Sorry you can't vote. We also have the highest youth-to-population ratio in the Greater Toronto Area in Scarborough-Rouge River, Mr. Speaker. That's approximately 32,000 between the ages of 18 to 34. The National Youth Survey conducted by Elections Canada after the 2011 election found that among Canadians aged 18 to 34 who didn't vote, 15% said that their decision was influenced by their inability to provide proof of identification, while another 16% indicated that they were influenced by their inability to provide proof of address. But, Mr. Speaker, don't take my word for it. Although the Conservatives didn't feel the need to consult the Chief Electoral Officer, Mark Maynard, he had more than enough to say about vouching in testimony that he provided at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee that, of course, we know that the Conservatives wish that they could forget. And luckily for us and all of Canada, it's on the public record. The Chief Electoral Officer had this to say on vouching, and I'm going to quote him from committee. It has been pointed out that vouching is a complex procedure and that numerous procedural irregularities were found to have been committed at the last general election in connection with vouching. It is critical to understand that, as recognized by the Supreme Court of Canada, the vast majority of these were strictly record-keeping errors by poll workers documenting the vouching process and not fraud or even irregularities that could compromise an election. There is no evidence tying these errors to ineligible electors being allowed to vote. End quote. That's a fairly clear demonstration that vouching isn't leading to election fraud, Mr. Speaker. When asked publicly about why they're banning vouching and the use of voter information cards, Conservatives say that it's because they're trying to crack down on fraud. But it doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. We know that they're not cracking down on fraud. Elections Canada has been clear. There is no evidence to suggest that vouching or the use of voter information cards has actually led to fraud. There is no evidence to suggest vouching or voter information cards are connected to electoral fraud. There is no evidence to show that this legislation is justified in ending vouching and ending the use of voter information cards. The only case of voter fraud using voter ID cards that the Conservatives could give us was, of course, when the member for Mississauga-Streetsville said that he had witnessed with his own 2 eyes that voter fraud was happening using voter ID cards. And of course, as the House knows now, that this is not the case, which begs the question, why did the member for Mississauga-Streetsville bring it up anyway if he knew it wasn't true? Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, this Unfair Elections Act is not just an attack on voter access, but also on education. Bill C-23 would strip the Chief Electoral Officer's power to engage in public education. Under the Unfair Elections Act, the Chief Electoral Officer is now limited to discussing only certain aspects of the electoral process: when, where, and how to vote. Literally the least amount of information that the Chief Electoral Officer and Elections Canada can give to Canadians. That's all they're allowed to say. This is absolutely not a way to increase voter participation, Mr. Speaker. This is very much a departure from many Western democracies. Mr. Speaker, traditionally, bodies that oversee elections have the mandate to educate the public on how to vote. If Elections Canada is not allowed to do the job, then who will? The Conservatives are counting on the probability that nobody will. The Conservatives would rather change the rules of the game than play by the rules, and we know that with this majority government, what they've been doing is just writing their own rules, making it up as they're going along. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have a track record of breaking election laws with their in-and-out scheme, robocalls designed to suppress opposition votes, and rule-breaking overspending by Conservative ministers, not to mention, of course, charges against the Prime Minister's former ethics spokesperson, the MP for Peterborough. But the Conservatives had a chance with Bill C-23 to do the right thing and introduce a bill to crack down on real electoral fraud. But they couldn't help themselves from tacking on cynical measures designed to tilt the playing field in their favour and make it harder for some groups of Canadians to vote. And like I said before, Mr. Speaker, that's young people, seniors, Aboriginal people, homeless people, and I know my time is running out, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to say one last thing. As the Globe and Mail's editorial said this morning, I'm going to quote them again. For the good of this country, kill this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with pleasure to my colleague's speech. When we talk about the need to have someone vouch for us, we're often talking about a situation such as the ones my colleague described, that is, where the identification is not available. Some particular groups have a lot of problems getting that kind of identification and do not have access to it. It creates a bad impression when the government gives its views, because it looks like this information is very easy to get. I would like my colleague to talk about the situations where people have a hard time getting identification.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question and intervention. Like I mentioned, there are many situations where people have difficulty getting their hands on ID. A young person who's going to be voting for the first time, who may not have a driver's license, who doesn't have any other identification, or doesn't have a utility bill in their name because they live with their parents, will not have any form of identification and may need their parents to vouch for them, as this is my child who is 18 years old and Canadian citizen and should be able to vote because they live with me in my home, may not have identification. Seniors living in residence traditionally don't have identification cards or driver's license or some sort of ID with their address on it that they're walking around with. I mentioned Aboriginal people who are waiting weeks and weeks, months and months for their treaty cards to come. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention on the topic of young people that when I mentioned that 15 and 16% of Canadians, young people, when they said they couldn't vote, 15% said that they couldn't provide proof of ID, and 16% they couldn't provide proof of address. And these barriers to voting for young people is particularly pronounced among Aboriginal youth, where 20% said that they couldn't vote because they couldn't, 20 and 23% for ID and proof of address, and with youth with disabilities who were 28% and 33% who couldn't vote because they couldn't provide proof of ID and proof of address respectively. And finally, unemployed youth who were at 21% and 22%, and we know that under this Conservative government, it's continuously rising number of young people who are unemployed and continue to be underemployed. And if we're at a rate of 21 and 22% of our young people who are unemployed who can't vote, that's a significant number of our population that the Conservatives are making sure are not voting, are not participating, are not exercising their franchise, that so many people who came before us make sure to fight so that we could have access to vote.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Outaouais. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I rise, it is because I would like to congratulate my colleague on her excellent speech, and I want to talk about something that happened not too long ago. There were seniors who went to vote. As you know, in Quebec, the health card does not have either a photo or an address on it, so they couldn't use that. These people are living in a residence and don't have their driving license anymore, and they were not able to vote. When they got their papers, they filled them out, but they went with that information and they were told that they could not vote. Now we are going to be asking people for even more information, more ID. Before, people were enumerated. They got their card in the mail. There was a margin of error, but that always happens. They could go to vote with that card. Now there is confusion at the polls. The officials don't really know who can vote, and they keep asking for more and more information. So my question is whether my colleague doesn't think that there are even more people who will be disenfranchised the next time around.
A short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague again for her question and intervention. Absolutely, there will be far more Canadians who are going to be disenfranchised from voting. We're at a situation in this country where voter turnout is continuing to decrease, and my constituency is the one that had the second lowest voter turnout in the 2008 election, and because local community members took it upon themselves to create voter education campaigns over the time between the 08 election and since the 2008 election and the 2011 election, we were able to increase voter turnout by 18% in Scarborough Rouge River because local community members were the ones who were educating. And Elections Canada had the opportunity to do that type of education and ensure that young people are being enumerated and making sure that new Canadians know how to vote and when to vote. And we increased voter turnout by 18% in one federal election, Mr. Speaker, and that is the type of thing that should be happening across this country. When there's 60% or less than 60% of Canadians voting, that's an absolute shame. We need to be having more Canadians making sure that their voice is heard, and your voice is your vote, and Canadians need to be using it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this motion is all about the struggle for the vote, and I think it's important for this place to be reminded that it was not until 1918 that women could finally vote in the federal election. I would like to credit Alberta's own Nellie McClung for her strong efforts across the country to ensure that women could exercise their suffrage at the provincial, the local, and the federal level. It was not until 1960 that Canada's First Nations peoples were allowed to vote with no strings attached, without giving up their Aboriginal rights. There has been broad concern, as many in this place have mentioned, across Canada for the decreasing voter turnout. So the last thing that we would expect the government of the day to do is to put in place measures that would further put barriers in place to make it difficult for people to exercise their franchise. Mr. Speaker, an open, fair and inclusive electoral system is the foundation of a modern democracy. The right to vote is now enshrined in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, not a minor matter. As Jean-Pierre Kingsley has been quoted to say, Mr. Speaker, in quotes, Canada's electoral system is often mentioned as an international model for both its fairness and effectiveness, end of quotes. Canadians have, because of a reputation of a credible electoral system, been invited to serve as election monitors in elections around the world, notably recently in Ukraine. I had the privilege in 2012 of attending in Ukraine to help to monitor that election. Other members attended again last December, and we are going to be welcoming those invitations again. Mr. Speaker, I just had the privilege in the last week of traveling to 2 African countries with colleagues of this place, to Mozambique and Madagascar. And those 2 nations who are struggling, lesser developed nations, having gone through war, have extreme poverty, have actually established electoral commissions and are bending over backwards to reach out and to educate the populace, to get them enumerated, and to enable them to vote. And here we are in reverse. Perhaps we should be shamefaced going overseas and professing to have expertise in the democratic electoral process, when in fact this government is moving in a more regressive version rather than looking. Perhaps now we're going to have election monitors here to give us encouragement on how we can make our process more democratic. So today we have a motion put forward by the member for Toronto Danforth that an opinion changes to the Electoral Act proposed by this government to prohibit vouching, prohibit voter education programming by Elections Canada, and the use of voter ID. And the concern is, Mr. Speaker, that that will disenfranchise first-time voters like youth and new Canadians, Aboriginal Canadians, and our seniors living in residence. I wish first, Mr. Speaker, to speak to the process deployed in the passage of these proposed election laws. The reforms were long awaited. Many times the government stood, the ministers of the time stood in their place and said, any day now I'm going to table this election law, and then they would withdraw it. And so we've been waiting for quite some time because everyone agrees in this place that we do need some reforms to the law going forward to the next coming election within a year and a half, and it's important that we have enough time to have these laws in place, Elections Canada to be ready for them. So the question is, why now the rush? Having waited so long to bring forward these long-awaited changes, they bring these forward with no consultation with Elections Canada, which is a break. It's a breach of the protocol of past. It is also a breach of past protocol of consultations among all of the parties. Again, in my visit to these developing African nations, those governments have reached out to their opposition members. So what kind of example is this government setting? Why the need to fast-track this bill through? The reasonable request was made to have this bill immediately go to committee so that more substantial amendments could be made. We have the public calling for more time to consult, and there have been calls by our party to take this bill across Canada. Let's hear from Canadians, all of which has been denied. Well, despite the significant issues identified, we're rushing through this bill, and so we are pleading once again to the government to apply some common sense, some dignity, some democratic process to the reform of the most critical law in our nation, the right to exercise your franchise. I would like to speak to a couple of issues under the bill that are raised in the motion. One is the proposed prohibition of vouching and any reliance on voter ID cards. As has been mentioned by many of my colleagues, in past there has been some level of reliance on vouching. Why is that? Because there's some members of our society who simply do not have readily available to them identification. I can certainly speak to in my riding of Edmonton-Strathcona within the city of Edmonton in Alberta. It's well known in this country, and the government of the day brags all the time about all of the work that's being created in Alberta and suggesting that people should move to Alberta because there are their jobs, and we're welcoming people from other countries into Canada to work in Alberta, in many cases in the oil sands. And so we have an incredibly mobile population. And I can attest to the fact that going door to door in 3 successive elections, innumerable numbers of people who had just moved in, who had moved across the city and relocated, had no mail with their address, no license with their new address, and so forth. And so, you know, household after household, we're giving out information on how they can actually be enumerated. Very serious problems if we take away the ID cards, and particularly if we take away the vouching. I can also attest, Mr. Speaker, to the fact of the serious concern by the university students in my riding. I'm privileged to have 3 university campuses and an additional campus across the river in other ridings. And I've received letters from the Students' Union from Grant MacEwan University, University of Alberta, and King's University. Those students' unions all voicing deep concern about the removal of the opportunity for vouching. Why? Because in many circumstances, as many have attested to, students will share a residence and only one name will be on the lease or one name will be on the bills that come to the house. And so they have no way of proving that place of residence. I can attest to the fact that I personally have seen young students coming to vote in polls in my riding and being turned away, where parents arrive with them and they're still turned away. Many cases where students have been misinformed and told, you must vote in the town you come from. You can't vote here simply because you're going to university. So we need to move in the direction, Mr. Speaker, of enabling our youth to vote, not discouraging them. Secondly, the category of First Nation peoples. In my city, there are many First Nations peoples that sadly are displaced, are homeless, even though the city is trying to address that. And there are wonderful services, including the Boyle Street Society, who at the time of election come forward and assist these homeless people and vouch for them and enable them to vote. And they have personally expressed to me deep sadness that by banning the vouching, that these people who are trying to get their act together and to exercise their rights are going to be banned that opportunity. Additionally, as I'm sure all the other members of this place have, there are many seniors' residences, many long-term care institutions. We are told by the operators of these institutes that on many, many, many occasions they have to vouch for the residents of these institutions so that those residents can vote. So the obvious question, Mr. Speaker, is why is the government moving to disenfranchise these voters? We have not heard one credible, rational argument for this. We should be encouraging people to vote. We, of course, heard the government try to defend that this practice has to be undone because Mr. Neufeld, who was commissioned by Elections Canada to advise on reviewing the Act, had said, oh, there's all of this fraud and vouching, you need to remove it. And he has clearly stated that he was adamant at no time did he suggest ineligible voters have deliberately tried to cast illegal ballots. The only information we provided to this House was information that misled the House and has since been withdrawn. So we still await what is the rationale for disenfranchising over 100,000 voters. Finally, I would like to simply mention on the voter education, the public, many experts, and certainly my colleagues are stunned that the government is choosing to diminish the powers and mandate of the Chief Electoral Officer and his officers to educate and encourage the public to vote. And final point, I am absolutely dismayed at the decision to deny the strongest recommendation of Mr. Mayrand, and that is to give him the powers of investigation and compel evidence. And Mr. Speaker, there can only be 2 reasons for this, both of which are reprehensible. One is the government is intentionally blocking the ability of Elections Canada to enforce the Act, or the second one is they simply do not understand the enforcement system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to pick up on the member's last point because in the NDP opposition motion that makes reference to the prohibiting of vouching and voter education programming, we in the Liberal Party have been very clear in terms of the issue of compelling. We believe that Elections Canada should have the ability to compel people to testify. As a result of them not having that ability, one of the issues that has surfaced from the last election was the issue of overspending. And the government or Elections Canada not being able to compel witnesses does pose problems for Elections Canada in order to get to the truth of the matter. And my question to the member is, maybe she can just kind of expand, because she just started it at her last sentence or two, in regards to the idea of compelling a witness, especially, and ask her maybe to make reference to the importance of not overspending as an example.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't want to get into the detail of a specific offence, but I do want to speak to the issue of a credible enforcement system. I speak with some experience because I've worked in the field for quite some time in my professional career. There are many components to effective enforcement system. One is that you have to have clear offences, and as the government has done, they've increased the penalties. But if you don't have the requisite powers to investigate, you cannot bring cases forward and therefore impose penalties. So regardless of what the offence may be, whether it's fraud, whether it's overspending, whether it's illegal robocalls and so forth, it doesn't really matter what the offence is, and it doesn't matter if you increasingly impose the potential for stricter penalties. If the officers do not have the requisite necessary powers and mandate to compel information and testimony, then you're simply not going to proceed with effective cases.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for setting out so clearly some of the issues at stake. And if she would indulge me, just to read a quick passage from the Chief Electoral Officer, Marc Mayron's testimony before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, where he gives very concrete examples drawn from the real world and Elections Canada's knowledge about where vouching, some examples, these are only some examples of where vouching is used, and ask whether or not you think there's any reason to disbelieve this. Quote, in the case of seniors, it's not uncommon for one of the spouses to drive and to have all the bills in their name. Right now, the other spouse can be vouched for by their partner. Similarly, seniors living with their children often must be vouched for by one of the children in order to be able to vote. The reverse is also true. Young Canadians often live at home, whereas students move frequently. They sometimes have no documents to prove their current residential address. First Nations electors on reserve also face challenges, as the Indian status card does not include address information. For many of these electors, vouching by another elector is the only option. Expanding the list of ID documents will not assist them in proving their address. End of quotation. And you spoke a lot about the mobile society we live in, and we've been listening all day to Conservative MPs almost pretending that these situations don't exist. And I'm wondering if you think there's reason to disbelieve the Chief Electoral Officer.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona, I commend to all members of the House the reminder that they address their questions and comments to the chair, not to other members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be pleased to address my response to you. I'd like to thank, nonetheless, the member for his question. As the member will have heard in my brief remarks, in fact, those scenarios I have run into in my riding and have heard assertions from campaign members and since from students, from people assisting the homeless, those working with First Nations, directly from First Nations and from seniors, and I have received letters and calls from constituents deeply concerned that all of those categories of people, homeless people, Aboriginal people, particularly in isolated communities, all kinds of categories, and particularly in my city, there is such a mobile population, such an influx of new people, and simply busy adjusting, trying to get their children into school and so forth. Hard enough to find out that they have a right to vote, let alone where they vote, and then what kind of information they can provide. So certainly huge categories, and I absolutely have no cause to question the word of Mr. Mayron.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am rising to join this debate. It's a very interesting debate that's taken place so far on the motion put forward by the member for Toronto, Danforth. I want to review the wording of the motion as a starting point because although the debate has ranged around the suggestion, started with the member himself who proposed this, that the entire Fair Elections Act is utterly without merit, has nothing redeeming in it at all. That was not what the motion that he put before the House said. What the motions before the House made reference to three very specific proposals from within the legislation, the proposed legislation, and then identified several very specific groups that, so it is argued in the motion, would be selectively disenfranchised. What it says here is, in the motion, and I quote, "In the opinion of the House, proposed changes to the Elections Act that would prohibit vouching, voter education programming by Elections Canada, and the use of voter cards as identification could disenfranchise many Canadians, particularly first-time voters like youth and new Canadians, Aboriginal Canadians, and seniors living in residence, and should therefore be abandoned." End quote. Mr. Speaker, the reference, therefore, the assumption I'm making is that the honourable member feels that those three groups, four groups if you choose to consider first-time young voters and first-time voters who have just recently become Canadian citizens as separate categories, these groups are selectively negatively affected by this proposed legislation. And I will address those assumptions, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by pointing out that some of the assertions that must therefore be made as you cross the first column, all those groups that might be deprived of the ability to vote, and when one assumes he means de facto disenfranchisement, not de jure disenfranchisement. If that were the case, this would be an unconstitutional proposal. All those groups that are in the first category, the first column, youth, immigrants, seniors living in residences, Aboriginal Canadians, that category over there, are linked up over here with the specific problems into vouching, the provision stating that the voter identification card or the voter information card cannot be used as ID, and the limits on the Chief Electoral Officer's ability to carry on education programs. These, or advertising programs rather, these can be linked up so that in each case there's a problem that is occurring because of each of the reforms. Now, I would maintain that that is on its surface not a plausible hypothesis. And let me give you a couple of examples that will make this point. Vouching is presented as something which, if it is not permitted, will cause seniors living in residences to be unable to cast ballots. That is part of the assertion being made here. Well, that clearly cannot be true. In the last election, the 2011 election, there was a controversy over whether the Etobicoke Centre election had been won by the Liberals or by the Conservatives. And the issue revolved around the fact that senior citizens living in closed access residences who were therefore serviced by a mobile poll could not vote because the existing rules don't permit any vouching for them. Vouching can only occur when another person who lives in the same poll vouches for you. So they were already excluded from any vouching. Had vouching been permitted, one assumes that this issue might not have arisen. So there's nothing in this bill that takes away a vouching proposal dealing with senior citizens living in closed residences who are specifically mentioned as one of the enumerated groups that are most at risk under this proposal. Not only is it not part of the status quo that these individuals can be vouched for, but as far as I know, the honourable member is not proposing that we change the rule and permit vouching to go on where one person at a mobile poll can vouch for another, and we can therefore serially, or people who live outside of the mobile poll can vouch for people who live in the mobile poll. Perhaps he is suggesting that, but if he is making that suggestion or planning to make it, he hasn't done so far. He might actually want to comment on that. And I mentioned that because when he gave his talk introducing the motion, I specifically asked him about that issue. What about the seniors who in Etobicoke Centre could not vote, could not be vouched for? Is there some solution? This is a population whom I think, unlike many of those who actually are vouched for in real life, this is a population where it's highly unlikely that person A is going to turn up and vote ineligibly in person B's place. You can see how a mobile poll is going to a spot where people can't simply walk off the street and say, hey, I'm a resident of this facility, I would like to vote. So I mentioned that as being one specific area where his proposal just doesn't seem to make sense. I want to turn to another example, the voter identification card. This, it is suggested, is if the voter, I keep on saying voter identification card, Mr. Speaker, it is the voter information card. The voter information card. The suggestion is made in the motion that the voter information card, if it could be used as a piece of identification, would serve to make it possible for individuals who are living at these residences to be able to vote. It also, the suggestion is made that if they could be used for this purpose, it would ensure that some young people would be able to vote. And I want to comment on this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at a report issued by Elections Canada itself, the 2011 General Election National Youth Survey Report, put out by Elections Canada itself. In their summary of findings, they determined that they divide youth in Canada into 5 subgroups and they ask why participation rates were as low as they were. For 3 of the 5 groups, the 5 groups they break down youth into are Aboriginal youth, ethnocultural youth, unemployed youth, not in school, youth with disabilities, and youth in rural areas. For 3 of those groups, ethnocultural youth, unemployed youth, and youth with disabilities, not receiving a voter identification card was indicated as one of the primary reasons why they were not participating. So just to make the point here, the voter information card isn't being received by many of these people. This is exactly why they are unable to determine where they can go and vote, where they should go and vote, and being able to use this card, which they aren't receiving as a piece of identification, is highly unlikely to make it possible for them to cast a ballot. So no disenfranchisement is going on here at all. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, it appears to me that there is an indication that in both these cases a different problem exists, one which is not addressed, in my view, by the rhetoric that the opposition has been presenting today, one that unfortunately doesn't seem to be getting addressed by the Chief Electoral Officer, even though he submits a report after every election in which he tries to point out ways that we can improve the electoral system. And what is missing is an adequate system of databasing Canadian voters, determining where they live and determining who is able to vote in what location. Mr. Speaker, the voter's identification card is given to voters on the basis of the preliminary list of voters. And you will hear the Speaker, or you'll hear the Chief Electoral Officer telling us that he has a list of voters that is over 90% accurate. Now, we turn that around, and that means that it's 9%, 8% inaccurate, which is a large number of voters. But the voter ID card is not based on the final list of electors. The final list of electors, as every candidate knows, doesn't get issued until a couple of days before the election. A day or two before the election, you can go and get this list, usually only on paper, not actually in a form that is electronic, although that may be different in some ridings. Up until that point, both candidates and Elections Canada itself are relying on the preliminary list of voters, and that, by the Chief Electoral Officer's own testimony in his report on the 41st general election, that is only 84% accurate. So just to be clear about this, I'm looking at his report on the 41st general election, page 28, the Chief Electoral Officer says that preliminary lists for the 41st general election included 93% of Canadian electors, and 84% of electors were listed at the correct residential address, which means that 16% of voters, if they received any card at all, got it at the wrong address, or were present when the card for the wrong person came to their address. He goes on to say the currency of the lists in 10 ridings was estimated to have dropped to less than 75%. Now, he doesn't explain in this report, he doesn't tell us what ridings he's talking about. This is a major frustration for me. The CEO is far from transparent when it comes to providing information of this sort. We have to prompt him over and over again in the committee that oversees him to find out this kind of information. He doesn't make it clear whether the 75% is 75% of people were at the correct address, or 75%, he didn't even know who 25% of voters were in certain ridings. I'm not sure which of those two things he means, but the point is the preliminary list is very, very problematic. It is more problematic in certain ridings than in others. There are some, I suspect mine would be one of these ridings, where it's very good as a consequence of the fact that fewer people move and there's more security in a sense that that old information will be reliable information. But the Chief Electoral Officer and his list are suffering from significant database problems, Mr. Speaker. As anybody who maintains a database knows, there's a very high error rate over time. It gets worse over time. Old information is unreliable. And I think simply acknowledging this is a problem, reporting on it openly would be very, very helpful. Instead, we have to parse this information out from the Chief Electoral Officer, and he tries to develop methods of dealing with the problem that essentially boil down to saying we will continually widen the basis on which we will accept that somebody is able to vote, whether they can prove eligibility or not. Now, in the case of the election in Etobicoke Centre, which is the most studied example we have, what happened was that many people voted. Nobody's arguing they voted fraudulently. Many people voted who were not accounted for in a way that ensured that they were eligible voters and that this could be demonstrated after the fact, thereby potentially putting at risk the outcome of the election. As we know, the Supreme Court ruled on that case in the Opitz v. Wisniewski ruling, and a majority of the justices, a four-person majority, said that the election should not be overturned on that basis. A three-person minority, headed by the Chief Justice, decided, on the contrary, that the election should be overturned because of the unreliability of the accounting for the voting, despite the fact that nobody was asserting that fraud occurred. So when we hear the sponsor of this motion and many others in the opposition benches saying that there is a problem, or that there is no problem with fraudulent voting, I'm not sure whether that's true. The fact is that the record keeping is so bad we can't tell, or at least we can't prove anything. But what we do know is that even in the absence of fraud, there is mistaken voting potentially going on, and the potential for elections to be overturned or controverted is considerable. Justice McLaughlin, along with Justice LaBelle and Justice Fish, dissenting, determined that, quote, the federal election in the riding of Etobicoke Centre should be annulled because of votes cast by individuals who were not entitled to vote under the Act. Not that they were voting fraudulently, but what happened here was the definition of the word entitled came under dispute. And in the end, the majority of the court, the one-person majority, argued in favor of a wider interpretation of the word entitled. But we came very near to seeing an election overturned as a result of that. Mr. Speaker, in consequence of the fact that there was a study underway, or rather there was a court case underway, a man named Harry Neufeld was commissioned by the Chief Electoral Officer to write a report dealing with these issues. And in his report, he concluded that the number of irregularities that occur under vouching amounts to something in the neighborhood of 40% of all incidences of vouching nationwide. He has a breakdown for a number of different things, the general election, a number of by-elections, but on the whole, the number comes down to somewhere in the neighborhood of 40%. I think it may be as low as 25% in one of the by-elections, but clearly the issue of vouching that occurs in a way that does not allow for a proper follow-through to confirm that everything was done in a valid manner is very high. That is a serious problem. Now, let me give you an idea. I'm going to turn now to a few examples from my own life to make the point about what is wrong with using the voter information card as a method of determining whether a person is eligible to vote. And I have 3 stories for you, Mr. Speaker. 2 of them I've given before in committee. One I just learned about today. So the first example comes from the election of 2004. When my riding boundaries were changed, we had a new returning officer, deputy returning officer down in Napanee at the far end of my riding from where I live, who inherited a substantial chunk of the riding, was unfamiliar with how things worked, and when they merged the database, one of the things that happened was that a large number of erroneous voter information cards were issued. And this included the issuing of 3 voter cards to Scott Reed. So at 142 Arthur Street, my house, I received a voter information card for Scott Jeffrey Reed, which is me, and also one for Scott Reed, and also one for Jeffrey Reed. And I was living alone at the time. So clearly there is a problem when that sort of thing happens. And as I like to point out, as I did point out to the former Chief Electoral Officer, Jean-Pierre Kingsley, when he appeared at a committee shortly after that, I said, well, so I could have taken one card and voted at the returning office. I could have taken the second card, they would have stricken my name off the list, and gone to the advance poll. They would have stricken another name off the list, and then gone on election day and voted at the 3rd place, and they would have stricken my name off the list, and no one would have been the wiser. I would be using a piece of identification that had been issued in triplicate to me. So that's story number 1. Story number 2, after that point I moved and got married, and at the new house, which is on the boundary, it's literally about 100 yards of the boundary between the riding of Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox, and Eddington, which I represent, and the riding of Carleton, Mississippi Mills. I wrote down my address as being at that street address, Mississippi Mills, Ontario. My wife, my ex-wife actually, but at the time we were married, wrote down that her name and her address, same street address, at rural Route 1 Carleton Place, which is also correct. Both addresses are correct, and both will cause the mail to be delivered to the right address. They're both at the same postal code, obviously. But rural Route 1 starts in Carleton Place and goes into Mississippi Mills. So we got voter identification cards that told us to go and vote at 2 different locations in 2 different ridings. So here's an interesting question. Had we not spotted this problem, had she gone and voted in the wrong riding, would that have been voter fraud? I don't know. It was Elections Canada's fault because they have an inadequate database. It wasn't her fault that she had a voter card telling her to vote in the wrong constituency. But relying on a card and assuming it's accurate, and her name would not be picked up as one of the error rate that Elections Canada cites when they say they are 84% accurate and only 16% wrong. So there is another error that is going to lead to people voting mistakenly if they use the voter information card as the basis for their vote. And having a second piece of ID with your address would not solve that problem, Mr. Speaker. Third example I want to give comes from my legislative assistant, who tells me, just today as he was discussing the bill, he says in the last election, he and his wife, they had just moved, received voter information cards addressed to the people who lived in the house before them. Now, they are of British ancestry, but the people who lived in the house before them are of Vietnamese ancestry, and the names are obviously Vietnamese. His wife went to the voter station, taking the card along simply because it told her what location to go to. When she got there, she went in and, holding the card in her hand, was told, issued a ballot and told she could vote. It was not her card, but it was being treated as a piece of identification, indicating that that is how lax security is when it comes to the use of the voter information card as a piece of identification. So, Mr. Speaker, is there a problem with its use? Absolutely. That's why it was not permitted as a piece of ID, except on an experimental basis in the past. But the Chief Electoral Officer said in his report to Parliament he was going to expand its use nationwide, something he had not done in the past. That is now being prevented because it's unwise. And far from being about disenfranchisement, as the member suggests in the motion, this is actually about keeping our system open, fair, honest, and competent. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Speaker, I listened with great interest to my colleague's speech. Boy, by the sounds of things, maybe the whole 2011 election should have been null and void if, of course, that was that kind of fraud or potential mistakes were happening all across the country, Mr. Speaker. But of course, we know that's not the case. We know that Elections Canada does great work. That we are really the gold standard of conducting elections in Canada and around the world. My question is, Mr. Speaker, instead of looking at anecdotal information, is perhaps to look at what 150 political science professors across Canada have been saying about the Conservatives' proposed act, and why we should be voting yes to this motion that we've put forward here today, is that these professors are saying, and many of them have been on boundaries commissions themselves or on royal commissions, are saying if passed, Bill C-23 would damage the institution at the heart of our country's democracy, voting in federal elections. And so instead of drilling down to minutiae on a couple of cards that were problematic, perhaps my colleague could say why he disagrees with all the top political science minds in the country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Okay, I'll try this again. I have been issued 3 cards at my house. I've been issued myself and my ex-wife were issued cards telling us to vote in different locations, despite the fact that we live at the same address. My point is that these are examples of a widespread problem. How widespread? Well, Mr. Speaker, according to Elections Canada, 16% of Canadians have the same problem because they get their cards issued on the basis of the preliminary voters list, which has a 16% error rate. There are probably higher errors because there are those not being caught by Elections Canada. But that's Elections Canada reporting a 16% error rate, which amounts to millions of erroneous addresses. A 16% error rate is too much to allow this to be used as a piece of identification. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard the member talk before about the 3 cards, and I don't question the fact that he might have received more than one Election Canada voting card. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, the record would likely show that he only voted once. He might have received more than one card, but chances are he only voted once. And I suspect that you will find, Mr. Speaker, that there are many Canadians, as he has pointed out, that have received more than one card. I don't believe we've heard any evidence coming from the Conservative benches where there is a case where someone used more than one card in order to vote. And this is something in which I would challenge other members. The closest we had to that, we had a Conservative backbencher a while back stand in his place and say that he witnessed something, people pulling things out of a trash bin and bringing them over to a campaign office. Problem is, we found out that that wasn't true, that there was no merit to it, Mr. Speaker. My question specific to the member is he aware of any abuse where someone used more than one voter card in order to vote more than once?
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Well, the member raises a worthwhile and interesting question, one which I myself have raised with the Chief Electoral Officer. I mentioned how frustrated I am they are opaque over there at Elections Canada. They now report on prosecutions for people having voted fraudulently. They didn't do this formally, and I had to ask the Chief Electoral Officer of the day, Mr. Kingsley, about prosecutions. When I asked him, this is back a few years back, I asked him for the previous few elections. And so they he provided a list that showed that there is less than one prosecution per election. I think at that time there were 3 prosecutions over the period of 5 elections. In the election of 2008 and also of the election of 2006, in both cases only one person in the entire country was prosecuted for any form of voting fraud. Now, I guess it is an argument one could make that just no people in the entire country engaged in electoral fraud except these two people, both of whom were convicted after they wrote articles in the Toronto Star, in both cases, explaining how easy it was to vote fraudulently, and both of whom did so in response to stories about how there was widespread fraudulent votes going on. So when you see that it's impossible to get yourself prosecuted except when you complain about the fact that Elections Canada has no security and write about it, thereby incriminating yourself, I would suggest there is indeed a problem. But that's not the only problem. There's also a problem that just it's impossible to confirm after the fact that votes have been cast, whether fraudulently or not, have been cast potentially in a way that means that perhaps the person was not eligible. That's a separate and wider question, and that is something that should be resolved to a large degree by this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I enjoyed my colleagues' comments are rational and detailed as always. And I just want to support him a little bit. In the 2006 election, I have some evidence that I want to bring to Procedures and House Affairs at the appropriate time. But in the 2006 election, I was called personally and offered hundreds of voter cards that had been left in apartment buildings and so on. Like an idiot, I said, no, we don't do that sort of thing. I should have said, yeah, come on down, and of course had the police waiting. In the 2006 election, we had, with the final voters list, we had hundreds of people removed from the voters list because it was clear that they did not live in the riding and they intended to vote fraudulently. Now, they didn't because we caught them. I suggest, as my colleague has suggested too, that this doesn't happen in one place. So is the Election Canada system good? Absolutely. Is it the gold standard? Maybe, but it's not perfect and probably never will be. And I'd just like to ask my colleagues' comments on that.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
I don't think the question is whether Elections Canada is the gold standard or the people there have sterling character or anything like that. I do have a problem with some of their reporting. I've mentioned that. I can tell you that I lobbied the minister to try and put in some additional reporting requirements for Elections Canada, and some of that is incorporated in the new legislation, and that's a good thing, I think. Openness is always the most appropriate thing for government agencies. But the fundamental problem here I'm pointing to is that we have a databasing issue. It is hard to keep a database current. It is harder in areas with high turnover, and that is the fundamental problem. So in 10 ridings across the country, according to Elections Canada, we had less than a 75% rate of correct voter identification. That is more than a serious problem. That is a catastrophic problem for those ridings, and they haven't revealed where those ridings are. So sterling or not, gold standard or not, we have a situation in which some ridings essentially have no meaningful voter identification system, and some of those ridings may well be ridings where the elections are close. This could result potentially in elections being controverted, as almost happened in Etobicoke Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable member for York South Weston.
Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague opposite's comments. However, as has been said over and over again, the actual existence of fraud is negligible, if zero, and so we are using a sledgehammer to actually kill something that isn't happening. We would like you to kill the bill. The issue of your or your spouse having received more than one voter card, the voter card could only be used to identify where you lived. It can't be used to prove who you are. And unless you've got fraudulent ID to prove you're somebody else, you cannot use a voter identification card to prove who you are. And so unless you are intent on committing fraud, which you're going to be able to do no matter what, then regardless of whether or not there's a voter information card available to you, then or to the member, Mr. Speaker, then this whole business of removing the possibility of using a voter information card is a big red herring. And we really ought to get to the real problem, which we've identified. There are problems with the lists. We know there are problems with the lists. We know there are problems with certain individuals abusing the process and phoning people and telling them not to go vote. We know there are problems with funding. Why can't we get at the real problems instead of this phony problem of the voter information card?
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington. Short answer, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the example I gave was of a card that my former spouse Linda had that would actually have directed her to vote in the wrong riding. It had her address down right, but the address was interpreted as being in the wrong constituency. And they had her assigned to a poll number that was in the wrong constituency as well. This was, in all fairness, an Ontario elections issue, but it's the same database that applies, and the same problem exists. I have the same problem in my own database of getting people on these rural routes in the wrong riding. So that's an example. Mr. Speaker, the issue of people being assigned to the wrong poll is more widespread than that. In the 2004 election, we had situations of people living in Perth Road Village, in my riding, but 100 kilometres away from Perth, were being assigned to vote 100 kilometres from their home with their card. There were numerous people sent to the wrong poll because of errors made by Elections Canada. We have a very, very high error rate in general, and it tends to go higher when you have changes like riding redistributions. That is a major issue, and again, it's not an issue of voter fraud, although I do think some voter fraud exists in this country. It is an issue of a collapsed, of a database disaster run by an agency that won't admit that that is a problem. That's the issue here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure to rise here this evening and support the motion from the member from Toronto Danforth has put forward, and I'd really like to thank him for his work on this file. He's done a tremendous job, not just on this issue, but all the issues he's handling regarding democracy in this country. Just to remind you that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Notre Dame de Gras-Lachine. Mr. Speaker, democratic reform and protecting democracy in Canada is an issue, or are issues that it's very close to my heart. I've studied and worked on this topic for 20 years myself, both as a student and a professor. There are really many concerns we have, and I have, with the so-called Fair Elections Act that's been put forward by the government, and this motion directly calls for its a rejection, and it's really worth reading the motion in detail, Mr. Speaker, because I think it sums up our problems with this, that in the opinion of the House, proposed changes to the Elections Act that would prohibit vouching, voter education programming by Elections Canada, and the use of voter cards as identification could disenfranchise many Canadians, particularly first-time voters like youth and new Canadians, Aboriginal Canadians, and seniors living in residence, and should be abandoned. And I think this really sums up will be the crux of my speech and what my speech and the concerns that many Canadians have, regular Canadians have, but also those who have spent their life, like myself, studying this issue. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I hope to show you in this short speech that Conservative proposals are not in the best interests of Canadians and that our motion should be passed. Mr. Speaker, Canada has long been seen as one of the most democratic countries in the world. Indeed, Elections Canada is consulted internationally so other countries can learn how we do things here. It really is. It is really the way we conduct our elections are the gold standard of how elections are conducted around the world, and it's something we should be really proud of. But, Mr. Speaker, I look now at how our democracy is performing overall, and I wonder if we haven't hit a bit of a peak or even past our peak. Mr. Speaker, voter turnout has been on a slow decline since the 1980s, and what's worse, we're creating cycles of non-voting. Citizens, for example, no longer join political parties. Less than 2% of the citizenry is active in political parties. Once held in high regard, politicians are now loathed by the public. And, in fact, legislatures, both provincial and federally, don't reflect the populations which they represent, and we could go on and on and on, where things used to be better and they're declining. I really want to focus my remarks on voter turnout and use this to show why the Conservatives' proposed act is not only wrong in detail, it is also wrong in spirit and the process by which it's being implemented. So, Mr. Speaker, in the 1960s, almost 80% of those eligible to cast votes did so. In 2011, the 2011 election, Mr. Speaker, turnout dropped to just over 60%, a decline of 20 percentage points. Now, this isn't a one-off decline, Mr. Speaker. It's not a dip in voter turnout. This is really a pattern. Turnout has not been higher than 65% in this country, 65% of this country since any time this century. So we really are, we've declined, and we're entering a period of further decline. That's why I'm saying again that I think democracy has perhaps peaked in Canada. The reasons for this decline in turnout are many, but some has to do with declining government investment in efforts to help get people to the polls. And the Conservative proposals really not only have we taken money away, for example, door-to-door registration, but Conservative proposals are actually adding additional barriers to participation. So why I say this violates the spirit of what we try to do here in Canada is that it's going to make our low turnout problem even worse. This is a very serious situation from two perspectives. First, that I think many would agree that high voter turnout is in itself a good thing, and low voter turnout in turn is in fact a bad thing. Second, perhaps more seriously, disengagement can undermine the legitimacy of a government and, in the extreme case, lead to instability. So the low levels of turnout that we now have will probably only get worse, especially if the Conservatives force this bill through Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it's worth noting this kind of cycle that we're having of low voter turnout. In 1965, when a cohort came in, those eligible for the first time to vote in 1965, almost 70% of those who were eligible for the first time in 1965 voted. By 2008, this group that was first eligible to vote in 1965, their turnout had increased to 75%. If we look at first-time voters in the year 2000, of this group that was eligible to vote in 2004, only 34% of those people voted, and by the 2008 election, this group was still stuck at 34%. So what we're getting, Mr. Speaker, is a cycle of non-voting. Those born in the 60s, 70% of them would vote and continue to vote in those numbers as we move forward through elections. Those born in the 20th century are voting, one-third of them are voting, and then they are stuck with one-third voting. So this is the cycle of non-voting of which political scientists speak. And this is something we have to work to fix, rather than what this Conservative bill proposes we do is make things worse. So turnout's low and dropping. Non-voters are continuing to be non-voters, and we're having more and more groups that are permanently disenfranchised from our voting system. But I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, not to take my word for it. Recently, over 150 political scientists wrote an open letter to the government on this matter, and it's really worth repeating what they have to say. So in their open letter to the Prime Minister and the Parliament of Canada, these 150 professors who are the cream of the crop, really, as far as political scientists go in Canada, really mostly chairs and full professors, as well as people that all parties in this House have called upon to serve on boundary review committees, to head up royal commissions, to advise on any matters to do with democracy. This is a multi-partisan group, a group that would some parties would favor, some parties would not favor. It really is the grand collection of political scientists, and they're saying that if Bill C-23 was passed, it would damage the institution at the very heart of the country's democracy, voting in federal elections. Further, Mr. Speaker, these 150 political scientists urged the government to heed the call for wider consultation in vetting this bill. Now, this is another problem with what's happening here in terms of the spirit of democratic reform. In the past, any changes to elections would be done in a nonpartisan way or multi-partisan way. Not only would you, of course, consult Elections Canada and experts around the country and, of course, perhaps outside the country, you would definitely be consulting the Canadian public. This has been abandoned with C-23. In fact, this is, we've had closure on debate, and this bill is being rammed through without any real discussion, and without discussion with Elections Canada, which seems absurd, since that is the institution at the centre of this legislation. So these 150 political scientists are urging the government to consult more widely. And while they agree, of course, that we've heard today, there are some perhaps things that could be looked at with our electoral system. They're worried about the serious damage that will occur with this passing of Bill C-23. So, Mr. Speaker, it's worth noting who these folks are. So the drafters of this open letter that you can see in many publications such as the National Post or the Globe and Mail. Professors DeVoe, Williams, Cameron, Daywood, Leonard, and Fuji Johnson were the main drafters. But, Mr. Speaker, this letter has also been signed by 16 actually, past presidents of the Canadian Political Science Association, Carolyn Andrew, Michael Atkinson, Keith Banting, Sylvia Bashevkin, Andre Blaze, Kenneth Carty, John Courtney, Elizabeth Gedingle, Richard Johnson, Peter Russell, Grace Skogstad, David Smith, Miriam Smith, Rita Tremblay, Graham White, and Robert Young. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you put all these signatories to the letter in the room, you could pretty well solve any political science problem I would hazard to guess we have in this country. Of course, none of these people have been consulted on this bill. It is really outrageous that these changes are going ahead, being forced through Parliament without really any consultation at all, and not even any expert advice. It's just been drafted in a back room, something that will advantage one party over other parties, and it violates the spirit of what we've done in the past here, Mr. Speaker. So that's why I support the Opposition Day motion that's been put forward here today, Mr. Speaker, and I call on the government to drop C-23, and let's go back to the drawing board, consult with other Canadians, experts, regular Canadians, and figure out how to make democracy better and how to improve our falling voter turnout. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable deputy.
Honourable member for Marcohead-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is quite simple. On the one side, the government is telling us that there are experts saying that this is dangerous for democracy, but in fact, we are told by a government member that he was shown hundreds of voter cards being used fraudulently. He should have phoned the police or something. There is a very clear rule in law that is, if you do not say anything, you are guilty. So any member of Parliament who knew there was voter fraud and said nothing is guilty. And in fact, he just uses this information as some kind of anecdote that justifies these measures, and yet he did nothing apparently. So I would like my colleague to tell us how much importance we should give to anecdotes like this, and what about the obligation by members of Parliament to make sure that they expose such practices if they exist?
Speaker, I too was shocked when one of our colleagues across the way just stood up moments ago and said that somebody had approached him with hundreds of voting cards, and then that he was supposed to use to commit fraud in an election, Mr. Speaker. And I think that we should be looking into that further, Mr. Speaker. Right. Well, we're just hearing from across the way that he'd like to be investigated for this claim, and I think, Mr. Speaker, that should be looked into. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to, because I realize that we're winding up the debate at this juncture, and just indicate that we do support the motion that's being brought forward by the NDP, but we want to emphasize just how bad this legislation really is. And at the end of the day, we want to have good, sound election laws. We see some of the shortcomings, such as not compelling witnesses, not allowing Elections Canada to compel witnesses. Our system is going to be weakened by this Conservative majority government's attitude towards democracy. And my question to the member is to acknowledge or to ask him to provide comment, if I can put it that way, in regards to the way in which the government, on its own, without the consultation, without any sort of consensus building, whether it's Elections Canada, opposition parties, or stakeholders in general, have made the decision to force this thing through. Time allocation, you name it. It's not the Fairness Act. It's more of a Conservative Elections Act. And if he would want to provide comment on that.
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. Yeah, in fact, this is the exactly wrong way to reform any kind of or make changes to how democracy works in the country. It's something you would expect in a place where they have no experience with democracy, where one party is trying to rig elections in their favor. And, Mr. Speaker, I don't think you would find any scholar of politics that would at all agree that this is the way to do anything. And, in fact, Canadians are saying this, and it will hurt the Conservatives in the next election. I think they're going to have a very hard time making these changes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 6:15 p.m. and this being the final supply day in the period ending March 26, 2014, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Scott, seconded by Ms. Latendresse, move that in the opinion of the House, proposed changes to the Elections Act that would prohibit vouching, voter education programming by Elections Canada, and the use of voter cards as identification could disenfranchise many Canadians, particularly first-time voters like youth and new Canadians, Aboriginal Canadians, and seniors living in residence, and should be abandoned. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
question is the following one. Mr. Scott, seconded by Madame Latendresse, moved that, in the opinion of the House, proposed changes to the Elections Act that would prohibit vouching, voter education programming by Elections Canada, and the use of voter cards as identification could disenfranchise many Canadians, particularly first-time voters like youth and new Canadians, Aboriginal Canadians, and seniors living in residence, and should be abandoned. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
Let those who support the motion please say yay.
Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's
Madame
East.
Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies Vancouver
Mr.
East.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Maud Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalemare.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalemare.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Miss Charlton.
Miss Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignac.
Monsieur Ravignac.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Jeannet Jourdain.
Monsieur Jeannet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mrs. Bison.
Mrs. Abbey.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Mr. Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Miss Gros.
Miss Gros.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Kerry-Janis.
Mr. Kerry-Janis.
Mr. Pachetti.
Monsieur Pachetti.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Valcourt.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Monsieur Blaney.
Monsieur Blaney.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Banlon.
Mr. Banlon.
Mr. Banlon.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kelly, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms.
Ms.
Ambrose.
Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightprice.
Mr. Brightprice.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Morfondy Royal.
Mr. Morfondy Royal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Kitty South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Kitty South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Brown and Market Aurora.
Ms. Brown and Market Aurora.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown Leeds Granville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Granville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr.
Mr.
Albrecht.
Allen Tobik Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic Maxwell.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Monsieur Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr.
Mr.
Sweet.
Van Kestren.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Kestren.
Wallace.
Mr.
Mr.
Wallace.
Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou.
Mr. Dreeshen.
George. Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young
Mr.
Oakville.
Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Luzon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver
Mr.
South.
Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Yeas pour, 131, 131. Nays contre, 149, 149.
I declare the motion defeated. The next question is on the supplementary estimate C. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Oliver, moves that the supplementary estimate C for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2014 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor will please say yay. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Monsieur Blaney.
Monsieur Blaney.
Mr. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightprice.
Mr. Brightprice.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Morfondy Royal.
Mr. Morfondy Royal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Kitty South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kemp.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Decker.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Brown Market Aurora.
Mr. Brown Market Aurora.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Granville.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Ms. Graywall.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr.
Mr.
Hoback.
Hebert.
Mr.
Mr.
Hebert.
Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Cran Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen Tobik McNaquack.
Mr. Allen Philip McNaquack.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brunuge.
Mr. Brunuge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr.
Mr.
Sweet.
Van Kestren.
Mr. Van Kestren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Walkerton.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr.
John.
Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young
Mr.
Oakville.
Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Ratgaber.
Mr. Ratgaber.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Miss Ashton.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan
Ms.
Wellen.
Duncan Etobicoke. Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr.
Mr.
Dewar.
Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies,
Mr.
Vancouver East.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms.
Mr.
Crowder.
Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr.
Madame
Massey.
Leblanc, La Salémar.
Madame Leblanc, La Salamar.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette
Monsieur
Lamotte.
Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosgouet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur
Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame la Tendresse.
Madame la Tendresse.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Miss Gros.
Miss Gros.
Miss Bennett.
Ms.
Mr.
Bennett.
Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Carriagianis.
Mr. Carriagianis.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Pichetti.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Ghana Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr.
Ms.
Andrews.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke
Monsieur
North.
Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer. Yeas pour, 150, 150. Nays contre, 129, 129.
I declare the motion carried. Mr. Clement, seconded by Mr. Oliver, moves that a bill entitled An Act for Granting to Her Majesty Certain Sums of Money for the Federal Public Administration for the Financial Year ending March 31st, 2014, be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill?
First reading of this bill, put me on the list.
When shall the bill be read a second time? Right now? Mr. Clement, seconded by Mr. Oliver, moves that Bill C-28, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the financial year ending March 31st, 2014, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the unanimous consent of this House to apply the results from the previous recorded division to this one. Thank you.
Well, is there unanimous consent to proceed in this fashion? The Honourable Member for Hull Elmer.
Oui, il faudrait ajouter un.
Yes, we would have to add a vote to the previous one. The member for Scarborough Rouge River is back in receipt.
Okay. Duly noted.
Hard to not make that look.
Yeas pour, 150, 150. Nays contre, 130, 130.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, this bill stands referred to Committee of the Whole, and I do now leave the chair for the House. Well, the Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the Green Party is voting no.
I think that was captured in the previous recorded division, which has just recently been applied to this past question, so that should be fine. And I do now leave the chair for the House to go into Committee of the Whole.
À l'ordre. La
Order. House in Committee of the Whole on Bill C-28.
Honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking the President of the Treasury Board if he can confirm that this bill stands in its habitual form.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can confirm that this bill is identical to the one used in the past period.
As that passed in the previous supply period.
L'article 2 est-il adopté?
Shall Clause 2 carry?
Avec dissidence.
On division. Shall Clause 3 carry? On division. Shall Clause 4 carry? On division. Shall Clause 5 carry? On division. Shall Clause 6 carry? On division. Shall Clause 7 carry?
Carry. On division, shall Schedule 2 carry? On division, shall Clause 1 carry? On division, shall the preamble carry? On division, shall the title carry? On division, shall the bill carry? On division, shall I rise and report the bill? Agreed? Agreed.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-28 and has directed me to report the same without amendments.
Mr. Clements, seconded by Mr. Oliver, moves that Bill C-28, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the financial year ending March 31st, 2014, be concurred in at the report stage. The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising.
Mr. Speaker, I request the unanimous consent of this House to apply the results from the previous recorded division to this one.
Is there unanimous consent to proceed in this fashion? Agreed? Agreed.
Yeas pour, 150, 150. Nays contre, 130, 130.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Right now? D'accord. Monsieur Clément, appuyé par...
Mr. Clement, seconded by Mr. Oliver, moves that Bill C-28, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the financial year ending March 31st, 2014, be now read a third time and do pass.
Well, Chief Government Whip is rising.
Mr. Speaker, I request the unanimous consent of the House to apply the results from the previous recorded division to this one.
Very efficient.
Is there unanimous consent to proceed in this fashion? Agreed? Agreed.
Yeas pour, 150, 150. Nays contre, 130, 130.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
La prochaine mise au voix porte sur les crédits provisoires.
The next question is on the interim supply for 2014-2015.
Seconded by Mr. Oliver, moves that this House do concur in interim supply as follows. That a sum not exceeding $24,821,234,862.66, composed of 1 3/12, 15, may I dispense? Yes? It's rather lengthy. Yes? Dispense? Okay. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Balcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Holloman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Holloman Norfolk.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightprice.
Mr. Brightprice.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupé.
Mrs. Troupé.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Morfondy Royal.
Mr. Morfondy Royal.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Vellacott.
Mr. Vellacott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Brown Market Aurora.
Ms. Brown and Market Aurora.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur
Mr.
Lemieux.
Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Toole.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown Leeds Granville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Granville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen Tobik Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobik Mactaquac.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr.
Mr.
Storseth.
Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Western West Vancouver Sunshine Coast City Sky Country.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Cedar Creek Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Mrs. Crockett.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton. Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North
Mr.
Delta.
Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton, South Kona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton, South Kona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalemare.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalemare.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr.
Mr.
Angus.
Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur
Madame
Dubé.
Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame
Monsieur
Freeman.
Tsabaïsen.
Monsieur Tsabaïsen.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe Bagotte.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez
Monsieur
Melo.
Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stoffer.
Mr. Stoffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Gros.
Ms.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Kerry-Janis.
Mr. Kerry-Janis.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr.
Mr.
Chou.
Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Yeas pour, 150, 150. Nays contre, 130, 130.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Clément, appuyé par M. Oliver, propose que le projet de loi.
It is moved that the bill entitled An Act for Granting to Her Majesty Certain Sums of Money for the Public Administration ending March 31st, 2015 be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Lecture de ce projet de loi.
Mr. Clement, seconded by Mr. Oliver, moves that Bill C-29, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the financial year ending March 31st, 2015, be now read a second time and referred to Committee of the Whole. The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I request the unanimous consent of the House to apply the results from the previous recorded division to this one.
Here, here. Is there unanimous consent to proceed in this fashion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered.
Yeas pour, 150, 150. Nays contre, 130, 130.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to a committee of the whole, and I do now leave the chair for the House to go into said committees of the whole.
À l'ordre, la Chambre en
Order, please. The House in Committee of the Whole to consider Bill C-29. Honourable Member for Pontiac. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know whether the President of the Treasury Board could confirm that this bill is in its usual form and explain any changes.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a few words to say.
Les proportions demandées dans les projets de loi sont.
The amendments are intended, and all the clauses are intended to provide for the 2014-2015 needs for the public administration. The bill provides the amount for various items.
Changed to, I know, this is going a heck in a handbasket here. The form of this bill has changed to present organizations in alphabetical order. The plot
The plot thins, Mr. Speaker. In alphabetical order, as shown in main estimates, this change resulted from comments provided by the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates during its review of estimates and supplies. But I can say, Mr. Speaker, that the passing of this bill will not prejudice the rights and privileges of members to criticize any item in the estimates when it comes up for consideration in committee, and the usual undertaking is hereby given that such rights and privileges will be respected and will not be curtailed or restricted in any way as a result of the passing of this measure. Thank you.
Merci. L'article 2 est-il adopté?
Is the clause 2 adopted?
3 est-il adopté?
Clause 3 carry?
L'article 4 est-il adopté?
Shall clause 4 carry?
L'article 5.
On division. Shall clause 5 carry? Yes. Carried on division. Shall clause 6 carry? Carried on division. Shall clause 7 carry?
Carry. On division. Shall schedule 2 carry? On division. Shall clause 1 carry? On division. Shall the preamble carry? On division. Shall the title carry? On division. Shall the bill carry? On division. Shall I rise and report the bill? Agreed? Agreed.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-29 and has directed me to report the same without amendment.
Mr. Clements, seconded by Mr. Oliver, moves that Bill C-29, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the financial year ending March 31st, 2015, be concurred in at the report stage. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I request the unanimous consent of the House to apply the results from the previous recorded vote to this one.
Is there unanimous consent to proceed in this fashion? Agreed? Agreed.
Yeas pour 150, 150. Nays contre 130, 130.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Right now. Mr. Clements, seconded by Mr. Oliver, moves that Bill C-29, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the financial year ending March 31st, 2015, be now read a third time and do pass. The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising.
Mr. Speaker, I request the unanimous consent of the House to apply the recorded vote from the the results from the previous recorded division to this one. I think that's a good idea.
Is there unanimous consent to proceed in this fashion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered.
Yeas pour 150, 150. Nays contre 130, 130.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Order. Could members take their conversations outside the chambers so that we can proceed at this time? Order. The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North regarding the economy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives boast that they are the party of fiscal responsibility, but let's look at some facts. The facts show otherwise, Mr. Speaker. This government gets a failing grade on practically every aspect of economic management, or should I say mismanagement. And the most recent budget does nothing to clean up the mess they've made of our economy. Mr. Speaker, unemployment has increased 9% under this government. The youth unemployment rate is double the national rate. Canadians are struggling to support themselves and their families. Canada is 20th in the OECD for job creation. Meanwhile, the government refuses to roll back their job-killing payroll tax hikes. The current freeze on EI premiums means little when the Conservatives have inflated the rates for so long. They're balancing the budget on the backs of hard-working Canadians and small businesses. But Budget 2014 didn't just fall flat on job creation. It fails to invest in the services that are the most important to Canadians. With an aging population in Thunder Bay Superior North and across Canada, our healthcare needs are increasing. Yet somehow we see no investment in healthcare in this budget. The Thunder Bay Regional Health Science Centre recently broke the record for overcapacity and was in gridlock for 5 straight weeks. We are headed for a crisis as this government sits on their hands. They're burying their heads in the sand with their refusal to adequately fund health care, and it's compromising Canadians' right to universal health care. Mr. Speaker, it's not just health care that's in danger. The Conservatives have also neglected the retirement security of our seniors. They've balked at much-needed pension reform and even blocked consensus on the matter. We see no plan to protect Canada's seniors who've worked hard for so many years, only to be abandoned by this government, and their old age. Why is the government leaving our retirees financially insecure? In my riding, it seems the Conservatives have made it an obsession to cut as many vital services as possible. They've slashed local Veterans Affairs, Citizens and Immigration, Canada Revenue Agency, and Marine Communications and Traffic Service offices. And they've cut jobs across the board in Thunder Bay and our region. Northwestern Ontario's pay taxes just like the rest of Canadians, but they're forced to bear a greater burden of taxes as large multinationals pay less than half the USA rate. Declining services aren't the only problem, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives may go on and on about reducing the national debt, but they're the ones who've added $123 billion to the debt since they took office. That's a 25% increase. Is this what debt reduction looks like? It's clear that the Conservative government is misrepresenting the facts. What's even more important is the Conservatives' ignorance of the needs of ordinary Canadians whose personal debt has gone up 26%. Canadians simply can't afford it. The average cost of a house now has risen 52%, and it costs an average Canadian homeowner over $400,000 to buy a small house. How are Canadians supposed to put a roof over their heads, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, Canadians need more than empty promises from Conservatives. We need real fiscal responsibility that puts Canadians first. The Conservatives talk a lot about their so-called economic record, but all we can see are deep service cuts that hurt hardworking Canadians and increase debt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know where my honourable colleague is getting his so-called facts from, but they certainly don't jive with any numbers that I've seen. Mr. Speaker, let me reassure the honourable member that job creation remains a top priority for our government. Through Canada's Economic Action Plan, we are taking real action to support investment, economic growth and job creation, including initiatives that directly support the development of a skilled, mobile and inclusive workforce within an efficient labour market. And our efforts speak for themselves. First and foremost, we are well on our way to balancing the budget in 2015, and our economic action plan is strengthening the economy at the same time. Since July 2009, employment has increased by over 1 million and is over 600,000 jobs above its pre-recession peak, the strongest job growth in all G7 countries since the recovery. Over 85% of all jobs created since July 2009 have been full-time positions. 80% are in the private sector, and over two-thirds are in high-wage industries. Real GDP is significantly above pre-recession levels, one of the best performances in the G7. Both the Independent International Monetary Fund and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development are projecting that Canada's growth will be among the strongest in the G7 in the years ahead. Canada is also the only G7 country to have a rock-solid AAA rating with a stable outlook from all major credit rating agencies, Moody's, Fitch, and Standard & Poor's, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. However, this is not to say that our work is done. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce, for example, lists skills shortages as the #1 barrier to Canada's competitiveness. In response, our government has quickly put in place a range of concrete measures to directly support the development of a skilled, mobile, and productive workforce. An Economic Action Plan 2014 proposes further steps in this direction. It confirms, for example, that the Canada Job Grant will be up and running in 2014, which could provide up to $15,000 per person for eligible training costs, including up to $10,000 in federal contributions. The Canada Job Grant will encourage greater employer participation in skills training decisions and ensure that training is better aligned with job opportunities, particularly in sectors facing skills mismatches and labour shortages. And, Mr. Speaker, while the grant will require matching from employers, small businesses will also benefit from greater flexibility in their cost matching arrangements, recognizing the particular challenges they face. To further address skills shortages, Economic Action Plan 2014 also proposes to create the Canada Apprentice Loan Program by expanding the Canada Student Loans Program to provide apprentices registered in Red Seal trades with access to over $100 million in interest-free loans each year. At the same time, it proposes to introduce the Flexibility and Innovation in Apprenticeship Technical Training Pilot Project to expand the use of innovative approaches to delivering apprenticeship technical training. Mr. Speaker, our government believes these findings underscore the importance of transforming skills training in Canada to ensure that funding supports the needs of the labour market. Subsequently, this has also driven the government's commitment to promote education in high-demand fields and the measures we have taken to financially support apprentices and the employers that hire them, including the Apprenticeship Job Creation Credit and the Apprenticeship Completion Grant. Supporting job opportunities for all Canadians is a commitment where we have made important investments and will continue to act, unlike the opposition, who votes against every job-creating measure that we've introduced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, please, enough blarney from the Conservatives. Canadians need action. We need services we can rely upon and real job creation so we can be financially stable individually and collectively. In Budget 2014, Thunder Bay Superior North and I were looking for support for our seniors and pension reforms, but nothing was offered. And a fee and dividend system that would put a price on carbon and put money back into the pockets of taxpayers. But the government didn't even mention climate change in the budget. We sought intense incentives for small business owners, but instead the government got rid of the $1,000 hiring tax credit and refuses to reduce the job-killing EI premiums and a huge EI fund surplus, really a tax. The government's fiscal plan does not work for my constituents, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives claim to be putting the economy first, but all I can see is them putting Canadians last.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know the honourable member would like to introduce a $20 billion job-killing carbon tax like his former colleagues in the NDP, but over here, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan, Canada's Economic Action Plan. Through it, we are creating jobs by reforming the on-reserve education system in partnership with First Nations through the First Nations Control of First Nations Education Act, investing $14 million over 2 years and $4.7 million per year ongoing towards the successful implementation of an expression of interest in economic immigration system to support Canada's labour market needs, helping older workers get back to work by investing $75 million in the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers program to support older workers who want to participate in the job market. We're reviewing the youth employment strategy to better align it with the evolving realities of the job market. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe that Canada's long-term economic prosperity depends on our capacity as a country to realize the immense potential of our people, and that's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean on Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 28, 2014, I had asked the Minister of Veterans Affairs a question about the situation of homeless veterans. In Montreal alone, no fewer than 50 veterans are homeless. And since many of them have never used the services offered by Veterans Affairs Canada, I would like to know what the government is doing to identify and help homeless vets, and what is the government going to do to ensure that new veterans will also not end up on the street. The minister had a two-point answer. He said, first of all, that Canadian veterans are eligible for thousands of dollars worth of benefits and services that are not available to the general public. And secondly, he said that identifying veterans among the homeless is a daunting task. Well, I believe that the minister should feel ashamed for having given such irresponsible and disdainful answers, because first, it is the very least that we protect and give services to those who sacrifice themselves for our country. And really, just because it's a daunting task does not mean we should not do it. I will give you an example of the bad management of this government. In the response of Veterans Affairs Canada to the Veterans Ombudsman, it said that the time to process an application for rehabilitation can take up to 34 days, and often there are additional delays. Why? Because often information is missing in the applications. In Saint-Jean, for instance, we have an integrated personnel support center in which former military personnel who are transitioning to civilian life can meet with an agent and go through an interview to help them. And this is not a luxury. So what is the Conservative government doing to improve local services? Is it improving services for these clients? No, it is closing offices of Veterans Affairs, and that is what I call incompetent management. The situation in Montreal is particularly worrying in my riding because many former military personnel who served on the Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu basis decide to move and live in the region. But they are already in an unstable housing situation, and it is possible that they might end up on the street in Montreal because there's no structure there to help them, especially not in the outskirts of Montreal or in satellite towns. Another point is concerning is the fact that the 50 homeless vets identified in Montreal is surely an underestimation of their real numbers because no systematic study has been carried out to count them. Often, homelessness is linked to mental health problems, and we know that there is an epidemic of post-traumatic stress syndrome. No later than last Wednesday, we learned that another veteran from the Valcartier base had taken his own life. In its speech from the throne of October 2013, the government said that we are reaching out to veterans, to homeless veterans, to give them the support they need, but that promise was not kept. But we at the NDP believe that the government must be proactive. That is, not only help homeless veterans find shelter, but to go out and identify those who are in an unstable and dangerous situation.
To the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to demonstrate how the Government of Canada
has made it a priority to identify homeless veterans and those at risk of becoming homeless in order to make sure they get the help they need to leave the streets behind, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister of Veterans Affairs said when a member opposite first asked this question some weeks ago, we already have a number of benefits and services in place for eligible veterans, including an emergency fund exclusively for veterans in crisis. The general public cannot access this support, and so, as the Minister said, it's not only sad and tragic that some veterans are homeless, it's entirely unnecessary, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Mr. Speaker, one challenge is trying to identify veterans who are homeless or living on the margins of society. That's why we are taking strong action in a variety of ways. We have ongoing outreach initiatives in many of our largest cities in Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, Calgary, Ottawa, and Halifax to identify and assist veterans who are living on the streets or bouncing from one friend's couch to another. We're forging new partnerships and testing new pilot projects at grassroots levels, whether it is with other government departments, with other levels of government, or with countless community organizations that have experience and expertise working with homeless Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Employees at Veterans Affairs Canada area offices are connecting with organizations in their local communities to raise awareness about the services and the benefits available from Veterans Affairs Canada to assist veterans and ensure that Veterans Affairs Canada staff knows about support in their communities. And we are doing all of those things as we continue to develop a comprehensive approach to help veterans who are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. Mr. Speaker, we realize that homelessness is a serious issue for veterans and civilians alike. We understand that there can be a series of contributing factors at play, complex issues that can often begin with an addiction or a mental health condition, Mr. Speaker. And we fully recognize that no one government department or agency can solve the problems of homelessness on its own. That's why the Minister of Veterans Affairs has appealed to Canadians to let us know if they are aware of homeless veteran or a veteran in need, Mr. Speaker. Please contact the department immediately. We have the programs and services and benefits available that could make all the difference in veterans' life. It's just a matter of ensuring the help reaches where it is needed. And, Mr. Speaker, we can all make sure that happens. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean.
To try to help other veterans once they live on the street. These are men and women who were selected for their ability to keep on fighting in situations of physical pain without complaining. These are men and women who were trained to move forward and not give up when facing dangerous situations. So too many of them may be too proud to ask for help. It is this government's responsibility to be proactive and to let them know that there is help available should they need it. So I ask the question again, what is the government going to do to identify veterans at risk in order to make sure that they do not end up on the street?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat and reassure all members that our government is determined to do everything possible to identify veterans living on the street as well as those who are at risk of becoming homeless. We are also committed to making sure these veterans get the help they need, that they have access to benefits and services which are exclusively for them when they are in such an unfortunate situation. And, Mr. Speaker, we continue to support and analyze research that looks at the most effective ways to identify and help homeless veterans, including the housing first approach, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are always ready and willing to help veterans in any way we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York South Weston regarding Canada Post.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 25th, I asked the Minister responsible for persons living with disabilities what this government would do to ensure that disabled Canadians are not adversely affected by the decision of Canada Post to end door-to-door mail delivery. The question was prompted in part by the City of Toronto having passed a resolution rejecting Canada Post's plan to convert from door-to-door delivery to community mailboxes. The City was particularly concerned by the effect this decision would have on seniors with mobility issues and other persons with disabilities. The Minister responsible for persons with disabilities did not respond. Rather, the Minister of Transport responded that it was her understanding that Canada Post was working with national councils with respect to the disabled and disadvantaged to ensure that it can appropriately provide service. I have been in contact with Canada Post on this issue, and their responses have been less than encouraging. Thus far as I am aware, the only option ever presented to any disabled individual was to be given an extra key and told to find a friend or relative to get the mail for them. In other words, Canada Post, which has been running community mailboxes for 30 years, still hasn't figured out how to deal with the very real problem of providing service to persons with disabilities. When I suggested that the boxes were not cleared of snow and were inaccessible, the answer was, tell them which one and they'd send someone out. Their stated position is that persons with disabilities who face a, quote, unacceptable hardship, close quote, will be dealt with somehow. They don't know how, and they refuse to define what they mean by unacceptable hardship. Mr. Speaker, Canada Post has failed to provide the service to persons with disabilities now, and to suggest that the horse will change its spots in the future is an extreme stretch of credibility. Canada is signatory to the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. One of the principal tenets of that convention is we should never go backwards. Life should always be made better, not worse, for persons living with disabilities. It is the Minister's responsibility to ensure that federal institutions and organizations, such as Canada Post, do not drift backwards, regardless of the need to save money or to cut corners. In other words, Mr. Speaker, our international commitments signed by this government should prevent any worsening of the standards of living for persons with disabilities. That will certainly be the case if they are forced to find other mechanisms to get their mail or are unable to receive mail because of inaccessible boxes. I have witnessed community boxes completely inaccessible to a person in a wheelchair. They are not routinely cleared of snow. They are on the opposite side of a street, which itself is not cleared by the municipality. They do not necessarily have a curb cut for a wheelchair. After 30 years, you'd think Canada Post would have managed this. My point, Mr. Speaker, is that left to their own devices, we have 30 years of history to prove to us how competent Canada Post has been at dealing with persons with disabilities. They are not competent. But persons with disabilities have been able to avoid that incompetence by living in the 70% of private homes in Canada which still have door-to-door delivery, or to live in an apartment building which has delivery to the lobby. And before another community mailbox is installed, this federal government should take stern action to ensure that Canada Post cleans up its act. That means taking seriously the problems soon to be faced by the residents of Canada and Oakville, and et cetera, and demanding that the Canada Post conversion plans cease. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As a Crown corporation that operates at arm's length from the government, Canada Post is responsible for its own operations. Canada Post mandate is spelled out in the Canada Post Corporation Act and includes the need to conduct its operations on a self-sustaining financial basis. The reality is that Canada Post can no longer remain financially self-sustaining within its current business model. Canadians are no longer using the mail to the extent they once did. Increasingly, Canadians are choosing digital alternatives to the mail. In fact, most of the correspondence we now receive concerning Canada Post is sent via email. Now, one of the key initiatives of Canada Post's 5-point action plan that the corporation announced in December is the 5-year transition to community mailboxes for the 5 million urban addresses that are still receiving door-to-door delivery. Since 2/3 of Canadians already receive their mail through venues other than door-to-door delivery, Canada Post believes that this initiative represents a sensible approach to saving costs. It mitigates the future massive losses that otherwise threaten the existence of postal service itself. The alternative is to ask Canadian taxpayers to subsidize those still receiving door-to-door delivery. Now, it should be noted that there will be no change for mail recipients living in apartment buildings, condominiums, seniors' residences, such as retirement homes, who will continue to receive their mail in the lobby of their buildings. Canadians receiving their mail through rural end-of-laneway mailboxes will also not be affected by the change. Now, in recent news releases, Canada Post has committed that no one will be left behind from accessing their community mailboxes, and that it intends to seek out the views of affected citizens directly, including through direct mail surveys and online feedback tools, to ensure that solutions are available for people with significant mobility challenges who lack viable alternatives. Given the importance of continued mail delivery over the long term, the government recognizes the importance of what Canada Post is working to achieve through the implementation of its 5-point action plan. It should be noted that the Conference Board of Canada projected that Canada Post could lose roughly $1 billion a year just 6 years from now. Furthermore, in 2012, Canada Post delivered 1 billion fewer letters than it did in 2006. Our government believes that Canada Post must balance its finances without being a burden on Canadian taxpayers, and that, Speaker, is what we expect them to do.
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I'd wanted the talking points that the Conservative Party has put together for this minister to talk about the need to change Canada Post or the lack of funding that Canada Post currently is facing, I would have asked the Minister of Transport that question, but I didn't ask that question. I asked it of the Minister responsible for persons living with disabilities, and I did not get an answer to the question of what the government intends to do to force Canada Post to live up to our commitments to the UN Convention on persons living with disabilities, that we should not go backwards, that we should not make life worse for persons living with disabilities than it already is. Canada Post has had 30 years of experience with community mailboxes, and they have not managed to find an acceptable alternative mail delivery system for those persons living with disabilities. In fact, all they have done for persons living with disabilities is offer them a spare key. And as far as I'm aware, that is the only thing that Canada Post has up its sleeve at the moment. So that is completely unacceptable to this government, and it should be unacceptable to all Canadians.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I appreciate the member would love a national takeover of every arm's-length agency under the sun. But, Speaker, it's Canada Post who is an independent, arm's-length Crown corporation. They are responsible on their own to not only operate on a financially self-sustaining basis, but take the operational decisions that are necessary within its business case, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the member would like everyone to intervene in that regard, but if he has issues, Canada Post in its 5-point plan has and subsequent communications has been indicating how it intends to attempt to address these issues for those with significant mobility issues. I would direct the member, if he has any further suggestions for Canada Post, he should direct them to Canada Post CEO.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 2401.